Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway for the second day of action here at the October MARRS, brought to you by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Dominic Mandil. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing well. Dom, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. Good morning, Greg.
We're I can see everybody, actually, if you're able to come up here in the booth, as much as we've been talking about the not air-conditioned Bill Scott Memorial announce booth here at the top of the main tower at Summit Point Raceway. Don't really need the air conditioning this morning.
But it's working fantastically, by the way, if you all want to know that.
It is a balmy 35 degrees here at Summit Point Raceway, and big change, about 20 degrees cooler than we saw all day yesterday. Now, my understanding is it's supposed to warm up quite a bit today. It's supposed to get up to around 65 degrees or thereabouts today. So we're going to be doing, I think as part of our coverage, we're going to be doing some costume changes as the day goes on here.
Well, we talked about the Lillards doing driver changes. We're going to do wardrobe changes up in here. You know, as we get a little warmer, that air conditioning is really going to be working. But you know what, Greg, you're right. It's 20 degrees, cooler than it was yesterday. And so, again, this first group, even the second group, maybe even a third group, until you start getting some other rubber laid down there, it's going to be a challenge. Why don't we go ahead and make that last call to that group and get them rolling here?
Yeah, exactly. Let's get our first group up onto the grid, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the schedule, and we'll get things rolling for the day here. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 4. That's our EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship drivers. Please start heading up to the grid. You are scheduled to be on track at 8:15 this morning. Again, EVSR drivers, please, and Sprint Bracket drivers, please head up to the grid now. And again, the intention in talking to the stewards this morning is to have your second race before lunch today. So keep that in mind, Sprint Bracket drivers, as you come off the track after your first race this morning. And so I think that's a good segue, Brian. Let's jump over quickly to the calendar here this morning and let everybody see what we have planned for the day here on Sunday. We are, as we mentioned, going to have that 10-lap Sprint Bracket road racing race. It's the first of 2 races this morning scheduled for them, both scheduled for 10 laps. Then we're going to go off, we're going to keep the stream running, but we're going to be off air for about 20 minutes. We have 2 warm-up sessions for our MARRS racers. First, we're going to have our closed wheel drivers, our tin top drivers, and then the open wheel drivers will go out on course. And then we're going to have 3 20-lap sprint races or feature races for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, our small bore group, SSM, which is going to be a very big group, and then our wings and prototype racers. And once those are done, we are planning to then have that final Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship race. That should be, again, 10 laps, and that should take place before lunch. We'll go for an hour lunch, probably around 12:30, thereabouts. And when we come back, we will have our final 4 MARRS feature races, 20 laps long, for our IT classes, Then for Big Bore, which had a slightly shorter race yesterday due to an incident on track, then Spec Miata, and we're going to round things out round the day out with Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. So as we have our drivers getting ready, they're going to be given the 5-minute warning here, Brian, in just a moment, and we'll go and do the national anthem here. But as you mentioned, with the very cold temperatures, this is not something that these drivers have encountered more or less since they showed up on Friday. For the drivers that ran the test day, it was pretty warm here that day. It was in around 70 degrees. Yesterday, it was pretty steady at about 55 degrees Fahrenheit ambient air temperature, pretty much from the time that we had cars on course for qualifying sessions all the way through the end of the day. And now, 20 degrees colder. It's going to be a challenge for them to figure out tire pressures and everything that's involved in getting a car prepped for these different conditions.
Yeah, when we run this 10-lap first race here, Dominic, these guys are going to have to really take 2, maybe even 3 laps to get good solid heat, not only in the tires but in the brakes, right? So they've got to make sure that they're at the temperatures they need in order to get a pretty good lap. Then they're going to come back later on. The temperature hopefully rises. If not, we'll all be frozen in here. But the temperature will rise a little bit. So the next time they come back out, it's going to be a little bit easier for them, and it's going to be a little bit better. Plus, we'll have other groups that are on the racetrack. So, again, one of the things these guys really got to do is really got to focus on getting these first couple laps in, and then you can start racing within your bracket.
And Brian, going off of that, I think for the first 2 groups we're going to see here, bracket and then our small board cars, for these 2, they do have an open tire scenario. So if you do have a tire options at your disposal, you'll probably want to go with an autocross compound for the morning because it's going to heat up a lot quicker. And depending on how much the temperature rises throughout the morning, I think that's just going to be the safest way to go, because there have been times here where it's been so cold in the morning that the track never really heats up to operating temperature for a true race compound tire. So that's really going to be paramount as far as grip is concerned.
And Greg, one of the things, and you're right, Dominic, one of the things that I've really been focusing on and noticed, even though the sun is really coming up, there's not a cloud in the sky, a lot of this racetrack is still in shade,
yeah.
Right? So it's not getting any of that sunlight to be able to warm up a little bit. So, that's going to be another issue.
All right, so let's do this, everybody. Why don't we go and going to ask everybody here at the track, as we're going to have cars rolling off here in just a few moments, to please stand, face the flag, remove your caps if you're wearing them, for our national anthem. As they say, let's go racing. And we've got our Sprint Bracket Road Racing drivers. They're going to be rolling off here in just about 2 minutes. And as we're looking out through the windows here, hoping they don't fog up on us as things warm up here, I've already gotten word. Should this be a surprise that the stewards can't really see much downstairs right below us? They've got the windows fogged up.
Well, I was down there a couple minutes ago, and you're right. I mean, it does get a little fogged up, but they've got radios. They can talk to each other, so
Yeah.
They can figure it out. They're all they're the smartest people we have here. So that's that's positive. Bringing that this group here is one of the best, I think, in all of SCCA. So I think we'll be able to get through it. But the racing here, I think this weekend so far, and we talked about it yesterday. Even in the 15 lap races we had yesterday, they were fantastic races. We saw an FE2 between Keith McDonald and Justin Widoff, right? That went all the way down to the end. SSM went all the way down to the end.
We before the race ended early, the ITA race with Joel Gambino, Peter Doan, Morgan Burkhardt,
Freeman.
and Dan Freeman. Wonderful race there. Any one of 4 cars could have taken that win. Really, a great day of racing. So let's do this. Dom, why don't we run down the starting grid for our first race for our bracket racers? We'll review what bracket racing is for those of you who may be listening for the first time, and we'll get things underway here from a chilly Summit Point.
All right, sounds like a plan. So for our bracket race this morning, we have 20 cars on the grid. So starting 20th, we'll have car number 4 out of Rockville, Maryland, driving a Mazda Miata. That's Aryan Azarsa. Starting 19th will be car number 32, also driving a Mazda Miata. That's Rick Meilenbeck out of Alexandria, Virginia. In the 18th starting spot, we'll have car number 23 from Middleburg, Virginia, driving a BMW 325i. That's Liv Willis. In 17th, we find car number 83 out of Frederick, Maryland, driving a Mazda Miata. That's Bill Windsor. In 16th, we'll have car number 02 out of Lansdale, Pennsylvania, in an EVSR, John Early. Starting 15th, we'll have car 134 from Severna Park, Maryland, driving a Honda CRX SI, Chuck Edmondson. In 14th, we'll have car 114 out of Annapolis, Maryland, in a Nissan Sentra. That's Tim Frank. Our 13th starting spot belongs to car 127 from Thurmont, Maryland, in a Mazda MX-5, Jeff Liller. In our 12th spot, we'll have car 03 from Sacramento, Pennsylvania, in an EVSR. That's Charlie Greenhouse. 11th starter will be car number 74 from Silver Spring, Maryland, in a Ford Focus, Steve Martin. In 10th, we'll have car 13 out of Salem, Virginia, in a Mazda Miata, Stephen Clark. Starting 9th, we'll have car 51 from Frederick, Maryland, in an SRF3, Eric Prepsius. 8th starter will be car 55 out of Freehold, New Jersey, also in an SRF3. That'll be Alan Rothman. In 7th, we'll have car 05 from Charlestown, West Virginia, at the wheel of a BMW M3, Bill Smith. In 6th, we have car number 22 from Southbury, Connecticut, in an SRF3, Lee McNish. Starting 5th, car number 7 out of Annapolis, Maryland, in an SRF3, Keith Frazier. Our 4th starter will have car 57 out of Winchester, Virginia, in a BMW GTS2, and that's Jeremy Hoover. In our 3rd spot, we have car 21 out of Broad Run, Virginia, in an SRF3, Brian Cates. And starting on the front row, on the outside pole, is car number 14 out of Alexandria, Virginia, in a BMW M3, our bracket winner from yesterday, Marshall Lytle. And starting on the pole will be car number 38 from Wall, New Jersey, in an SRF3, and that is David Dickerson.
2 quick things here, gentlemen, before we get started with this race. Stephen Clark going to the back. I know they had some motor issues yesterday.
Yeah.
I talked to them last night. So he's going to go to the back here for this. Again, they're just doing testing, getting ready for the new year coming January. So, again, that thing. And I'm shocked there's a Liller in this race.
No.
I don't think I've ever seen that. No, I'm kidding.
We'll be shocked when there isn't a Liller.
I think that's the thing.
Either a
So
Jeff or a Mark Liller.
here comes our group right now. So we're going to wait for the starter. There's a green flag. We are started here, day 2 of the October MARRS at Summit Point Raceway, Greg.
All right, here. And on the front row, didn't have Dave Dickerson on the front row. We had Marshall Lytle and Jeremy Hoover, the 2 BMWs. Now, Hoover did not have a spectacular start in yesterday's sprint 15-lap sprint bracket race as he spun the car over at turn 1. Not going to do that 2 days in a row, however, as he has now made it through. And as we watch the rest of the field filter through turn 1, both Hoover and Lytle are lock-nose to tail, about 6 car lengths back from there. We've got another one of our BMWs, and that is Bill Smith out of Charlestown, West Virginia. He is side-by-side with the Spec Racer Ford of Keith Frazier as they now head through turn 3. Now, Dom, as we've got our drivers now heading down into the lower portion of the course for the first time, why don't we talk a little bit about what bracket racing is?
Yep, absolutely. And quick note, we did have the 134 of Chuck Edmondson in the Honda CRX, who is right now beached in the gravel at turn number 3 and is looking to rejoin the track safely. We did have Eric Prepsius in the 51 car, off to a bit of a slow start, but both of them seem to be underway. So bracket racing, basically how it works is that it rewards a consistent drive from our pilots. They are going to be tasked with having to run consistent laps because as we go through this race, these drivers are going to start to be sorted into different brackets, different windows.
Yeah, groupings based on time.
Yep, different windows of time. And if you are within the same window as another competitor, you're going to be racing them on track. However, if you go faster than that specific time window, then you're going to move up into another bracket. So you could be racing somebody who might not necessarily be right next to you on track, but now you're tasked with trying to run them down, or they might be tasked with trying to run you down because maybe they ran out of their bracket as well.
Yeah, and so you can always move up a bracket. You can't move down a bracket. And for those of you that are listening at home, if you've ever had any drag racing experience, think of bracket drag racing, where you identify a time that you want to run, and you need to stay within X number of tenths of a second of that particular time, and you can't go any faster than that time. Now, our drivers here in sprint bracket road racing, they don't need to identify a time ahead of time. We basically give them 2 laps to set a baseline, and from there on out, we automatically will determine what bracket they are in. And those brackets, those windows, as Dom said, are 2 seconds from fast to slow in that group.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it right now, gentlemen, we have really only 2 brackets. Again, after the first lap, we talked about this in the opening. Is that it's going to take 2, maybe even 3 laps. Here comes Marshall Lido coming out, and Jeremy Hoover. We've got Eric Prespius. He's going to come out on the front stretch as well, but he's going to be a lap down at this point. Again, from his earlier problems. But you can see the difference between Marshall Lido's BMW M3 and Jeremy Hoover's BMW 328 IS. The speed down the straightaway really opens up there.
All right, let's do this very quickly, Brian and Dom. Let me make a call to the grid for our closed wheel practice coming up next. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Drivers wishing to take part in the 10-minute closed wheel warm-up. Immediately after this race, you may start heading to the grid. It's now clear. Again, if you want to take part in the closed wheel warm-up session prior or right after this bracket race, you may now start heading to the grid. You'll be going on track immediately after.
Tell you what, gentlemen, I'm sitting here watching Marshall Lytle and Jeremy Hoover as they come through turns 4 and go down through turns 5. Jeremy Hoover is able to really close up on the back bumper of Marshall Lytle going through that section. I'm going to look here at our cameras out of turn 8 and kind of look up. At that point, you're coming out of the sun. Now Jeremy Hoover is going to have the lead over Marshall Lytle coming through turn 8. So as they get up underneath the bridge and come down through turn 10, you're going to see Jeremy Hoover is actually going to be in the lead over Marshall Lytle. We'll see if Marshall can run him down on the front stretch. I talked about it last lap before. Marshall Lytle has that front line up-end speed. This is where he's going to close on Jeremy Hoover. We're going to see whether or not Marshall's going to be able to outbrake Jeremy getting down into turn 1. Jeremy moves a little bit over to driver's right, trying to block that maneuver, is able to do so, but now he's going to go in. Marshall's going to be able to suck right back up under the bumper going into turn 2 there, Dominic.
Yeah, we have BMWs occupying our top 3 spots on track. However, looking at our brackets, Jeremy Hoover on this last lap moved into the bracket A4 by himself, and then we have Marshall Leiter, who's into the A5 bracket by himself, and then going back to bracket B2, another BMW in a bracket alone, Bill Smith. So on this last lap, all these our top 3 drivers right now, all separated in different brackets. Looking back a little bit further, we have going to turn 1, a big conglomeration of different cars. It looks as though Stephen Clark, who is currently sitting a 3rd spot in bracket B5, was able to get around both Tim Frank in the Nissan and then Steve Martin in the Ford Focus. So beginning to stretch a little bit over there. And then throw in the EVSR there of Charlie Greenhouse, who was battling there with Lee McNish just a moment ago.
Yeah, so on that last lap, we had Lytle and we had Hoover that were together. Hoover made the pass. Hoover ran the fastest lap so far of the race, a 1:22.833, and as you mentioned, it moved him into a different bracket. It moved him into a bracket that goes from a minute 21 to a minute 23, and Marshall Lytle, with his fast lap being right now a 1:23.802, is now in a bracket all by himself as he continues to trail on track Jeremy Hoover, but technically not fighting, not battling for the same win.
I tell you what, had a quick conversation with Jeremy last night at dinner, sitting there before I left to head out. With his spin yesterday, kind of thought maybe flat spotted some tires, put some fresher tires, not new tires, fresher tires on for today, and it is clearly showing early on in this event.
All right, so if we take a look at bracket B5, as Dom was mentioning, Stephen Clark, who's running 5th overall, is currently your leader in what is, I believe, a 10-car. Well, it was a 10-car bracket, but Stephen Clark has now jumped up 2 brackets. He is now running in bracket B2, which is the same bracket as Keith Frazier's Spec Racer Ford. They are running 4th and 5th, respectively. But, and here's where we talked about, sometimes jumping a bracket is not advantageous. Stephen Clark, 16 seconds behind Frazier on track currently. So let's go back now at that 9-car B5 bracket, as we've just now had Steve Martin break out. Speaking about breaking out, lots of brake smoke down at turn 1. We'll have to check and see who's locking it up there. But now in B5, Charlie Greenhouse is your fastest driver. There is Greenhouse is doing quite a bit of testing in that EVSR car. That's the car that they're going to be running at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill again this year. They've still got the light fixtures on the car. They've dialed the pace back to run more of an endurance pace to try to get the suspension tuning better in line. That will be a comfortable but consistent. There's that word again. Consistent ride over 25 hours.
Yeah, our leader's heading up to turn 3 right now, coming up into some of the lap traffic here. But you're right, Greg. You talked about Stephen Clark there. Runs that faster lap, goes a little bit faster. Now he's racing against Keith Frazier in that B2 bracket. Keith Frazier is actually coming through turn 3 right now. Stephen Clark just now entering in turn 1.
All right, yeah, so big difference. Now, a little bit further back, taking a look at the Sentra SER of Tim Frank, and I think that is the MX-5 of Jeff Liller in the 127 car. Good battle right now going into turn 1, nose to tail, right back behind, I think, Charlie Greenhouse in that 03 machine.
Yeah, it looks like Charlie may have had a little bit of an issue coming off of turn 10 going down the front stretch. Martin able to get in past him, and then Jeff Liller and then Tim Frank started to close up on him pretty quickly. Charlie, Dominic, may not be up to full speed. Martin starting to pull away a little bit as he led that group.
Yeah, a matter of fact, Dom, yesterday, I think Charlie was running in the 129 range, and it looks as though maybe they've dialed that back a little bit more, as they're testing battery capacity and battery, how long you can keep a charge up, as Greenhouse now running in the 132 range. But we also should mention that Martin and Frank, who are right behind them, maybe the draft helped them out a little bit as they now moved up and out of that B5 bracket. They're now in the same B4 bracket as Charlie Greenhouse.
And now that line of 5 cars that we had go through turn 3 just a few moments ago, now down around the S's are all in the same bracket at the moment, so all 5 of them not only competing on track, but in that B5 bracket.
All right, I'll tell you what, as we only have 4 laps remaining in this race, let me make another call to the grid for the drivers who want to go out for practice. I see at least 2 takers there on the grid. Attention in the paddock, if you are interested in driving in the the closed wheel warm-up. Again, the closed wheel warm-up, that's going to be starting immediately following this race. You may now start making your way over to the grid. Again, if you're going to be taking part in the 10-minute closed wheel warm-up session, please start heading to the grid.
And we get caught back up here on our brackets again. We were talking about Stephen Clark earlier and Keith Frazier. Now you've got Frazier and Lee McNish, who is running 4th and 5th, respectively, in the group. They're actually in the A5 bracket. Stephen Clark still sitting in that B2. So Frazier running a little bit faster, and then McNish running a little bit faster as well. So that puts both of those Spec Racer Fords together.
And Greg Bryan, as the announcement was being made, we had, just for a moment, Steve Martin and Jeff Liller, who were drafting together, looked like they were going to try to get past Charlie Greenhouse in the EVSR. However, Charlie Greenhouse much deeper on the brakes into turn 1, and on the exit of turn 1 going into turn 3, we actually had, again, Martin and Liller drafting together. Charlie Greenhouse, again, using the brakes of the EVSR to stay ahead for the time being.
Yeah, when they come out of turn 10, Dominic, you should see Charlie Greenhouse. He's going to be ahead of that Martin, and now they're going to go side by side. Charlie Greenhouse going to go driver's left outside. Not a real good high percentage move, but now Martin's going to try to turn around and draft him, and now he's going to tuck in behind Martin. That's going to open the door for Jeff Liller, and now here comes Tim Frank. So I think Charlie Greenhouse may have a little bit of an issue. Plus, you also got our leaders that are going to come back behind this group as well. So we got to see whether or not Jeremy Hoover and Marshall Lytle is going to be able to get through. We've got a little bit of a cluster there, gentlemen, going down into turn 1.
Yeah, but nice spatial awareness there by Hoover to weave through the traffic safely, and he's now ahead of them as they go out of turn number 2. And as they head up to turn 3, it is right now Steve Martin who's ahead of Jeff Lower in bracket by about a car length. But right back there we have Tim Frank as well as Charlie Greenhouse and Bill Winter and his Mazda Miata all running in the line as Marshall Lytle is now coming through them as well.
Yeah, and you might have seen it down on our camera. We just got a call back from turn 5. We had the number 32 machine of Rick Millen back in the number 32 Mazda Miata, now running in 14th position. He had a little bit of a spin on the outside of the corner there. He has managed to work his way back through the dew over there, or actually not the dew, but the frost, and get the car back out on track and continue.
Yeah, we're watching up there, turn 8. Here comes Jeremy Hoover. He's going to come through turn 8. Then you've got the Steve Martin machine, and then you're going to have Marshall Lytle. So,
all right. And coming out through turn 10 right now is Jeremy I keep saying Jeremy Hooser, but as Jeremy Hoover crosses the stripe, he's just now getting the 1 to go board. 1 lap remaining in the first of 2 10-lap sprint races for our bracket road racers today. Just back behind Marshall Lytle is that pair, and they are a lap down now from our leaders. Steve Martin and Jeff Liller continuing to have a great little battle right now for the lead in bracket B4. They both just ran their fastest laps of the race. Martin, a 1:31.089. Jeff Liller, a 1:31.069. So 0.02 of a second faster. And I should mention that for both of these drivers, the upper limit for the bracket that they are in is a 1:31 flat. So if they pick up another 0.07 of a second or so, or 0.08 of a second, they're going to find themselves in the same bracket. Or actually, no, they'll just move up to bracket B3, in which there are no drivers currently.
Correct. Yep. So again, they still would be racing against each other in that bracket.
Assuming they both move up exactly here.
Correct.
All right, and so our leader now, Jeremy Hoover, not Hoosier, Hoover, in the number 57 BMW. He's coming out of turn 10 right now all by himself. Marshall Lytle now just coming underneath the bridge. And so Hoover, he comes across. He's got his hand in the air, his fist in the air. He takes the checkered flag. He's going to be your winner in bracket A3. Marshall Lytle just now crossing the stripe, 6 seconds in arrears. And let's look at that race right now, that race for the win in bracket B4.
Wow.
Side by side coming out of 10 with Steve Martin and Jeff Liller, but Martin with a great run. Let's see if he breaks out or Liller breaks out. No, I don't believe they do. They both stay within the 131s, and so Steve Martin will take the win in bracket B4. Jeff Liller will finish second. Charlie Greenhouse will come home in third in that bracket. And now crossing the line, Bill Smith, and Bill Smith takes the win in bracket A5 over Keith Frazier. So Smith and his BMW M3, only 0.75 of a second separating Smith and Frazier at the line. And coming out of 10 now, we're watching in bracket B5. We just had John Early in one of the EVSR machines, the 02 machine. He will take the win in bracket B5. Chuck Edmondson in his Honda CRX, who had that early off, is going to come home in second in his Honda CRX in bracket B5. That's for drivers that put in, go anywhere from a minute 33, minute 33 and up. Rick Millenback will finish third in that class. Then Liv Willis and Eric Prepsius who brought his car into the pits after the first lap after he had some issues down at turn 1. He will come home 5th in class. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our bracket road racing. And so let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our warm-up session drivers. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Drivers wanting to take part in the closed wheel warm-up session, you should make your way to the grid now. You're going to be going on track in just a handful of moments. Please head to the grid now. Again, closed wheel drivers wanting to take part in our warm-up session, please make your way up to the grid. And so with them going on track in about, I'd say about 4 or 5 minutes, and we've got 2 10-minute sessions, we're going to say we'll come back probably right around 9 o'clock, 9:05, thereabouts. And so thank you for listening. And again, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll play you some music. We're going to play you some spots. You'll be able to hear about some of the great partners and sponsors of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, as well as the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. And we'll be back here from Summit Point in just a few moments.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And we're back here at Summit Point Raceway for the October MARRS presented by OG Racing. And for those of you that are watching online, thanks for sticking around as we got through our warm-up sessions here this morning. Many takers this morning, Brian, due to the cold weather. I think a lot of folks wanted to get an idea how their cars were going to do, especially for the groups that are running before lunch. That although the temps have risen a little bit, we're now at about 41 degrees Fahrenheit, positively balmy outside here in at Summit Point, West Virginia, but still quite a bit cooler than what our racers have encountered the last couple days. So again, what we're going to be doing here schedule-wise this morning. Let me bring up the schedule here. Schedule-wise, we are going to have 3 MARRS feature races for our small bore group, for our open wheelers, and then for small bore, then SSM, then our open wheelers, and then we're going to have one more 10-lap sprint bracket road racing race before lunch. We'll go to lunch for about an hour, and then we'll have 4 MARRS feature races, our IT group, our big bore group, which also includes ITA, as confusing as that might be, Spec Miata, and then we're going to round out the day with the Spec Racer Fords. So we're still waiting. The 5-minute warning hasn't been given on the grid yet for our small bore group, but we saw some pretty exciting races here in small bore yesterday. Now, Chris Childs jumped out to a very early lead in his Mazda Miata, and he. He came up to me yesterday, said, I really wanted to make this a race, and he's testing out some new equipment on the car, trying to get the car ready for next year, and testing out different brake compounds. Don't tell any of his competitors that, but yesterday, Chris Childs, I believe, and let me verify this, Chris Childs was not our overall winner. He finished second, and he finished second to Dan Strauss, who had come back after some time away from us in the MARRS series, driving his SPU Chevy Monte Carlo. We'll have to see if he's on the grid again this morning. It's a little hard to see that small baby Grand.
I do not see him down there right now. So unless he's hidden by the pace car, I do not see Danny in that car or on the grid as of yet. So.
All right, so we may see him, but so Chris Childs finished second yesterday in STL. Kip Gaynor, driving his Mazda MX-5, finished second. Thomas Paulino, who we think may have left the racetrack last night, we'll certainly know in a few moments, finished in third. Greg Gale was our hard charger yesterday, finishing fourth in STL, and then Isaac Jordan finished fifth. A great race, though, yesterday in Touring 4. Only two drivers in Touring 4, Dominic, but we had Michael Amena, and surprise, surprise, we had a Liller. We had Jeff Liller in his Mazda MX-5. Margin of victory for Michael Amena yesterday, 0.6 of a second, and those two drivers were either nose to tail or side by side to the door pretty much the entire race.
Yeah, I mean, Michael had a big lead, and I'm not sure what had happened coming off turn 10 on that one lap, but, ended up having to go to driver's right. A couple cars went by him. Next thing you know, here comes Jeff Liller. Michael will be able to get back in line, started to, pick back the pace back up a little bit, and then they had a great intense battle the entire time, right? And, which really made it great for that T4 race.
All right, at H Production yesterday, Chuck Allard, who was your points leader, your MARRS points leader coming into this weekend, he took the win yesterday in his Porsche 924. Fast time for him, a 130.502. Lawrence Freyson, driving his Volkswagen Scirocco, finished second. Paul Beofest in a Volkswagen Golf came home in third. In GT Pinto, what was really looking to be a very tight, close race at the very beginning, so it kind of stretched out at the end as Bruce Shelton got his win. Drew Erie came in second. David Mapes came home in third. In F Production, not so close. Jerry Hinkle in his Lotus 7 lapped his competitor Jim Stem on the very last lap, taking the win. In Greg Hotz took the win in GT Light. We think he's still trying to get his victory lap from yesterday.
I think he's trying to. He's definitely going to get it if he gets it again today. He's definitely taking it again today.
All right, and there you go. So that wraps up the events from yesterday's small bore race. Brian, is the 1 minute warning has been given to our grid. Why don't we run down the starting order for today's race?
Sure. Starting in the 21st position from Silver Spring, Maryland, in number 39 of Court Wilson. Starting 20th from College Park, Maryland, in the number 14 of David Mapes. Starting in the 19th position from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the number 86 of Paul Beofest. Starting 18th from Middletown, Maryland, the 55 of Matt Wood. Starting 17th from Bethesda, Maryland, the number 40 of James Stem. Starting in the 16th position from Elliston, Virginia, the number 16 in that GTP Pinto is Drew Erie. Starting 15th from Springfield, Virginia, in that number 73 in that GTL is Gregory Hotz. Starting in the 14th position from Charlestown, West Virginia, number 11 of Bruce Shelton. Starting in the 13th position from Harrisonburg, Virginia, the number 71 of Brad Williams. Starting in 12th position from Durwood, Maryland, in the number 50, Chuck Allard III. Starting in the 11th position from Weehawken, New Jersey, the number 52 of Isaac Jordan. Starting in the 10th position from Reston, Virginia, the 38 of Gregory Gale. Starting in the 9th position from Reston, Virginia as well, the number 64 of Lawrence Frazion. Starting in the 8th position from Colts Neck, New Jersey, the number 34 of Thomas Polino. Starting in 7th from Durwood, Maryland, the number 44 of Kip Gaynor. Starting in the 6th position from Thurmont, Maryland, the number 127 of Jeff Liller. Starting in the 5th position from Christiansburg, Virginia, the number 182 of Ted Cahall. Starting in the 4th position from Oakland, New Jersey, the number 89 of Michael LaMena. Starting in the 3rd position from Catonsville, Maryland, the number 66 of Jerome Hinkle. And starting on your front row in the 2nd position, right here from Purcellville, Virginia, number 7 of Chris Childs. And starting on the pole, and I did not see him go out, is the number 30 from Edgewood Water, Maryland, is Daniel Strauss.
Yeah, and as the field is going down through turn 5 right now, I did not see that Baby Grand, as small as it may be. I think we said yesterday, Brian, it was 2 Baby Grands for every Mazda Miata, or was that for every Mini? I can't remember.
They're about the same size.
They're about the same size. All right, but drivers on the back half of the course right now. So, Dom, what are you looking forward to in this first MARRS feature race of the weekend?
So, Greg, what you had alluded to was the 24 battle from yesterday with Michael Mena and also Jeff Lohr. The 127 Mazda MX-5 of Lohr is making a lot of appearances this weekend.
Yes, he is.
So they are able to compute a lot of valuable information as far as brakes, as far as tires, as far as overall performance. And so I think that will be paramount with how they'll perform here this morning, despite the fact that we are experiencing much cooler conditions, as we do have our field making their way through turn number 10, getting ready for the start.
All right, so pace car now is on the pit lane. And your pole sitter for today's race, actually now moving up from row number 2 to the pole position, is Jerry Hinkle in his Lotus 7. And we have a green flag, and we are underway here as we have jumping out to very early leads is Chris Childs, and then we have Ted Cahall in the red number 182 machine, moving up from the 3rd row, trying to split the middle here, but kind of running out of gas against some of these drivers with maybe a little bit more horsepower. Going down into turn 1, Jerry Hinkle is going to slot into 2nd place, about 3 car lengths back from Chris Childs. Then I believe it is Mike LaMena, and then back behind Mike LaMena is that the 127 of Jeff Liller, now running in 4th, Dom, as they're coming up towards turn 3.
Our field's making their way through turn number 3, led by Chris Childs in that in the STL machine, and then we have Jerry Hinkle in Production Lotus, and then side by side with I believe Tom Polino did make the start. He was side by side with Kip Gaynor as they made their way into turn 4.
All right, I tell you what, gentlemen, Hinkle did not get a grid start on this,
No.
and you had Gaynor and you had Ted Cahall trying to go up the middle. Once Hinkle got on the gas there a little bit, headed down into turn 1, they were almost 3 wide at one point, almost getting to the point where they could have gone 4 wide, but Hinkle got the better of it, got through turns 1 and through turn 2 cleanly. That's going to put Childs in the front, and that's also going to put Hinkle in 2nd. As they come out of turn 8 now, headed up, you still got Childs, Hinkle, then you've got LaMena, then you go back to a little bit to the Jeff Liller machine.
Sure, and the one thing you're going to see here is the one car that is very different from all the others at the front end of the field is Jerry Hinkle in that Lotus, if only because of the tires that he's running. The tires on all the STL cars, the tires on the T4 cars are those DOT-approved tires that will come up to temperature much, much more quickly than the true slicks that Jerry Hinkle has on what is an incredibly light car. And it may take him another 2 or 3 laps to get enough heat in the rears to really defend. Although at this point, given that his only competitor in F production is quite a bit further back, actually running 2nd to the rear of the pack right now, Jim Stem currently running 17th. Hinkle's got some time.
And as the field goes into turn 3, and also important to note that on the start we had Ted Cahall between both Michael Mena and between Jeff Lohr. So it looks as though Lohr was able to get by Cahall on the start. So now he has clear track ahead of him to try to run down Michael Mena. So both LaMena and Lohr running consecutive positions right now on track for the T4 battle.
Yeah, I think one of the battles we also want to look for, Chris Childs obviously leading that STL, but I was looking back here, again, still early on after really one lap. You got, Ted Cahall, Kip Gaynor, and Thomas Polino. We talked about them early on. They're nose to tail right now, and that is for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position in that STL battle. Here comes our overall leader in Chris Childs and your leader in STL. Looks like Michael LaMena is gaining a little bit on the 66 there of Hinkle as they come out of turn 10. Michael LaMena getting a great run out of turn 10. That's going to help him get down. Not much of the drafting he's going to be able to do off Hinkle's car, in order to be able to catch up, but he's going to be the leader in that T4 machine over Liller. Now Cahall starting to reel in Liller. That's for 4th overall, but again, Ted Cahall sitting in 2nd place in STL, Dominic.
And as they make their way out of turn number 2, we have Chris Childs, who's opened up about a 10-car lead on the field. And then we have Jerry Hinkle in that Lotus, and Michael Manna, who is exponentially pulling away from Jeff Lower, his closest pursuer, in touring 4. But then we have running second, Ted Cahall, who, Greg, as you mentioned, that closed in on the back of Lure. And then third and fourth, the final spot on the STL podium, being tested between Kip Gaynor and Tom Polino, who are running nose to tail.
All right, tell you what, guys, let's make a quick call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's SSM. If you could start heading up to the grid now. Race group number 2, SSM, please start heading to the grid.
Tell you what, guys, as our leaders are now starting to head up through turn 8, heading up underneath the bridge right now. It does look like that battle between, Lillard, Cahall, Gaynor, and Polino. That is a tough battle on the racetrack. Again, different classes in there. You've got 3 of the STL cars with the T4 car of Lillard. But I tell you what, Lillard's still holding off these STL guys.
Yeah, he is. And, at some point, as long as he stays in front of him, I don't think there's going to be much of a complaint, although I'm sure Ted Cahall would prefer to get around Jeff Lillard and use Lillard to run a little bit of interference for him on the rest of the STL field, because right now we've got Gaynor and we've got Paulino following very closely behind very closely behind the 182 machine. Only about 2 car lengths, as a matter of fact, separating right now Paulino and Gaynor, as they both are starting to close things down on the 182 of Cahall.
Well, I tell you what, that 127 of Jeff Lillard, that is out of the Anger Sheet Motorsports stable there. So, again, a car that gets worked on a lot by Chris and everything else. And, Mark and Jeff, they got T-shirts. But
you'll never give that up.
I'm not letting that go. But again, I think that you look at that car. That car is getting faster and faster with every single on-track session. So we'll see whether or not he's able to run down Michael Ameno from the draft of those other 2 cars pushing him.
And as I was watching the field go down to turn number 3, it looked as though the teamwork between both Kip Gaynor and Tom Polino was allowing them to reel in Ted Cahall.
Yeah.
So Ted Cahall right now, who's acting alone as far as the STL battle is concerned, is being reeled in. And as they come out of turn 10, Kip Gaynor is only about 2 car lengths back.
Do not see the 127 of Jeff Lillard.
No.
So did not see him come back through here. We'll have to look and see. I think he's just now coming up through turn 8, so may have had an off there. I'm not sure. That car looks like it's back under.
It was at turn 5
okay.
that Lillard experienced an issue.
And I think here he comes now out of turn 10 now. Yep. He's going to be behind the 11 of Bruce Shelton. But, yeah, Lillard going off there, getting recovered back on. So he's going to run down Bruce Shelton. He's going to try to get back up in this lineup. And now he's got some few cars he's got to pass. So now it becomes the work for him.
All right, so we are now 4 laps into this 20-lap MARRS feature race. And if we break this down by class, currently your leader in STL and your overall leader, Chris Childs, who just ran the fastest lap of the race at a 124.342, almost a full 4 seconds faster than Ted Cahall, who is running second in class and is also your MARRS STL championship leader at the moment. Kip Gaynor, currently running third. Tom Paulino, currently running in fourth. And GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton, is currently your leader. He's opened up almost a 7-second advantage over Drew Erie. David Mapes running in third in H Production. Chuck Allard now, one of only 2 drivers on course in the class. He has almost a 25-second advantage early on against Paul Baofist, as Lawrence Freyson Scirocco did not make the race. And in F Production, Jerry Hinkle now, as we talked about from early on, had opened up a pretty big advantage by nature of starting on the front row over his competitor Jim Stem running in second. Greg Hotz, our sole runner today in GT Light, and Greg is running currently down in 14th position overall.
We talked about the cold temperatures this morning, Dominic, and we talked about the track probably not having really anything in it. You got to give it to these Pinto guys. They're not easy to drive, when it's nice and sunny and everything else, let alone coming out here on a somewhat green track this morning and able to get those Pintos and be able to handle it between, Bruce Shelton, Drew Erie, and David Mapes. That's a testament to these guys are really working hard in those Pintos.
Definitely. All right, so if you like what you see here today, if you've been enjoying the feed early on, please go ahead and give us a big old thumbs up. And let me see if I can make that animation actually work for once. Go ahead, give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't done so already, go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. SCCA YouTube channel and click on that notification bell to find out all the times that we go live. We want to thank everybody who's either at home here, even here at the track. We get a lot of comments that people are sitting down in the stands watching the YouTube stream so they can see what's going on in other parts of the track. So if you're watching us on YouTube or if you've watched our views after the fact, please go ahead and give us a thumbs up. It really helps the region.
Looking back to our STL cars, we have first, second, and third all going into turn one. That's Ted Cahill, Kip Gaynor, and then Tom Polino all running nose to tail. They have just a little bit reeled in the 24 car of Michael Mena, who is about 3 car lengths ahead. As those 4 cars exit turn number 2, it looks as though Kip Gaynor is going to go to driver's right. Just takes a little bit of a look, but Ted Cahill still has about a car length advantage over both Gaynor and Polino as they make their way up to turn number 3.
And that would actually be for second, third, and fourth there, Dominic, because Chris Childs is actually leading the STL. But you're right, that is going to be a battle for who's going to be able to be, the last 2 spots on that podium between the 3 cars. There is going to be an odd driver out here.
All right, so I'm getting a little bit more information from down at turn 5 with about Jeff Liller's spin down there. Apparently, there was some contact with Ted Cahill in the 192, probably the 182 STL Miata, getting into the back of the 127 T4 car driven by Jeff Liller, putting him around. And of course, Liller now, as opposed to sitting in 4th position overall, now finds himself all the way back in 11th. And, of course, now in T4, that finds him almost 25 seconds in arrears of our T4 leader, Mike LaMena.
I tell you what, here comes our STL battle again. That's second, third, and fourth as Chris Childs now is already raking his way through turns 3 up behind that James Stem Volvo there. But again, Cahill leading over Gaynor for that second position in STL, Dominic. They start to head out, but you're right. The last 2 or 3 laps, those 3 cars sticking nose to tail, they're running down that T4 machine of Michael LaMena.
And these cars are making their way up to turn number 3. And again, Kip Gaynor goes just a little bit to driver's right, just takes a slight peek as they make their way up to turn 3. It's still about equal distance between all 3 of these cars. A car from Cahill back to Gaynor, then another car back from Gaynor back to Polino.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much those cars are pretty much, the same, obviously from the, the T4 and the STL, kind of the, spec Miata, a little bit of differences here and there. So, again, as you get into this racetrack and you're driving and you're by yourself, knowing those Miatas, there's no draft. There's no help. 2 cars are faster than 1 around this racetrack in some of these divisions and some of these groups because you can't really just use the throttle to power out, especially in those. So you've got to have a partner. Those 3 together over that one, as they're going to be coming out of turn 10 right now. Here comes Michael LaMena. I'm curious to see whether or not Cahill and Gaynor stick together there as they come across the start-finish line to see if they're going to run him down. They're going to be coming up on the 14 in that Pinto of David Mapes as they start to head down into turn 1. So hopefully Michael LaMena is going to be able to get around Mapes before they get into the turn. That's going to actually help him get around and lengthen that gap a little bit with Cahill and Gaynor, Dominic.
And Brian, one of the biggest factors we do see in our small ball races typically is the fact that when the classes begin to intermingle and some of the leaders begin to encounter some of the traffic, that it does play it does affect the how basically the margins between the cars, as we do have Michael Mena and Ted Cahill coming through turn number 3, and Cahill definitely made some inroads on the back of Mena and is now only about half a car length back as they made their way down the hill.
Yeah, they're going through turn 5 right now, and Cahill and Gaynor, they're going to be right on that back bumper. They were able to get around that Pinto as well as they head down into turn 6 and through the carousel back there. Here comes our overall leader and your STL leader, Chris Childs, completing lap 9. There'll be 11 laps to go this time as that group comes in. That is the best battle on the racetrack. And again, STL second, third, and fourth, and the T4 machine of Michael LaMena. So we'll be watching for them to come out of turn 10. Here they come now, and you know what, gentlemen? They are right on the back bumper, meeting Ted Cahill and Kip Gaynor. Michael LaMena comes out of turn 10, tries to go driver's right to break that draft.
And it's funny. It's funny as LaMena is a T4 car, and he's going and he's not pulling over to and I think he pulled over. This was actually very similar to what he did yesterday.
Yes,
as he came out of turn 10, it looks like he moves over driver's right in order to be very defensive and maybe, as you said, break the draft. I think what he was trying to do was get offline and let that STL battle go by.
He's got a radio, so he's talking to his crew down there.
Yeah.
They know where Jeff Liller is in that 127. They know where he is. There's no sense in even racing them. They're catching him because they're 2 and 3 cars. Now he can get behind that group, ride behind them, continue to open up that gap, and be safe, bring that car home.
That's exactly.
And a point I wanted to make about our second place runner, Jerry Hinkle. That car is a labor of love from several decades. It actually used to be classed as an E-production car. And it's really cool to see a true original right-hand drive, a Lotus 7 out here.
Yeah.
The only driver who's shifting with his left hand.
With his left hand, and as we typically see the Caterhams, which are all left-hand drive here. And as you mentioned, that Jerry Hinkle gets around Jim Stem, putting him a lap down in F production. Here, as he did yesterday, I think getting to it a little bit earlier today. So we've got 10 laps remaining in this 20-lap sprint race. Let me make another call to the grid for what I believe is our largest race group of the weekend, SSM. Attention in the paddock, race group number 2, SSM. You may start coming to the grid as we're now halfway in race group 1. So race group 2 drivers, SSM, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Greg, as you're making that announcement, we had big gains made by the 34 of Tom Polino, who is now right on the back of second place in STL, Ted Cahall. And now Kip Gaynor seems to be just a little bit off the pace. He was passed by Michael Mena. He's now making his way into turn number 3. Definitely looks like he's back up the song now, but just for a moment looked as though his pace had definitely dropped.
Yeah, and as they were coming down into turn 3, we talked a little bit about just a second ago about Hinkle passing Jim Stem and lapping Jim Stem. Jim Stem was coming into 3 just as we had our 2 STL drivers, Cahall and Polino, coming into 3. And as Stem went down to the apex and he had clearance there, we saw both of those STL machines check up just a little bit mid-corner because, basically, you have the big rear end of a Volvo 142 in front of you and the sun gets blotted out. It went from light to dark very quickly for them here. So as they continue, it is still an STL. Childs, then Gaynor, then Cahall, then Paulino.
Looks like Gaynor's back up to speed now. I'm thinking maybe when he went down, and I'm going to go back and look at the video here in a minute on the YouTube channel as we can do that. Go back and rewind a little bit. I think Gaynor may have gotten a little loose coming out of turn 2, and the car got a little sideways and had to collect it and had to get completely out of the throttle. Now, one of the good things that's going to help is that as he starts to pull up behind Michael LaMena, they can use that draft, and he can help with LaMena to be able to draft and catch Cahall and Polino again. Still 9 laps to go.
Yeah, long way to go.
So there's a long way. So LaMena's going to pull over and let Gaynor go. He may pull in behind him, and now he may help push Gaynor ahead.
Yeah, I mean, seeing that we've seen that he's got a little bit more pace than some of the STL machines out there would be to Gaynor's advantage, certainly, to get LaMena's help pushing back up to Cahall and Polino.
When I look at the T4 battle, again, it's still 22, almost 23-second lead for LaMena over Liller. But Liller keeps getting faster and faster, Greg. I mean, in lap 9, which was the last lap that he went by, or 2 laps ago, he ran his fastest lap of the 127.4, puts him all the way back up into 7th overall. So, again, that spin didn't hurt the car. Jeff's really working hard in there in that machine to get back up there.
Sure, and I mean, and as we see Michael LaMena back out a little bit, let Gaynor by, or he let the rest of the STL battle by earlier, we're seeing Liller knock 2 seconds at a pop off of LaMena's lead. We'll see now once LaMena likely starts working with Kip Gaynor, and as they go down the front straight, that doesn't necessarily appear to be the case as Gaynor has gone by LaMena. and about 3 car lengths separating those two cars, we may see Liller continue to make inroads here. We'll just have to see if he's got enough laps left.
Yeah, Liller crossing the start-finish line now, Dominic, and that gap there, like I said, last time by was just over 23 seconds. It's now 19 and a half seconds, so gained another 3 seconds on that. But again, I think LeMain's just trying to take care of the equipment here. We've got 7 laps to go as Chris Childs goes by the start-finish line. So it could be a product that Michael just trying to take care of the equipment to get through this race.
And Brian, we've been monitoring the second and third place battle in STL with both K-Hall and Polino. It seems as though Polino has a lot of really raw pace and running by himself seems very comfortable. But once he gets up into the draft again, like we saw in some of the races yesterday, sometimes he'll have momentum, but doesn't have quite enough to get alongside or get by. We'll see as in the next few laps whether or not that holds true, or if Tom Polino has something left in the bag in order to mount a challenge to Ted K.O. in second.
And one of the questions that I'll ask Michael LeMaina, because he's done this before, is did he put enough fuel in the car? Because he has done that before and come across the radio to spotters saying, hey, I've got probably 6 laps left of fuel, and you've got 12 laps to go in the race.
Lift and coast.
He's done that, and we've had to talk him into backing up the corners. But, no, look, he's back on the back bumper of Kip Gaynor, so obviously that's not an issue. He's going to work with Kip Gaynor to try to get him back up into that STL battle as they head down into turn 1. Gaynor locks it up a little bit, but you know what, Dominic? As I look out the window here coming out of turn 2, you got a gap between Ted K-Hall and Thomas Polino. Kip Gaynor, he's gaining on him.
Yep. It seems as though Tom Polino might just be losing a little bit of pace here. Ted K-Hall has found something, has opened up about a 3 car length advantage, and now there's about 2 car lengths between the STL machine of Kip Gaynor and Michael Maina's 24 MX-5.
Yeah, so 2 cars working together there. Obviously, we talked about it early on, and we'll talk about it especially when we get into our next race group after our small bore group, is that 2 cars are faster than 1.
Yeah.
3 are faster than
2
or 1. Right. So, it's definitely going to be, where that needs to have a partner. And I think right now, again, with LeMaina leading in that T4 machine, that lead back up now to 21 seconds. He's actually going to work with Kip Gaynor and push him to try to get him into that last spot.
Yeah, and we can see as they're coming out of turn 8, heading up the hill and under the bridge, that's indeed the case, as they were only about a car width or a car length apart now, and coming out of 10, that closes up even more. And we can see where now Paulino in that number 34 machine is starting to fall off the back of K-Hall. I think Paulino might have something to worry about, because as we see Gaynor getting that push down in the 1, the gap now only about 10 car lengths.
And this is the scenario that a lot of drivers don't like to find themselves in, especially when previously they had been in a battle, which is to be on an island by yourself. And indeed, they do have in the Polino does have in the mirrors both Kip Gaynor and Michael LeMaina coming quick. They're only about a car length back as Polino goes slightly wide in turn 3, kicks up a little bit of gravel. So he's going to have to be watching his mirrors to see those 2 cars coming up behind.
All right, and we've got now going down into turn 1, our leader, Chris Childs, coming up right onto the back of Jim Stem, and I think that will put Stem now 2 laps down if he manages to get around Stem right now, running in 15th position. And indeed, as we have now just 5 laps remaining here for our small bore race, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 2, SSM. Please head to the grid now. Race group number 2, SSM. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
So we talked about that Polino, and we talked about that Kip Gaynor. Kip Gaynor has now opened up by about 10, 15 car lengths over Thomas Polino. That's going to put Gaynor back in the 3rd position in STL. Michael LeMaina right back behind Polino, not wanting to get involved in that. Now we'll see whether or not LeMaina is going to push Polino all the way back up to Gaynor and get that battle here as we get to the end. So Michael LeMaina is becoming the man of the hour.
I was going to say, we always knew Michael LeMaina was like an enabler. So there you go. Equal opportunity pusher there.
Yeah, exactly.
But this right now leaves Kip Gaynor, the driver, on an island alone, again with Tom Polino and Michael LeMaina in the rears by about 5 car lengths. So he's right now having to find pace by himself because he's a little bit too far behind the car in front to get a draft advantage, and then the 2 cars behind him are going to be looking to overtake when they get the opportunity.
All right, and as they come down the hill, going down into turn 5, actually a bit of brake lockup from Paulino, and it appears they came out of turn 3 that LaMena maybe backed off a little bit off of Paulino, was about 3-4 car lengths back as they went down under braking into turn 5, and perhaps LaMena doesn't want to be in the position of moving Paulino right back up to the back of Kip Gaynor. We'll see how this plays out over the next now 4 laps.
Yeah, all those guys parked down there in the paddock right next to each other, talk, hang out. I mean, we were watching, watching the race from Charlotte last night over there for a couple of minutes between everybody there together. So, again, Michael LaMena still got that big lead over Jeff Liller in that T4 machine. Everything else seems to be kind of spread out here as this race is starting to wind down. And you're right, Michael LaMena becoming the man of the hour here, where he is starting to push a little bit more. Kip Gaynor with a lock on the right front heading into turn 1. We've seen that a couple times, Dominic. So you got to wonder if Kip Gaynor's really trying to push the issue to get up to Ted Cahall, which he may, because he's getting stuck in behind the 16 there. Drew Early going in through 3.
Yep. And Brian, speaking of paddocking together, we did have a nice little celebration for Chris Windsor's birthday last night. So it was nice to have a number of the drivers in both the Spec Miata as well as the small bore race all there, sharing the time and getting to
60
download.
years old, not bad.
Really? That's it?
I think he is 51.
All right. I'm feeling old now. That's Brian and I projecting, by the way.
Yes. No, I do feel old. There's no projecting of anything. So, again, everything's kind of spread out now. We got 3 laps left to go. Chris Childs, in his run, again, so, doing a lot of testing that he's doing, running quite well out here. I do know that Chris Childs is going to Mid-Ohio next weekend.
Yes.
I think there's another regional up there that he's going to go run.
Do some more testing on the car.
But here comes our second place battle in STL. Let's take a look at this again one more time. Ted Cahall going down into turn 1. Kip Gaynor, he's closing the gap there, Dominic, as now he's only 1.9 seconds. He was 2.5 seconds back last lap by. So, again, Gaynor still locking up that right front. I'm hoping that right front's going to be able to last. He's starting to wear out that equipment, or he was saving some of that equipment to where he's able to do that.
Yeah, Kip Gaynor's definitely been pushing, as you mentioned, Brian, locking it up into turn 1 for the last few laps. And we still have Michael Manna, who's been pushing Tom Paulino in order to catch back up. But again, Kip Gaynor about 5 car lengths behind Ted Cahall, and then 5 car lengths ahead of the duo working together.
All right, well, as our overall leader, we haven't talked about him, other than mention he's going to Mid-Ohio in a few minutes. As our overall leader, Chris Childs comes through turn 3. The next time by, he will be getting that 1-to-go board. So things are winding down here at Summit Point in our first MARRS feature race of the weekend. Currently, Childs is your leader. Jerry Hinkle in his F Production Lotus 7 is second. Ted Cahall running in third position, as we've got our leader heading down into turn 5 now.
I tell you what, the leader is now starting to come through probably 7, getting ready to come in through 8. And that battle that we've talked about with Ted Cahall and Kip Gaynor. Kip Gaynor gets a little bit sideways coming out of turn 10. I think he's attempting to go over to the drift event here later on this this month, because that car really got. So, again, Dominic, Kip Gaynor really, really pushing as he sees Ted Cahall in his sights. Again, next time by, which is coming out of turn 10 now, is going to be Chris Childs. So they've got about a lap and a half, almost 2 laps, in order for Gaynor to catch Ted Cahall.
And both Paulino and Lamena have David Mapes' GT Pinto just in front of them, so they'll be looking to make quick work of that, as we do have our second place in STL, Cahall, making his way into turn 3 with about 5 car lengths advantage over Gaynor. And then we have Paulino and Michael Mena, who, as they go up into turn 3, are going to make their way around that GT Pinto. Yeah,
kind of catch that GT Pinto there, Greg, just ever so slightly in the wrong position.
Place,
had to come out, let the car feed out, but then had to jerk it back to the left. So that's going to slow up some time for that group right there.
All right, so here as we now have a portion of the field coming through turn 10, we're waiting for our leader, Chris Childs, to come out of out from underneath the bridge and around turn 10. Again, when he crosses the stripe, we'll have 1 to go here. But before he does, we're going to watch and see where that battle stands between our leader in STL, Ted Cahall, running 3rd overall in the red number 182 machine, and Kip Gaynor in that light blue, I guess, number 44. And as they come out of turn 10 now, Gaynor continues to make up ground on Cahall. Now as they come across the stripe, the gap has dropped down now to only 1.3 seconds. So he knocked about another 5/10 out. But that is it, as we now have Chris Childs coming out of 10, coming across the stripe, taking the win here overall and in STL. Congratulations to Chris Childs out of Purcellville, Virginia, your winner today in our small bore race. And all following drivers will get the checkered flag. We now have Jeff Liller crossing the stripe in 7th, so he's going to finish 2nd in Touring 4. I believe Mike LaMena did LaMena.
Now, they're on their last lap right now, so
Exactly.
they should be coming through here. As a matter of fact, Cahall and Gaynor are now just went through turn 5, so that and Gaynor was closing a little bit. We'll have to see how he gets through turn 8. We'll look at the cameras right here to determine if he's able to close the door a little bit closer to Ted Cahall. Waiting for them to come around right now. Here they come. The gaps pretty much stay the same. Gaynor is starting to get there. Lets that car track out, guys. I'll tell you what, we're going to see whether or not Kip Gaynor can get that gap closed a little bit more coming out of turn 10. He's been a little loose there. Here comes Cahall now. Here comes Gaynor. Gaynor gets a heck of a run out of turn 10. Don't think he's going to have enough room to catch him there, gentlemen, but give it to second place, Ted Cahall. What a run by Kip Gaynor to get loose down in 1 and 2 and come all the way back.
Yeah, he made up a lot of ground there on that final lap, Brian. As they came out of turn 10, only about 4 car lengths separated them, and Gaynor opening up every corner on the course as much as he can, carry as much speed, just could not make the difference. Margin in STL between Ted Cahall and Kip Gaynor, 42 hundredths of a second.
And I have not seen, and I may have missed him, but I have not seen Paulino come through. So he may have taken it already. They may have been a lap down from Chris Childs.
I believe
and
so.
taken that. So he's going to end up finishing 4th in there.
All right, so let's go. We'll break things down here by class. Let's start off with STL, where Chris Childs was your winner. Ted Cahall comes home in 2nd, 1 minute and 14 seconds back. Kip Gaynor comes home on the last step of the podium. He finishes 3rd. Thomas Paulino will finish 4th. Greg Gale rounds out your top 5. In GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton is your winner out of Charlestown, West Virginia. Drew Erie finishes in 2nd. David Mapes comes home in 3rd. In H Production, Chuck Allard takes the win once again here in H Production. Paul Beofist in his Volkswagen Golf comes home in 2nd. Lawrence Freyson did not take the green flag. In Touring 4, Michael Amena takes the win over Jeff Liller. In F Production, Jerry Hinkle takes the win over Jim Stem. Greg Hotz was your sole driver in GT Light, but I think he's going to get that victory lap now.
Here he comes.
Here he comes, and that rounds out the field here in our small bore group. So let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. That is SSM. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. SSM drivers, race group number 2, please head to the grid now. Your race is going to start in just a few moments. Again, race group number 2, SSM, please head to the grid. And with that, gentlemen, let's thank some of the great partners and sponsors of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA and of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And then we'll see, I think we'll be able to take a break for just a few moments.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
All right, and we are back here at Summit Point Raceway for the October MARRS presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and Dominic Mandiel. And after that very exciting STL race, we are now moving over to, I believe, our largest field of the weekend. This is SSM. They've just been given the 5-minute warning on the grid. And before we start running down the starting order here, Dominic, let's quickly look back to the 15-lap sprint race that we had yesterday. As we mentioned when we opened things up this morning, a very exciting race in SSM where Rich Roman, coming off of his silver medal at the National Championship runoffs in B-Spec, showed us why he is your MARRS points leader in SSM, taking the win in the race yesterday. Ryan Maloney finishing second, David Stern third, Tristan Herbert finishing in fourth. And I think we saw yesterday where we had a couple folks up towards the front of the field had fallen back, perhaps were in contention early, but unfortunately for them, again, that was the way things played out. Our hard charger of the race yesterday, Stephen Rollo in the number 35 machine, finished 17th yesterday, made up 16 positions. And some great showings by some rookies yesterday as well. Deacon Greenfield started 11th, finished 6th yesterday. And I think the big driver that I think got caught out yesterday, Neil O'Rourke, had that off over by turn 8 about mid-race, and that dropped him all the way back to 8th position.
Yeah, Neil O'Rourke having that, and talking to Rich last night at dinner a little bit, and some people were talking to him. Tristan Herbert led pretty much most of the race.
Yeah.
got down towards the end, I think the last 2 or 3 laps. Actually coming out of 2, going into 3, they were side by side, missed a shift. And when I say missed a shift, didn't downshift, went to 5th gear maybe instead of staying in or going into 4th. And then what ended up having that bogged the motor down a little bit, was able to get it back up, and then that's what helped Rich make that pass. And then obviously there towards the end, Tristan Herbert going off in turn 10, riding through the grass there and to drop himself back to 4th. So I think you're going to see about the same thing here. I think Ryan Maloney is someone, we saw him going out this morning on the on the closed wheel warm ups to try to get some heat in those tires and maybe get some heat in those brakes, knowing that they were coming right back. Look for him because he did run really well.
And by the way, I said that Rich Roman was your points leader in the MARRS series. That is not the case. It's actually Ryan Maloney, currently 2,315 points after yesterday's race. Rich Roman in taking the win, 2,163 points, currently sitting second in the championship.
Well, one of our listeners, and it's glad to know that he really updated his technology, and that is Alan Olson, just sent me that message. So just as you corrected that, I sent it. So welcome to technology, Alan Olson. Welcome to the 2022, almost 2023 year. I know that you had trouble getting onto YouTube to figure it out, but it's glad to see that he was on there.
All right, so tell you what, we've got a field that is almost 40 cars strong. Why don't we start running down the starting order for today's race, Tom?
38, as a matter of fact. So starting 38th, we'll have car 177 out of Virginia Beach, Virginia, and that's Thomas Lischensky. Starting 37th, we'll have car number 70 from Haymarket, Virginia. Driving that car is Tim Benjamin. In our 36th spot, we'll have car number 74 from Falls Church, Virginia. That driver is John Gordon. Starting in the 35th spot, we have car number 40 from Ashburn, Virginia, John Grayer. Lined up 34th, we'll have car number 6 from Mountjoy, Pennsylvania, and that's Jim Roberts. Starting 33rd, driving car number 72 from Aspen, Virginia, the driver that we figured out the transponder from yesterday. It's Ryan McBain.
Yet no longer Racer X. He went and revealed himself yesterday.
Starting 32nd, we'll have car number 24 out of Leesburg, Virginia, and that's Steve Wolfson. In 31st, we have car number 96 out of Knoxville, Maryland. That's Patrick Sharkett. In our 30th spot, we'll have car number 73 from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, Dave Gambino. In 28th, we'll have car number... Yes, in 29th, we'll have car number 7 out of Washington, D.C., and that's Davey Ahern. In 28th, we'll have car 04 out of Sykesville, Maryland. Driving that is Adam Volatile. And the 27th spot belongs to car number 44 from Hedgesville, West Virginia, Mike Monahan. In 26th spot, we'll have car 113 from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. The driver is John Moyer. In 25th, we'll have car number 51 from Ellicott City, Maryland. Driving that is John Maslin. Lined up 24th is car number 88 out of Nokesville, Virginia, and that's Jay Bindrum. Lined up 23rd is car number 2 out of Berryville, Virginia. That's Mark Flitcroft. Graded 22nd, driving car number 92 from Haymarket, Virginia, is Vic Bruni. In 21st, we'll have car number 37, coming to us from Frederick, Maryland, Ryan Franklin. And starting in the 20th spot, driving car number 12 out of Rockville, Maryland, that is Greg Cirillo.
All right, and starting 19th today out of Weehawken, New Jersey, driving the number 52 machine, it's Isaac Jordan. Steve Rollo, our hard charger from yesterday, out of Trapp, Maryland. He's driving the number 35 machine. He starts 18th. Starting 17th today out of Herndon, Virginia, it's Callan Crocker. He's driving the number 123 Mazda Miata. Driving the 101 Miata out of McLean, Virginia, we've got Meyer Alzat. He starts 16th. Starting 15th today, driving the number 23 car out of Frederick, Maryland, it's Jonathan Franklin. Gary Shank, he's out of Lidditz, Pennsylvania, driving the number 25 car, starting 14th. Starting 13th today in the number 56 car, Jeff Horowitz is your driver, starting 12th. And the number 121 machine from Silver Spring, Maryland, I'm sure looking for a much better run today. He spent a good portion of yesterday's race in the Turn 10 gravel trap. Not to remind him or anybody else, but Frank DeBerzi starts 12th today. Starting 11th In the number 10 car from Midlothian, Virginia, we've got Ben Jones and Andy O'Brien. He's from Winchester, Virginia. He drives the number 14 car. He's starting 10th today. Starting 9th, driving the number 89 Mazda Miata from Herndon, Virginia, we've got rookie Jamison Huffman. Scott O'Rourke will start 8th today. He's driving the number 32 car. Hails from Baltimore, Maryland. Deacon Greenfield coming off his 6th place finish yesterday out of Bristow, Virginia. He's driving the number 75 car. Starts 7th. John Hotz driving the number 63 machine out of Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland. He's going to start 6th today, and right next to him on the inside of row number 3, driving the number 15 machine, our points leader coming into today's race out of Dayton, Maryland, Ryan Maloney. Starting on the outside of row number 2, driving the 07 car from Springfield, Virginia, we've got David Stern, and starting to his right on the inside of row number 2, starting 3rd from Baltimore, Maryland, Neil O'Rourke. And your front row today, starting on the outside of the front row from Sterling, Virginia, former Pirelli World Challenge champion Tristan Herbert. And on the pole, starting from on the pole with a fast time of 127.432 from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, your silver medalist in B-Spec for 2022, it's Rich Roman. As our first of 2 pace laps is complete, and we've got the pace car leading Roman and the rest of the field around for pace lap number 2.
Couple good points here. Good finish yesterday for Ben Jones. Ended up finishing 9th. We talked about him yesterday during the broadcast. He is getting better and better. That car is getting better and better. Second thing is I talked to Jamison Huffman last night. He's proud to be sitting there right close to Deacon Greenfield. Look for them two to hook teammates up and work with each other. We've talked about them quite a bit in some of the other broadcasts that you and I have done, Greg, over the years. But look for Jamison Huffman to work with Deacon as best as he can. And I talked to Jeff Horowitz in the 56. Didn't get a very good start yesterday. Asked me what I thought. I said, you got to get a better start, because you get a better start that's going to put you up in there with that group. Dominic?
Hey, Greg, Brian, as we've been talking about rookies that we've had in this field and many others, the driver that starts 20th today, Greg Sorrell, of course, has spent several seasons.
SSM rookie.
Yes, SSM rookie. I spent several seasons racing in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and has now made the transition over to for his first weekend in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series for SSM, and has enjoyed the challenge of moving over to this racing.
Although I suspect he's probably found the weekend a little less stressful, because he has been the one had been doing all of the car prep, all of the essentially car building of his Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 when they went from the Gen 2 engines to the Gen 3, did all the work on his own in the garage, was his own mechanic, crew chief, etc. here at the track. And he gets to turn everything over to Brett DePedro and RP Performance this weekend. So it might be a little bit easier for him here. As the lights are now out on the pace car. Now, gentlemen, remember, during yesterday's 15-lap sprint race, we had the start of this race waved off as our starters started to see our lead rows start to race coming out of turn 10. So hopefully we'll see this go under green here to start the race off, because that creates a lot of challenges for the folks that are 10 rows back that don't know that they're expecting that green flag and don't get it.
Right. I think you're going to see a better lineup here, Greg, as they're coming out of turn 10. We've always had the first 5 or 6, 7, 8 rows nice and tight. Now it looks like everybody's going to start to get nice and tight. We're going to look here over our starter, and there's the green flag. We're waving. We're racing right here in our SSM Group 2 here in our October MARRS at Summit Point.
All right, and we've got Neil O'Rourke giving a big push to Rich Roman from that inside lane, and both of those cars have now cleared the outside pole sitter Tristan Herbert as they go down into turn 1, and it looks as though perhaps Ryan Maloney as well, who started in 5th, able to push up as well, as our entire field funnels down into turn number 1. So far, most racers still side by side going into the corner, but I believe everybody has escaped alive.
Okay, for just a moment, Tristan Herbert, still actually the car that's been hung after Ryan Maloney moved over for a second to help. But it is Rich Roman with the early lead by about 2 car lengths. But then we have Tristan Herbert Neil O'Rourke, Ryan Maloney, and then the 63 of John Hotz completing the top 5.
I tell you what, Tristan Herbert was not going to give up that driver's right hand there, that driver's left side going into turn 3. He stuck it in there, able to pull up in front of Neil O'Rourke to take over that second place, just as Dom said. Looking here at our cameras heading down into turn 5, looks like everybody got a little bit of brake lock up there at the back. I'm not sure who that car was. We'll have to try to pick them up. We know they're in the back of the field, but it looks like everybody is through turn 5, 6, and now 7. Here comes your leader up out of turn 8, Rich Roman. He's opened up by about a 3.5 car length lead over Tristan Herbert, and then another 2 back to Neil O'Rourke. As we wait for them to come out of turn 10, Greg, I still think you're going to see that gap, and they're going to find partners being picked right now.
Yeah, and yesterday what we saw was an 8-car breakaway at the beginning of the race with Roman, with Herbert, with O'Rourke, Stern, Maloney. There, I believe Scott O'Rourke was part of that field. Basically, everybody up to Frank DeBerzi, who was running 9th at the time, and then a very large gap back to the second part of the field. But at least right now on this early lap, Dom, things are looking very close.
And as they went past the start-finish line, a dynamic duo that was working was the 75 of Deacon Greenfield and the 89 of Jameson Huffman. They were drafting together past the start-finish line, and I believe both are into the top 10 at this point. As the field makes its way up into turn 3. Them two are working on the back of Andy O'Brien in the 14 car, but running in consecutive positions as Andy O'Brien runs just a little bit wide. Deacon Greenfield able to get just a little bit of a run.
All right, we had John Moyer on this opening lap go wide, coming out of turn 8, get into the grass. He did spin the car. He has continued. He is now sitting at the back of the field and is actually caught right back up to some of our other drivers towards the rear of the field, like Ryan McBain, like John Grayer, and Tim Benjamin.
I tell you what, our leaders now, they're going through turn 5. Everybody looks like they're getting through there nice and smooth. We start to come up through turn 8. Here comes our leader, Rich Roman. He's opened up that gap. I'm shocked of how much that gap is right now, gentlemen, as they start to head down through turn 10 from Rich Roman to Tristan Herbert. Then you got to drop back probably about another 3-4 car lengths. That's Neil O'Rourke, Ryan Maloney. Then you got John Hotz and David Stern. Then you got to drop back probably another 7-8 car lengths back to Scott O'Rourke. He's on an island by himself. And then here come the teammates. Deacon Greenfield. Here comes Jameson Huffman. They're with Andy O'Brien right now. Deacon Greenfield trying to make that pass over Andy O'Brien as they go through the start-finish line. He's got help with Jameson Huffman.
All right, and we're gonna have to talk to track management here because Tristan Herbert, I think, has found a new line through or out of turn number 3 as he went 4 wheels through the gravel over there. Maybe we can add an extra 7 or 8 feet on the exit curbing there for him. As speaking of which, Dom,
we do have Tristan Herbert, who was off song and actually had pulled over just slightly. Looks like he's back underway, but definitely a little bit slow to get up to speed as Deacon Greenfield was right there to try to avoid that. But it looks as though Tristan Herbert is back up to pace.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he was just off song or if he'd actually dropped a wheel off.
I think
on the
he may have
outside
dropped a flaw. When I looked at the camera here going down in through 1, it looks like we did see the car kind of get a little wheel on driver's left and able to collect it and get back up. But I tell you what, here's something that can be learned right now. He's going to be racing against Deacon Greenfield and Jameson Huffman along with Andy O'Brien. Get behind Tristan Herbert and work with him and learn the best you can.
Except for turn 3.
Except for turn 3, that's the Cop Motorsports line, and that's where he represents.
That's right.
That's the fastest way around there for that group right now. Here comes our leader out of turn 10, Rich Roman. And I tell you what, gentlemen, he has got a huge lead right now over Neil O'Rourke. Then it looks like that's going to be the 15 of Ryan Maloney. Now David Stern and John Hotz going side by side down through turn 1. David Stern trying to make that pass all by himself.
Yeah, as he goes by and he gets around now, gets around John Hotz in the 63 machine. So we have 4 cars in a row going down into turn 1. But as you mentioned, Rich Roman now with a large, almost 3-second advantage over the rest of the field as he comes out of turn 2. But guys, real quick here, let me make a quick call to the grid for our next race. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. That's our open wheel and prototype group. Open wheel and prototype racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
And Greg, as you're making that announcement, we had, looks as though the 32 car of Scott O'Rourke, as we saw a little bit earlier with our in our small bore race with the STL cars. Right now, he's the driver running in the top 10, really on an island by himself, and just a little bit too far off the lead pack in order to get their draft, but also has a number of cars, a number of car lengths behind that. So Skyworks going to have to find someone either to work with or be able to find enough raw pace in order to catch back up to the leaders.
And this is a point in the race where, they're coming up. They're still going to have 16 laps to go here, right? So completing their lap 4. I tell you what, this is where O'Rourke, Maloney, Stern, now Hott's fallen off a little bit back from Stern. Those three are going to work together. Now you've got Stern and Maloney. They're going to work together. We saw this yesterday. They are paddocked right next to each other. They are going to work and do everything they can to get past Neil O'Rourke, and then those two will work together to try to run down Rich Roman.
Yeah, and for the second lap in a row, for the second lap in a row, we've got Roman running almost 0.7 of a second faster than those 4 cars back behind them. So, of course, as they are trying to jockey for position, trying to figure out who's the best pusher, who's the best puller to get up to our leader, it's actually giving Roman maybe a little bit more of an advantage. Now, a little bit further back from there, from those 4 cars, we've got Scott O'Rourke, we've got Tristan Herbert. Herbert starting to make his way back up and has started to really separate himself out from both Deacon Greenfield and Andy O'Brien. Herbert now putting on about a second gap between he and Deacon Greenfield behind.
Yeah, kind of trying to just start to settle in right now. You talked about Rich Roman. We talked about in this group here, you got to have a partner if you want to make a pass and you want to go fast. That's not the case. So Rich is going faster by himself because, as you mentioned, that group behind there is starting to work to try to make that pass, to try to figure out how can they catch Rich Roman. Here comes Roman out of turn 10 now, and you know what, Greg? That gap is actually built a little bit bigger by himself there as these two start to battle. Now put Ryan Maloney in second place, Neil O'Rourke in third, David Stern fourth, then John Hotz. Then you got to go all the way back to the Scott O'Rourke and the Tristan Herbert as they cross the start-finish line now.
All right. Oh, go ahead, Dom. I'm sorry.
And as we have our cars going into turn number 1, we also have, as you mentioned, Tristan Herbert, who's on a bit of a recovery drive after having dropped left side tires in turn 2 just a few laps ago. Looking back to our 2nd through 5th place runners with Maloney, O'Rourke, Stern, and then John Hotz. Those 4 all have been working, running nose to tail. Haven't seen any sort of moves to overtake from those 4, so working very well together. And now Tristan Herbert, who was right on the rear bumper of Scott O'Rourke, is now about 3 car lengths back, and the next car back from there is going to be Deacon Greenfield, about 2 back from there.
Yeah, and just got some calls over the net. Word was that when Tristan Herbert had that big slowdown coming out of turn 2, he had gone all 4 wheels off coming out of turn 2. It sounds like we also had the 14 machine have some issues over there as well, but that's not the first call we got about those 2 cars because once again, Tristan Herbert has been called for going 4 wheels off on the outside of turn 3 as he is obviously trying to open up that corner as much as possible, try to carry as much speed through the exit, maybe a little bit too much.
Yeah, starts to really get in there. Here comes our leaders now, Roman. They're going to come up on the our 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. They're going to come up on the on some lap traffic right here. That's going to be the 70 machine of Tim Benjamin. So they're going to have to work with them again. They're going to start to split up a little bit. Now it looks like David Stern's going to try to make that pass. They're going to go 3 wide down about the 400-foot mark, headed down into turn 1. David Stern thinks better of it, gets back in behind Neil O'Rourke. Dominic.
Yep. As they come out of turn number 1, and as I mentioned from the last lap, these 4 cars with Maloney, O'Rourke, Stern, and Hotz have been working very well together. There might come some point, unless Rich Roman makes a really big mistake, they might decide that this battle for the podium is just going to be between us. And if they decide that there's not much of a chance for them to catch Rich, they might start to dice it up between themselves.
All right, a little bit further back in the pack, we've got the battle right now for 15th. Jonathan Franklin, Kellen Crocker, Steve Rollo, and Isaac Jordan. Jordan running 17th, Rollo running 18th. Remember, Rollo was our hard charger yesterday. He makes a move going down into turn 1. I believe he gets around Isaac Jordan. He had Gary Shank and Greg Cirillo in that number 12 machine. The orange number 12 very close behind, so a great battle going on there just about mid-pack.
That's what's great about this class. It doesn't matter whether you're running in the top 5 or you're running 15th, 16th, 17th. In a 38-car field, you're racing somebody, no matter where you are on the racetrack. So it's fantastic to be able to go through that. Here comes our overall leader now. Rich Roman. He's got 13 laps to go right now. But again, Greg, that gap has really, really opened up more and more. I would have thought that these four would have been able to just stay nose to tail. He's opened it up over the last couple laps to a 7.2 second lead. Now it looks like we're going to go too wide going into turn one between Ryan Maloney, David Stern, and Neil O'Rourke. It looks like Neil O'Rourke wants to lead this group, just not able to get around the 15 machine of Ryan Maloney, Dominic.
And going into the braking zone one, we had Neil O'Rourke go to driver's right, and Maloney just looked he had enough momentum to get by. As now we look back, and Neil O'Rourke is now almost shuffled back to fifth place. John Hotz had to yield there in order to avoid any kind of coming together. But now Neil O'Rourke, who was bidding for second place overall, gets now shuffled back to fourth.
Tell you what, Tristan Herbert has fallen off a little bit from the Scott O'Rourke machine. But you know what? The driver going to benefit from that is going to learn a little bit is Deacon Greenfield. He is right on the back bumper of Tristan Herbert. I guarantee you Tristan saying to himself in the helmet, hey, just get on with me. Let's go. We can catch back up to the O'Rourke, and then we could turn around and battle for that sixth place position as we get towards the end of this race. Looking at our cameras, our leader now is coming up through turn 10. The other ones, the second through fifth, is coming out of turn 8 and heading up underneath the bridge right now. So, again, Rich Roman opening up. But now you've got Maloney and Stern. Again, we talked about it yesterday. We talked about it all season long. These two like to work together. We'll see whether or not David Stern is able to push Ryan Maloney and break up that group with Neil O'Rourke and John Hotz.
Yeah, well, now as they come past the start-finish line and head down the front straight, for a moment it looked as though Hotz was going to pop out from behind Neil O'Rourke, but stays in line. So let's move about 20 car lengths back from there to that second pack, Scott O'Rourke, Tristan Herbert, and then Deacon Greenfield, about 2.5 car lengths back from there. Then another 8 car lengths back. Ben Jones, he's leading Jamison Huffman, Andy O'Brien, and Frank Taberzi. That is the battle for 10th.
Yeah, I tell you what, Deacon Greenfield and Tristan Herbert, they've caught back up to the O'Rourke. Now Tristan Herbert and Scott O'Rourke, they're starting to pull away from Deacon Greenfield. Deacon's got to stay on that throttle if he wants to be able to keep up with those two there, Dominic. If not, he's going to find himself out on an island by himself.
And Brian, we've been talking about throughout the different groups about drivers who run by themselves and have enough raw pace to catch back up to the cars up ahead. I think Deacon Greenfield, apart from Rich Roman, is one of the fastest cars on the track right now because for the past few laps, he hasn't necessarily had a drafting partner or someone to work with. So he's been able to find enough pace working as a solo act in order to catch back up and has his sights set on both Tristan Herbert and Scott O'Rourke.
In lap 8, Rich Roman just set the fastest lap of the race at a 1:27.50 by himself. Now he's gotten a little bit of a draft help from some of the slower lap traffic cars that he was able to pass coming up through the back half of this track. But he's now into turn 1. Here comes second through fifth. I'm going to drop back just a little bit further. Again, we talked about Tristan Herbert, Scott O'Rourke, and Deacon Greenfield. Deacon Greenfield right on the back bumper of Scott O'Rourke. They're going to run right back up to Tristan Herbert. So that lead that Tristan Herbert had about a car length, that's gone.
Yeah, it's gone, and the deal is here, if there was any hope of using Herbert as a bridge up to that next pack, they now have about 40, maybe closer to 50 car lengths, basically the entire distance from the short chute out of turn 2 going into turn 3, separating them from John Hotz and Neil O'Rourke. David Stern, Ryan Maloney in that second pack. And actually, I call it a second pack, but it's the first pack behind our leader here. As
the leader's in a pack by himself.
Yeah, as our leader, Rich Roman.
Gentlemen, we got one car down spun in the middle of turn 5. You can see it on the camera right now. That looks like that may be the 74 machine.
Oh,
74 machine. That may be John Gordon there. He's now able to continue, but a host of cars coming down through there that had to get around that 74 machine.
Yeah, we'll get verification on that number in just a moment.
Yeah, and we were looking at, speaking of drivers who know each other very well and are able to show impeccable teamwork, we did have Ryan Maloney and David Stern, who were working together, began to distance themselves just a little bit from the 2 cars behind O'Rourke and John Hotz, able to create a little bit of separation.
There you go. And it was John Gordon. Eagle eyes there from Brian Donati, 74 car that went around at turn 5. All right, real quick, as our leader, Rich Roman, crosses the stripe, we have 10 laps to go. We're halfway through this 20-lap race. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. The attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. That's open wheel drivers and prototype drivers. Please make your way to the grid. Again, race group number 3, open wheel and prototype racers. Please head to the grid.
Tell you what, gentlemen, as this race continues to evolve with 10 laps to go right around that halfway mark, now's when you're seeing guys saying, hey, it's go time, right? I've got to pick that person. I've got to stay with that person, and that's the person I need to work with the rest of this race. The first half of the race, it's trying to find out who's faster, who can you work with. Now it's go time, as I said, and now you're going to see a lot of limits being pushed here towards the end because they got to figure out how they're going to run down Rich Roman.
And by looking at our podium battle at the moment, John Hotz, who had gotten a great run at turn 10, and here on the front straight was able to pull out and was able to get around both Neil O'Rourke and Ryan Maloney. So John Hotz has now moved up to third place. We'll see if, as they come around, if he's able to hold on to that spot. But he was really breaking up the teamwork between Maloney and Stern as they come out of turn 10.
Yeah, here they come, and now it is going to be Ryan Maloney in second. John Hotz is going to work to be in third, but now David Stern, Neil O'Rourke, they're going to work together. Look for a potential pass coming between O'Rourke. Now John Hotz pulls out to go driver's right of Ryan Maloney. Neil O'Rourke thought about putting his nose in there, had to back out of it. Now let's see if John Hotz can make it stick with the Ryan Maloney machine. It looks like he's going to, but don't count too quickly because it could be Ryan Maloney making that over-under there, Dominic, as they come out of turn 2.
Yeah, and real quick, we also had we had Stern move to the inside of Neil O'Rourke as well. So we're 2x2 going down into 1. We're still by 2x2 going through 3, Dom.
Yeah, we do have side-by-side with Neil O'Rourke and Dave Stern, who runs a little bit wide and is able to keep it going. But the last lap, John Hotz has definitely been the one to definitely been the aggressive driver, doing it cleanly, but has been trying to move up, and now is having his turn at leading this 4-car pack.
David Stern was watching Tristan Herbert earlier in the race when he went 4 off. He just did that through turn 3, thinking that's probably going to be the faster line.
Fast way through?
Yep.
Oh, teaching people bad habits around here. All right, great battle a little bit further back in the pack, and I think we talked about this one before. This is the battle right now for, I believe, 15th position. Actually, it's 14th position. John Franklin, Kalen Crocker, only 7/10 separating them, but then we've got Isaac Jordan, only a 10th back from there. Steve Rollo right on his bumper, Gary Schenk, and then Greg Cirillo in the orange number 12 car following up that pack as we now have our second, third, fourth, and fifth drivers starting to get separated out as they're coming up on some lap traffic here, Brian.
Yeah, starting to come up some lap traffic coming up out of turn 8 all the way through and up underneath the bridge of turn 10. John Hotz, Ryan Maloney, that's second, that's third. They've opened up by about a 6-car length lead over Neil O'Rourke and David Stern. That's for fourth and fifth. Tristan Herbert, we talked about him earlier, that's on an island by himself. And now you've got Deacon Greenfield and Scott O'Rourke as they start to battle with 8 laps to go. Rich Roman will open by about 12.5 seconds, Dominic.
And one of the things that's really affecting these margins, again, is the lap traffic that these leaders are working through. As you mentioned, Tristan Herbert really working on at this point. And then in the last 2 laps, Scott O'Rourke was able to get around Deacon Greenfield. But as you mentioned, with Tristan Herbert running by himself, those two will need to work together in order to get closer to Herbert because, again, working together, you're going to be a lot quicker than somebody working by themselves.
All right, so just got word that David Stern had a pretty wild ride coming out of turn 3. And that may affect his ability to hold on to Neil O'Rourke there again, as our second and third place runners, John Hotz, who just ran his fastest lap of the race, and Ryan Maloney have started to separate themselves out from Neil O'Rourke and David Stern as they work their way through that traffic, Dom.
Well, we have one car on pit lane. Sorry about that, Dom. I didn't mean to interrupt you there. And it looks like that is going to be the 88. That is Jay Bindrum, I believe. So his day and weekend is now done. In that 88. Let's take a look back. We talked about David Stern there with the Neil O'Rourke. Remember, he went 4 wheels off there going up through turn 3 in the Tristan Herbert line. He's able to collect that back up. Now he's working with Neil O'Rourke to try to catch it. We talked about Scott O'Rourke and Deacon Greenfield. They're side by side going down into turn 1 between O'Rourke and Greenfield. Dominic?
Yep, a bit of flame there from Dave Stern, make a good picture there as they make their way up to turn number 3. John Hotz continues to lead Ryan Maloney by about a car length, and then you have O'Rourke and Stern pushing together. Again, a little bit wide there for Maloney up into turn number 3, as Tristan Herbert's now making his way around one of our lap cars as Deacon Greenfield continues to hotly pursue the back of Scott O'Rourke.
Yeah, so I was just going to make the point that, I said a little while ago that Tristan Herbert had, about 50 cars to, 50 car lengths to make up in order to find his way up towards Stern and O'Rourke. Well, I guess the one thing that we didn't count on was that back marker, was that lap traffic, because he now has that number 72 machine of Ryan McBain as a bit of a bridge up to the next pack. And there's only about 7 or 8 car lengths separating Herbert from the back of the 72, another 7 or 8 up to Stern and O'Rourke. As right behind him, we're starting to see Greenfield and Scott O'Rourke really starting to battle it out in that battle for 7th.
Second place in, looking out of turn 10, Tristan Herbert goes really wide through turn 10, able to get that collected. We talk about second place, Hotz and Maloney. Hotz starting to open up. Now David Stern going to make a run to try to get into that 4th position over Neil O'Rourke as they head down into turn 1. Looks like he may be able to make that stick, Dominic, but Neil O'Rourke still fighting back on the outside.
And Brian, the last few laps we've seen this 4-car back for 2nd through 5th really turn into two-car tandems working together, where we have Hotz and Maloney, and then David Stern. And then right at the moment, we do not see Neil O'Rourke come around. So I'm wondering, we do have a local yellow down there, so perhaps gone off, but that is being marked with the local yellow for the time being. So we'll, we do see now the green 06 of O'Rourke rejoin the track.
And that local yellow is now down.
Yep, he's going to be very much further back than he was previously.
Yeah, so as they went down into turn 1, David Stern and O'Rourke were sitting there. Neil O'Rourke tried to get a little bit wider there to try to continue that pace and continue that run. Not able to do it there. Greg ended up going 2 wheels off, which enforced him to go 4 wheels off there.
All right, so as our leader now, Rich Roman, coming out of turn 10, we've stopped paying attention to Rich here as he comes onto the front straight and as he crosses the start-finish line. 5 laps remaining in this 20-lap race, but Roman has now opened up almost a 15-second advantage on the rest of the field now, as we have side by side John Hotz and Ryan Maloney trying to get past the number 96 car of Pat Sharkett, who's running much further back in the field here. Sharkett currently running in 29th position. We've got Hotz still pinned to driver's right as he goes into the corner with Ryan Maloney, and it looks like Hotz is going to be able to take over second position, move Maloney back into 3rd.
Guys, we have another car that went off down into turn 5. That looks like that may be the 74 again.
74 again, yeah.
Going down in turn 5 of John Gordon. So, again, had that quickie little yellow right there. So.
We didn't replay the camera for you.
No, that is a completely different lap, but the same result.
And then for a moment on the front straightaway, Ryan Maloney was the filling in the Oreo cookie as they were trying to go down to turn 1 and get around those lap cars.
Guys, as we start to wind this down again, we're waiting for Rich to come around. Then there'll be 4 laps to go here in this race. You can really start to see it if you're watching at home, when you're watching on YouTube, watching the cameras. Guys are really starting to try to figure out how they can break later into turn 5, and a lot of tire smoke. And I think that's what's been happening to the 74 there of John Gordon. In that machine, just really trying to get the most out of it, Craig.
Yeah, and Brian, I think that's a great segue because did my button work? Hey, again, my button does not work. Oh my gosh, I always press people's buttons and it never works. But if you like what you're seeing here today, please go ahead and give us a thumbs up and go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. Region SCCA YouTube channel and click on that notification bell. But before we jump back to the action, let me make a final call to the grid for our next race group. That button worked. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. Our open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 3, your race is next.
I'll tell you what, Dominic, as I'm sitting here looking out the window here, coming down into turn 1, you had Hotz trying to get around Maloney. He has now successfully done that. Put John Hotz up into second place around Ryan Maloney. A little bit further back is David Stern by himself. And then you got to go back a little bit more to Tristan Herbert, who again goes 4 wheels off into turn 3. And then a little further back, you got Deacon Greenfield and Scott O'Rourke.
And Brian, unfortunately for Neil O'Rourke, of course, on the last lap, who did have that off that happened down in turn 1. But that leaves both Ryan Maloney and John Hotz to battle it out alone for 2nd and 3rd in class. So those two, it's also much easier for cars to when they have fewer cars in their pack in order to battle out. So now them two can go at it for that final spot. As we do have, I believe this is the 23 of Jonathan Franklin, who's pulling back into the pits. His day is done.
Yep. One of the things I noticed as well, and as he just now goes through the start-finish line with 3 laps left to go, Rich Roman came up on a lot of those slower traffic cars, wanted to see where he was going to collect those cars and how he was going to be able to get through them. He caught them right around turn 8 all the way up underneath the bridge in turn 10. He got through them successfully, passed them going down into turn 1 as now John Hotz and Ryan Maloney, they start to head down in turn 1. So Rich Roman in a little bit of heavy traffic, but able to maneuver his way through them as he heads up to turn 3, and our second and third place car, Dominic, they're just now coming out of turn 2.
And what I've noticed, Brian, is Ryan Maloney especially has been using very creative ways to get around some of the stop traffic. Been using some of these cars as picks in order to keep John Hotz at bay as they make their way through. And Dave Stern, who was just a little bit further back, is starting to reel in second and third, so he's about 5 car lengths back at this point. And Tristan Herbert's on a roll as well, so we could see a bit of a shakeup here for our final 2 spots on the podium.
All right, so we just had the 23 car. That was Jonathan Franklin take his car back to the paddock. His day is done as we have 3 laps remaining, and when our leader, Rich Roman, assuming he is still our leader and assuming he's still on course when he comes around the next time by, we'll have 2 laps remaining here in our 20-lap MARRS feature race here today in SSM. And as I say that, guess who's on the front straight? Not Rich Roman, sorry. Just one of the many white cars here. Actually, I think he's coming onto the straight now, working his way through traffic. Indeed, there's Rich Roman, crosses the stripe, gets past the number 2 car, puts the number 2 a lap down, and continues on.
And here comes our second and third place car. And Dominic, you mentioned it last time before. As John Hotz and Ryan Maloney start to battle nose to tail and start going back and forth, that has allowed David Stern to come back in and get back in that fold. What else does that do? That has now allowed Tristan Herbert to come all the way back. He is now in 5th. And with 2 laps to go, may potentially have a shot to get back up on the podium.
Yeah, and Herbert just ran his fastest lap of the race, a full second faster than David Stern. So making up ground quick. But we do have a car off in the gravel over at turn 1. We'll see if we can get that number.
That is the 177 machine. So that is going to be, that is Thomas Lisinski.
Lisinski, yes. So he is off in the gravel. So we now have a local caution down at turn number 1, and we'll have to see. He's not that far off the track. We'll have to determine whether or not that's going to be enough to bring out a full course caution, which would then likely end this race. Now, the next time Rich Roman, our leader, comes by the start finish line, he will get the 1 to go. As apparently we're pressing Michael Collins buttons.
So really what that's going to do is if they let this play out, Greg, when we talk about our second, third, and fourth and fifth battles, his Rich Roman now gets the 1 to go board right now as he crosses the start finish line. That's a yellow zone, and it does look like Lisinski's trying to move that car and get it moved, but just not able to do it. You
and I think he's got the nose of the car buried in the gravel.
What's going to happen now is David Stern, Ryan Maloney, and John Hotz, they've got to go single file through there, and they got to slow down. We got another car that's spinning down there, may have gotten a little bit of a contact. We'll have to see which car that is. That looks like that is the 7 machine of Davey Ahern. So he is backing up now. So, again, not only do we have the standing yellow, we may end up with a waving yellow, to be able to go through there. So you've got to slow down to a safe speed to get through there. Then you can pick back up once you get past the incident. That has now allowed David Stern to get right on the back bumper, Dominic, of John Hotz along with Ryan Maloney.
So, gentlemen, as we've got Rich Roman now working his last lap, big change here. Not only do we have the local caution down at 1, but the request has been made to hang a local caution on the start-finish line. So, I mean, most of these, they're on their last lap as it stands, so it probably isn't going to affect them. But for a number of racers here that are just going to be starting their last lap, one of those prime passing areas has just been completely taken away, as I believe Rich Roman now making his way out of turn 8 up the hill.
Yeah, so
and now it is the third car in line here. Rich Roman all by himself comes out of turn 10 onto the front straight as we have two slower cars still working for position, and Rich Roman takes the win here in SSM as we now have that battle for second coming out of turn 10 as well, Brian.
Yeah, they've got to get this pass done quickly if David Stern or John Hotz wants to. John Hotz is going to pull out and go. He's got David Stern. David Stern goes with his teammate there, give the second position to Ryan Maloney. Third looks like it's going to be
John
the 63
Hotz.
Of John Hotz, with fourth being David Stern.
There you go. And Tristan Herbert, who started off on the outside of the front row, he's going to come home in fifth position. Then we've got Deacon Greenfield for the second day in a row, finishing sixth in the number 75 car. Scott O'Rourke will finish seventh. Neil O'Rourke finishing eighth. Jamison Huffman works his way up to ninth. Frank Taberzi will round out the top 10.
Deacon Greenfield with the lights up. We've got one of his other teammates, Morgan Burkhart, standing up here. Just about jumped through the door there with watching Deacon come around. So, again, congratulations, Deacon Greenfield. Again, another top 10 finishing sixth.
Yeah, we also had a little bit of a familial photo finish there with Scott O'Rourke and Neil O'Rourke. Of course, Neil O'Rourke a little bit earlier on had a bit of an off track, but a nice recovery run to complete, still finish in the top 10.
Drop back a little bit further. Jamison Huffman, we talked about him early on, finishing in ninth. So, again, another good run for that young man, getting some more seat time as the racing goes on out here. He's got a lot of sim seat time, as all three of these youngsters do. And, we're going to see Morgan here later on today, hopefully, in that. No, he's not. He's shaking his head no.
Yeah.
So, evidently.
Again, as the value of my parts card just drops precipitously here over the course of the weekend. All right, so what we're going to do, guys, let's repeat the top 10 here. Rich Roman, your winner. Ryan Maloney, second. John Hotz taking the bronze. Just off the podium, David Stern, Tristan Herbert, fourth and fifth. Deacon Greenfield, Scott O'Rourke, Neil O'Rourke, Jamison Huffman, Frank Taberzi, your top 10. Let's take a quick break. When we come back in just a few moments, we're going to have our open wheel and prototype race. And again, I want to remind our drivers here, our sprint racers, our bracket racers, that the plan is to have our second and final bracket race of the day before lunch. So you're going to be up next after this next race. Again, bracket racers, don't think that you're going to be getting big and fat and stuffing yourself during lunch and then going out to race. You're going to be up next. So we'll be right back with our wings and prototypes here in just a few moments from Summit Point Raceway, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series October MARRS presented by OG Racing. We'll be right back. Fat and happy.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the October MARRS, presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati and Dominic Mandil. And the 1 minute warning has just been given on the grid for our open wheel and prototype race, and I think it's all open wheels today. Let's take a quick look back, Dom, before we run down the starting order here at yesterday's race, where we had a race in two different classes. We had in FE2 and Club Ford. We did have a Formula F driver out on track. That was Derek Holmes. Unfortunately, he only completed, I believe he only completed 4 laps, put the car off in the gravel trap, got pulled out, subsequently retired the car. But a great battle yesterday in Formula Enterprises 2 between Keith McDonald and Justin Whithoff. Whithoff driving his machine, a car that he bought from Alliance Autosport, formerly owned by multi-time national champion, may rest in peace, Scott Reddick. Keith McDonald, coming off of his run just a week ago at the national championship runoffs. The two of them battling it out. Margin of victory between Keith McDonald taking the win, 0.18 of a second separating our top two drivers. And then we had that race in Club Ford where Wayne Nicolette really opened up, I think, a pretty large lead from the very beginning over both Brian Farrell and Doug Fisher. With Nicolette in his Lola, we have Farrell and Fisher in their Zincs, and Nicolette ended up putting Farrell a lap down. Brian Fisher, or probably Doug Fisher, unfortunately, only completed 8 of the 15 laps. So let's do this. We've got our racers on their pace lap right now. Dom, why don't we run down the starting grid for this morning's 20-lap feature race for wings and prototypes.
So for Group 3, starting 6th, we'll have car number 21 out of Arlington, Virginia, driving a Zinc 10C. That's Brian Farrell. Starting in the 5th spot, we'll have car number 20 out of Moncton, Maryland, also in a Zinc 10C Club Ford, Doug Fisher. Our 4th side will be car number 14 out of Millersville, Maryland, in a Van Diemen RF98. That's Derek Holmes. Starting 3rd in our fastest qualified Club Ford will be car number 2 out of Cockeysville, Maryland, in a Lola T340. That's Wayne Nicolette. In our front row, all of FE2, starting on the outside pole, car number 10 out of Ranson, West Virginia, Keith McDonald. And on the pole, driving car number 15 from Warrenton, Virginia, we have Justin Whithoff.
All right, and so the lights are out on the pace car, Brian, as it's leading the field up out of turn 8 right now. Very well formed, all 3 rows of them. And
that is key and critical.
Yes. well, we don't want this waved off.
Yes. No. Look, you talk about the FE2, and we saw this yesterday. Pretty good run with Keith McDonald and Justin Whithoff. Justin was, putting some things on social media yesterday that just couldn't quite get it done. We'll see whether or not he can get it done here again today. Waiting for the green flag, and there it is, Greg. So we are back racing here with our Group 3, our open wheel.
Yeah, and we'll call it a split start, Brian, as our 2 FE2s on the front row. There was about a 30-foot gap between row 1 and row 2. I should mention that we do have Derek Holmes in his Van Diemen, the Formula F driver out of Millersville, Maryland, rejoining the field today after having retired that car early yesterday. And jumping out now to a very early lead. And perhaps we didn't see this yesterday, but Justin Whithoff opening up now almost a 10-car length advantage going into turn 3 for the very first time over Keith McDonald. I'm sorry, that was actually Keith McDonald with Whithoff running in second.
Yeah, Justin not getting a good start there. Again, still trying to get the tires underneath him and the brakes underneath him, as it looked like Wayne Nicolette locks it up on his right front, headed down into turn 5 there. Whether or not that could be flat spotting on that tire. That actually looked like a pretty heavy lockup going down there on this very first lap. So again, not getting a lot of heat into the tires and or the brakes there, Dominic.
And I'm going to be interested to see what Derek Holmes, as we mentioned yesterday, didn't get much of a chance to participate with his fellow competitors after having some issues in turn 10. But now out here for the Sunday race. And that car, unlike the ones around it, is the only one with a Honda power, the 1.5 liter motor that became eligible for Formula F starting in 2010. And has made, and also a fuel-injected motor, so made these cars a little bit more reliable, and they can get a few more heat cycles and runs in between rebuilds. And so for a lot of drivers, it's created a much nicer platform in order to for longevity.
Yeah, as a lot of folks have been taking to calling this now Formula Fit instead of Formula F. Or I mean, it took them a long time to stop calling it Formula Ford with those the L15 motors, 1.5 liter motors coming out of the Honda Fit and Honda CR-V as well.
I tell you what, we
probably HRV, not CR-V.
Right. We that would be a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah. Instead of a 2-liter turbo, which might be good for that car.
Right. We talked about Justin in that FE2, and again doesn't get to race very much. Right. Has got other things going on with work and stuff like that, so he has to pick and choose where he goes races. I talked about this yesterday. Does a lot of racing up there in Indianapolis, loves racing at Indianapolis Motor Speedway with different series and different classes. Still learning this car, though he's had it for about 2.5 years. This is out of the Alliance Autosport stable that Justin has bought. Like I said, a couple years ago, so still trying to get his feet wet. They've done a lot of work on this thing. I know his crew chief, Dan DeVar, has done a lot to get Justin out here on the racetrack. By about 4 car lengths now, Keith McDonald runs. We saw this earlier on, and now we're going to go 5 additional laps. It end up may being that it's going to come down to the end. But our battle here really on the racetrack, gentlemen, is in that Club Ford with Wayne Nicolette and Brian Farrell along with Doug Fisher.
Yeah, and so we had that early retirement yesterday, but right now Farrell and Fisher side by side, wheel to wheel, going down into turn 1. Nicolette not walking away as much as he did yesterday, about 8 car lengths separating him from the other 2 runners in the class. Derek Holmes in that 14 machine, seemingly content to play the camera car right now, sitting and watching that race unfold right in front of him.
And Derek Holmes in the Van Diemen chassis, and if that chassis does seem familiar, it has been for the past several years the chassis of choice for the former Continental class. And the cool thing is that this is the Van Diemen RF98, which Van Diemen made it easy by naming their models after the years that they were created.
Right.
So that's a 98 chassis, and so that car is eligible to run in both the Formula F and the former Continental categories.
Yeah, and I guess the big thing that you notice in a good and the big tip-off when you see it, obviously, with Continental, you've got a few more accoutrements on the sides as far as the side pods and a little more aero work with the very small front and rear wings, as well as that large air intake hanging out the side as opposed to the much smaller intake that you see in Formula F guys.
So we saw this earlier on, kind of in Labor Day, where it looks like the 20 of Douglas Fisher may have that same problem he had before early on in this race. He was right on the gearbox there of Brian Farrell. Now he has dropped back from Derek Holmes and Brian Farrell machine. So we'll see whether or not Douglas Fisher is going to be able to finish this race here, gentlemen. With only 3 laps in, he has dropped well off the pace from where he was earlier on.
Yeah,
Dominic.
about a second and a half off of the previous lap. Went from a mid 22 to a low 24 here. Now it also looks like Widoff is starting to tighten things up here with Keith McDonald. That last time by. Again, we're only on lap number 3 right now, but ran the fastest lap of anyone here. Ran a 1:16.4. That was about 0.4 of a second faster than Keith McDonald.
And they're coming across the start-finish line now, and it's I'd say about 3 car lengths from McDonald back to Widoff. But just like yesterday, we see Widoff getting great runs, carrying great speed out of turn 10, and is also able to close a little bit in the braking zone. And so that 3 car length advantage that McDonald has over Widoff stays pretty consistent, Brian.
Well, I'll have to take a look here at turn 8 there. I think, we talked about Douglas Fisher having some problems. He may be coming up the hill. I know that he was, if you were looking on screen there, it looked like he may have stopped somewhere there and was able to get off driver's right. I have not seen him make it to pit road as of yet, Greg, so he struggling to get up.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a struggle to get out of turn 8, and just got the call, and there he is. On the pit lane right now is Douglas Fisher in the number 20 Club Ford Zinc. He came through turn 8, had immediately pulled the car over driver's right, and he had enough power to get up the hill, but as we mentioned, it seemed like something might have let go on that car.
Yeah. And again, we saw that over here at the Labor Day Double when he was here as well, where he ended up, getting it, not having a good showing on the one day, but it was able to come back and do a pretty good showing, on the Sunday, and then obviously had some challenges again on the Monday.
All right, guys, real quick, let me make a call to the grid. First call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, Sprint Bracket Road Racers, the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship drivers, that's Group 4. Please start heading to the grid for your final 10-lap race of the day. Again, race group number 4, that's EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racers. Please head to the grid. You are up next.
Gentlemen, looking out here at the window here, looking out of turn 2 into turn 3, I've noticed the last couple laps by Justin Widoff, as he starts to go in and slightly tap the brake there, Dominic, to try to get up into turn 3, the nose starts to move a little bit side to side. So losing that the nose, not able to carry enough speed, and that's where Keith McDonald is starting to pull away a little bit, especially coming out of 3, headed down on to the backside through turns 5 and the carousel.
And something that driving an open wheel car allows you to do is really be able to feel the way the car behaves, because due to the nature of the suspensions and the shocks, they're very responsive to the different track conditions. And as it started to warm up here, especially these cars who do run a full racing slick, it's definitely welcome that the sun's coming out and it's getting warmer, because these are the tires that, among all the cars here, probably take the most amount of time to come to temperature, and are most dependent on it being warm in order to have performance.
Yeah, and we're almost back to the temperatures that we saw during most of the day yesterday. Right now at about 53 degrees Fahrenheit ambient air temperature. It was anywhere between 55 and 58 yesterday. So we're right in that window. So back to a place where most of these drivers were comfortable in practice, in qualifying, and in racing yesterday.
Tell you what, also a pretty good battle again, not for this in class, but Derek Holmes, and Brian Farrell. Now Farrell looks like he's going to go side by side with Holmes as they get down into 1. He's going to make that pass, Dominic. So again, not for position within the class, right? Formula F and Club Ford, but Brian Farrell is going to make that pass for 4th overall here in this Group 3.
And going back to talking about the chassis that Derek Holmes is running, the Van Diemen has been sort of the interloper as far as the national level is concerned. The Mygale, the Spectrum has been the chassis of choice a lot.
Right.
I know this year at the runoffs, Nolan Allier, Joe Kawasaki among those running Van Diemens, having very strong runs. As we look to our lead battle with Keith McDonald and Justin Widoff and Brian, he's closed that into only about a car length.
Yeah, as they went down into turn 1 again, Keith able to get a little bit further in the braking zone there, Dominic, so he's able to pull away. Again, last couple laps, I've been really watching Justin. That car just looks a little unsettling coming out of 2 and into 3, so that's where he's losing some of that ground. But as we noted yesterday, he really gets a great run out of turn 8, up the hill, under the bridge, and out of turn 10. That's where he's able to close in on Keith McDonald.
And we have our... we have both Brian Farrell and Derek Holmes. And Derek Holmes, considerably off where he was running before, now probably a good 12 car lengths off of Brian Farrell. However, he does look to have the straight line advantage going down to turn 1, and will try to get on the brakes a little bit late in order to make up a little bit of that lost deficit.
Yeah, where Brian Farrell was able to make that pass over Derek Holmes the last lap by, he's starting to stretch that out. So we'll see whether or not Brian Farrell can start to reel in Wayne Nicolette. You look at the timing here. Wayne Nicolette still a little bit faster by about probably about 0.5 of a second over Brian Farrell in that Club Ford. Here comes our leader in FE2, Justin Widoff, now side by side with Keith McDonald. Again, we mentioned it last time before. Keith McDonald able to go deeper into the braking zone. Justin not able to make that pass as McDonald opens up by about a car length and a half over Justin Widoff. Dominic?
And Keith McDonald has really been using, we saw this yesterday as well, Brian, where he's been really going to driver's left and trying to open up turn 1 in order to get the run out, because, as you mentioned, Justin Widoff getting great runs out of turn 8 as well as turn 10. And so I think the going deeper on the brakes is where Keith McDonald's really shining, able to keep Justin Whithoff at bay because, of course, the cars being spec prepared are very similar in performance.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like I said, the braking zone seems to be, a lot different and getting in deeper one over the other. And I think that's where it starts to get a little unsettling. And I think Justin is just trying to make sure that he can bring it home. But again, as we get to some of this portions of this track, Justin just seems to be a little unsettling in the setup of that race car.
As we have our FE2s coming around turn 10, and again, Keith McDonald has the measure of Justin Whithoff at the moment, but again, another great run from Whithoff out of 10. And as they cross the stripe, the gap is only about 0.3 as they barrel down to turn 1, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's, again, not a good run out of turn 10 there for Justin Whithoff. Keith McDonald really able to extend that a little bit, get to that 0.3 of a lead. It's actually a little bit closer than what the timing is reading of that 0.3, because again, there are certain parts of the racetrack that Justin is better than Keith, but again, Keith probably having a lot more laps over Justin here at the racetrack in this FE2 car knows what he can and can't do with that race car as they head down into turn 5, and it's about 2 car lengths now, give it maybe 3 as they head through turn 5, getting ready to come through the carousel. We'll look at the cameras here in turn 8 to see how much of a gap that really is, Dominic. But last time by, it seems like Keith McDonald now, as we're getting to the halfway point of this race, is starting to open it up just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And something else I've noticed between both Keith McDonald and Justin Whithoff is it seems as though Keith McDonald is using his track knowledge and he's able to take a much more conservative line through turns 8 and through turns 10, which of course allows you to of course stay on the track. But Justin Whithoff, the racing mentality is go edge to edge on the track,
right.
And that's what Justin Whithoff's been doing. But at the same time, I think that it's also might be costing him just raw lap time as they head into turn 1 with about 3 car lengths between them.
Maybe carrying a little bit, using up a little bit more track, going a few feet further in some of those corners, but also maybe getting a little bit closer to the edge as well that we don't see from McDonald right now, as McDonald maintains about a 5 car length advantage as we're now halfway through this 20-lap feature race. And with that, guys, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Race group number 4. That's our EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship. Please head to the grid for your second 10-lap race of the day. Again, race group number 4, our EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship drivers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
So we're taking a look out of turn 10 now. Here comes Brian Farrell and here comes Derek Holmes. Now you've got Keith McDonald and Justin Whithoff. And Dominic, Keith McDonald has opened up the largest lead he's had already today with 9 laps left to go over Justin Whithoff. He was 2 seconds faster than Justin Whithoff. Now, both of them set their fastest time of this race. Keith going that 1:13.8 and Justin going that 1:15 flat with a 2. So, again, Keith McDonald opening it up over Justin Whithoff.
And Brian, even in these spec classes, of course, this one being an open wheel, we do see sometimes that in the race that cars sometimes come alive in the second half of the race, while some are stronger in the first half. As the scenario sits right now, it looks as though Keith McDonald's car is really coming alive for the second half. We'll see if Justin Whithoff has anything reserved to in order to remount a charge to Keith McDonald. But Keith McDonald's car has been picking up speed. His last lap was his fastest. That was a 1:13.816.
Yeah, I tell you what, looking at the cameras here as they come through turn 8, they're both going to come up on the Derek Holmes and the Brian Farrell machine. It looks like Derek Holmes is going to get out of the way of those 2 cars coming up through turn 10. Here comes Keith McDonald. Here comes Justin Whithoff. They were able to get it. But you know what? When we talked about it earlier with Holmes and with Farrell, they were starting to open it up a little bit. Now Derek Holmes is ahead of Brian Farrell as they start to head down. Again, 2 different classes, but again, that's been another good battle on the racetrack. They're nose to tail, Dominic.
They are, and this last lap, Derek Holmes was over a second quicker than Brian Farrell, which is what allowed him to complete that overtake. And and as they come out of turn number 2, it looks as though Derek Holmes is able to hold on and stretches out about a 3 car length advantage over Farrell as they make their way up to turn 3.
couple laps ago, I've been watching Wayne Nicolette, and we talked about him earlier on as well. He just did it again where he locked up the right front, headed down into turn 5. So not sure if he's got a lot of brake in the front of that car, trying to get that thing to turn a little bit better than having some of the rear. I'm not sure in these cars if they do have the adjuster, but if it is, at some point he may end up flat spotting the tire because he's been going in there pretty hard.
Pretty hard,
turn
yeah.
5.
And we'll see here. We'll see if moving the weight to the back. I mean, obviously, as you go down there, in a tin top, obviously the tendency always, as the car is loaded up, is for that inside rear to get very light. Most of the weight being put on the left front tire, and we'll see how that works. And I would be very surprised if he doesn't have the ability to change the brake bias from inside the car. I mean, heck, even us IT racers have had that technology since at least 1975. I mean, 1995.
75. Woo.
That's right.
As Keith McDonald goes around, Wayne Nicolette coming out of turn 2. Now Justin Whithoff's going to get right on the back gearbox here of Wayne Nicolette coming up through turn 3. Dominic, we'll have to see if he can get by. Doesn't look like Justin is really able to close the door that much, although he was 0.3 of a second faster that lap by, because that was his fastest lap of the race at 1:14.3. We saw this yesterday.
Yeah.
As you got to the halfway point, that's when probably the call came over the radio and said, okay, it's go time now.
It's time to go, yeah.
And Brian, one thing that I've noticed in the Derek Holmes and Brian Farrell battle is that Brian Farrell seems to have a lot of confidence floating speed into turn 10, which allows him to get onto the back of Derek Holmes. It appears as though Derek Holmes might just have him edged out a little bit on top end, but the speed that Farrell's able to carry in that Club Ford has allowed him to stay within striking distance of Derek Holmes.
Yeah, and I think you'd expect, certainly on the long run down, this very long front straight that we have here at Summit Point Raceway, that the more modern Van Diemen certainly puts a much smaller hole in the air, is much better on the aerodynamics, that it should be able to, even if all things were equal engine-wise, be able to carry more speed down the front straight.
Well, I tell you what, Justin went off 0.3 of a second faster again over Keith McDonald. That lap went down to a 1 minute or 1 second flat lead. So Justin able to reel in 0.6 of a second the last 2 laps, gentlemen. So we could end up with a battle here. So the next time by, they'll be getting 5 to go. As we look down at the cameras here, turn 5, looks like that's going to be Wayne Nicolette. And again, locks up that right front. I don't think Wayne Nicolette's going to have a right front tire by the time we're done, or he's locking it up every time because he knows it's on a different patch of the tire. So he's trying to make it a nice square tire to finish out this race.
I guess one of the advantages, Dom, of having a clockwise circuit like Summit Point is you're putting most of the load on the outside tire, on the left front tire, not the right front tire. And, maybe it won't be so bad, but I think it's becoming quite clear that he's having locked it up each and every time going down in the 5, that car is finding that flat spot every single time.
I'll tell you what, 15 laps into this race, Keith McDonald just runs his fastest lap at a 1:13.499. So make that pretty much a 1:13.5. Justin went off 1:14 flat. So again, both of these cars evenly matched right now, Dominic. And Keith McDonald opened that up now to a 1.5 second lead. So again, he's stretching the gap there a little bit.
And this time through, Brian Farrell found his way back around Derek Holmes. But Derek Holmes had a lot of speed coming out of turn 10 and looked as though he was going to try to outbrake Farrell going into turn 1. Farrell was able to hold him at bay for the time being. They go up to turn 3 with about 2 car lengths of distance between them.
As we watch him coming out of turn 8 now, coming up through, it'll be interesting to see this gap. Wayne Nicolette did not lock the tire up that time through turn 5, guys, so he got through there nice and clean.
All right, so as we have our leaders coming onto the front straight now, Keith McDonald looking to see if he can improve upon his fast lap. Again, he does not this time by, though he does make up that last time, loses another 1/10 of a second to Justin Whithoff. Whithoff starting to close things down as we now have 4 laps remaining in this feature race. Guys, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 4, our EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing drivers. Please head to the grid for your final race of the weekend. Again, race group number 4, please start heading to the grid.
Okay, we just had coming up by the stripe, both Brian Farrell and Derek Holmes still running only about a car length apart as they make their way into turn 1. And again, Holmes getting a great run out of turn out of turn 10, and is able to carry that. And it looked as though just momentarily they went side by side through turn 1 as they come out of 2. It looks as though Holmes has lost just a little bit of distance from Brian Farrell. It's now up to about 3 to 4 car lengths.
Yeah, it looks like Derek Holmes there tried to pinch that corner off and try to get up side by side, just as you mentioned there, and got the car a little sideways there, so lost some of that momentum to Brian Farrell. So have to take a look at that. Here comes our FE2 battle here. There'll be 3 laps to go. Let's see what that gap is now. That gap is now under a second, gentlemen. So Justin Winhoff now goes 113.7, gains almost 0.7 of a second faster than Keith McDonald. So it's Keith McDonald saving some of those tires, knowing he has 3 laps left to go. And Justin Winhoff now, as he saved probably during the middle of this race, Dominic, now he's got to start to push the issue.
And one of the key things for a lot of these drivers is making sure that you also step your car to have something in the end, but you're taking care of your equipment enough where if you are in a battle and you're racing against somebody, that you do have something safe for the end, and that you have fresh enough tires, and you have enough brake left to mount a serious challenge if you're in a battle.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You talk about these 20 laps, on this 2-mile, 10-turn racetrack. That's 40 miles you're going, in the race car. And, a lot of people will go in and say, okay, I've got 20 laps as opposed to yesterday's 15. And it's, you know what, I got to really wait till halfway. I got to save the equipment. I got to do it. As our leaders now coming out of turn 10, this time by, there'll be 2 to go. And that gap is really closed up right now, gentlemen. That, and Winhoff just now goes his fastest lap with a 113.494 with McDonald, 0.5 of a second. Yeah. So he is right there. So whatever it was he was saving, I'm sure the call came over the radio that said, you've got 5 to go. It's time to really rock and roll. But you want to save as much as you can through at least the first half of this race, especially in a car where in a group that there's not a whole lot of cars.
And Brian, also as a driver, it's always important to persevere. And even if you see someone in the middle of a race getting ahead a little bit, it's important to always keep your focus and continue to hit your marks, because racing is sometimes a very unpredictable sport. Sure. And a lot of times the cards can fall back in your favor if somebody pushed hard too early on, or simply just makes a mistake and allows you to rejoin the race.
So let me just jump in here real quick. So we've been talking about obviously our FE2 battle, and now Wayne Nicolette is only 2.3 seconds ahead of Brian Farrell in that 21. Wayne Nicolette now going up into turn 3. Here comes Brian Farrell. Here comes Derek Holmes. Here comes our overall leaders. They're getting the 1 to go board. It's really go time now for Justin Winhoff.
Yeah, and Winhoff just ran the fastest lap of the race at a 113.3, still almost a tenth faster than Keith McDonald. The gap now as they come through turn 1 and 2, about 2 car lengths as they make the run down to 3, Dominic.
Yeah, McDonald stretches that a little bit more. Winhoff, however, really good on the brakes going into 3 and closes that back down to about 2 car lengths as we're going to be looking. And as you mentioned, Wayne Nicolette, that big margin that he had amassed over both Derek Holmes and Brian Farrell is coming down. So not sure if Farrell and Holmes found something or if Wayne Nicolette has dropped off, but they're now coming out of turn number 10.
Well, looking at some times, it does look like Nicolette has dropped off some time. Again, we noticed that he's been locking up the brakes, pretty much the second half of this race coming through turn 5. Here comes our race right now. There goes Wayne Nicolette. Derek Holmes is going to get just in front of Brian Farrell, but we're looking for our FE2 race. They should be coming up
under the bridge right now, Brian. And here now as they come into turn 10, it is still Keith McDonald, your leader. He's got now a car length and a half advantage over Winhoff as they come onto the front straight. Checkered flag is in the air, and taking the win in FE2 is going to be Keith McDonald. Margin of victory, 67 hundredths of a second, as we have that Club Ford battle and then the F battle, the Club F, we'll call it the Club F battle going on right now as Brian Farrell and Derek Holmes have been battling it out here for the last number of laps. Last time by 86 thousandths of a second separated those two drivers, and we'll wait here as we'll see that yellow Lola of Wayne Nicolette He should be coming through turn 8 right now, and there he is. And look at this, as they're all now more or less nose to gearbox, maybe a car length separating Wayne Nicolette, Derek Holmes, and Brian Farrell as they come up under the bridge and out of turn number 10 as the yellow number 2 machine leads the field right back behind now, and jumping to the inside right now is going to be the 14 of Derek Holmes. He's going to get ahead of Wayne Nicolette at the line. Again, Holmes, our sole Formula F driver. Wayne Nicolette holds on for the win in Club Ford. Margin of victory over Brian Farrell, 73 hundredths of a second. So that's going to wrap things up now for our open wheel and prototype racers. And again, well, we didn't have any prototype racers, but so our open wheel race here today. Next up is going to be our final bracket race of the weekend. So hold tight for that. But before we get to that, we're going to thank some of our great partners and sponsors of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, like EVSR.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all of the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25-hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And thank you so much to OG Racing, our title sponsor for this weekend's racing here at Summit Point Raceway, and of course our other great partners, Radial Tire Company and EVSR. Real quick here, before we get underway with our third and final bracket race of the weekend, wanted to take a look real quick and show you our schedule for the rest of the day. This will be our very last race before lunch. It's a 10-lap race for our bracket racers. We'll then go to lunch for approximately an hour, and then we'll wrap things up with 4 more MARRS feature races. We're going to have our IT racers, then Big Bore and ITA, then Spec Miata, and we're going to wrap things up with Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. So, still a lot of racing here left to do at Summit Point Raceway as things start to warm up finally here. It's actually getting quite comfortable in the booth here. It might be time for that first costume change I was talking about.
That jacket has now come off. So.
Yes, it has. I'm no longer in my parka. So we're going to get ready. We saw another great race in the bracket racing earlier today, Brian. To start off the morning here, we did not have David Dickerson on the pole. So we ended up with a couple of, and we also didn't have Brian Cates out here this morning as well. So we had a couple of BMWs right at the front of the field, and we got to watch as we had Jeremy Hoover, who had an unfortunate off on the very first lap of yesterday's race, really show what he's made of, and both he and Marshall Lytle, great race today.
I tell you what, Greg, you're right. And so when I look down here through the binoculars, I look down at our grid, we now have Dave Dickerson and Brian Cates. So they were the smart ones who said, I'm not going to go out the first 10 laps because I'm going to stay in where it's warm. It was a little chilly this morning. Again, these guys are going to come back later on this afternoon. So what a better way to go out and maybe test something here in this 10-lap shootout, basically, you could say, for the second half of the bracket, to probably learn something for this afternoon. Maybe look at some updates and changes they want to make, thinking that's going to help them for later on. So. Good way to come out, get 10 quick laps, go to eat, and then make some changes of what you need to do.
There we go. All right, so we are under the 5-minute warning right now. It looks as though the majority of our drivers are in their cars ready to go, and we've got the pace car pulling up to the end of our pit out area, ready to pick up the field when they roll out for the pace lap here. And we'll be getting underway in just a few moments. So, again, Dom, while we've got a little bit of time before this pace lap starts, why don't we run down the starting order for today's final bracket race?
We have 20 bracket racers all set to go here. So starting in 20th will be car number 4 from Rockville, Maryland, driving a Mazda Miata, Aryan Azarsa. Starting in 19th, we'll have car number 23, driving a BMW 325i out of Middleburg, Virginia, Liv Willis. In 18th will be car number 32 from Alexandria, Virginia, in a Mazda Miata, Rick Meilenbeck. The 17th starter will be car number 83, driving a Mazda Miata out of Frederick, Maryland, Bill Windsor. 16th will have car number 02 from Waynesdale, Pennsylvania, in an EVSR, that's John Early. Our 15th starter will have car 134 from Severna Park, Maryland, driving a Honda CRX SI, that's Chuck Edmondson. Our 14th starter will have car 114 from Annapolis, Maryland, in a Nissan Sentra SER. That's Tim Frank. Starting in 13th will be car 127 from Thurmont, Maryland, driving a Mazda MX-5, and that is Jeff Lure. Lined up 12th is car 03 out of Sacramento, Pennsylvania, driving another one of the EVSRs. That's Charlie Greenhouse. And an 11th starting position belongs to car 74 from Silver Spring, Maryland, in a Ford Focus, Steve Martin. And starting 10th is car number 13 from Salem, Virginia, driving a Mazda Miata, that's Stephen Clark. Starting in the 9th spot, car number 51 from Frederick, Maryland, in an SRF3, we have Eric Prepsius. Starting in 8th will be car 55 from Freehold, New Jersey, also in an SRF3, and that's Alan Rothman. Starting 7th, car 05 from Charlestown, West Virginia, at the wheel of a BMW M3, we have Bill Smith. Starting in the 6th spot will be car number 22 from Southbury, Connecticut, in an SRF3, we have Lee McNeish. Starting 5th, car number 7 from Annapolis, Maryland, in an SRF3, it's Keith Frazier. In the 4th spot, we find car 57 out of Winchester, Virginia, driving a BMW 328 IS, Jeremy Hoover. In the 3rd starting spot, we find car 21 out of Broad Run, Virginia, driving a Speckers 4 Gen 3, it's Brian Cates. And on our front row, starting on the outside pole, we have car number 14, coming to us from Alexandria, Virginia, driving a BMW M3, Marshall Lytle. And on the pole, in the 38 car, that's a Speckers 4 Gen 3 from Walton, New Jersey, David Dickerson.
All right, as our cars now start to head down through Turn 5, one of the things I did notice, Dominic, is that the Stephen Clark 13 machine, we saw this earlier this morning, he's going to start from the rear of the field. Again, still trying to test that car out, still trying to get all the bugs worked out. Had a great run down at the runoffs there. in that race that he was in, it was pretty much in a rain race there. But again, starting from the back of the field, he did this early this morning and worked his way all the way up, I believe, to either 6th or 7th overall. So look for Stephen Clark to make his way through the field as we get going. Again, this is the second half of the 20-lap race that they have. These were the first cars out on the group this morning, ran their first 10-lap race, and now they are getting to their second half. Again, they take like a halfway break, right, and then come back later on in the afternoon or early or mid-morning. Right now, as we are at 11:21 here in the morning here at Summit Point, as our group is now coming out of turn 10. So we'll be looking for the start here, gentlemen.
All right, and coming out of turn 10, we have David Dickerson on the pole, Marshall Lytle to his left, and the green flag is in the air, and we are underway here at Summit Point as once again Marshall Lytle opens the wick and or lights the wick, and he is off going down into turn 1. Brian Hoover now coming down to the inside, coming all the way down in the 1, trying to outbrake Lytle in the 1, can't get it done, but gets past a trio of Spec Racer Fords.
Yeah, go ahead, Dominic.
Yep, and they make their way out of turn number 2, and it is Lytle with the overall lead by about 2 car lengths over Jeremy Hoover, who has mirrors full right now, or hope we can see David Dickerson in the 3 with the sideline, who's followed closely behind by Brian Cates, as well as Lee McNish, all 3 of those drivers in Spec Racer 4-3s, and I know Lee McNish had a few problems yesterday in the Spec Racer races. So we have Tim Frank in the Nissan Sentra SCR pull off to the access road, so he's going to go back to the paddock.
Yeah, early end for that Sentra.
And so that's what I was going to say about Jeremy Hoover, right? I was, as he tried to get through Dickerson and tried to get through Brian Cates, it was to the point of, not sure whether or not he could see over or around to be able to see where those Spec Racer Fords were. Had to give it a minute before he ended up making that move, moved all the way over to driver's right there, Dominic, as he went into turn 1, and there was just literally nowhere to go, and that enabled Marshall Lytle to really pull out. But now as they come out of turn 10, it's going to be the BMWs versus the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s, as you've got Marshall Lytle, Jeremy Hoover, and then throw in Dave Dickerson, Brian Cates, and then it looks like Lee McNish. That's going to be your front 5 as they start to head down. And again, we'll break these out in brackets as they get going, Dominic.
Yep, and here and there we're going. It looks like the Spec Racers have really found each other. Even going back a little bit further, we have Keith Frazier, and it looks like Lee McNish, who have started to work together as well. But coming out into turn 3, we have Lytle with about 4 car lengths over Hoover, and then we have the trio of Spec Racers with Brian Cates, Dave Dickerson, and Lee McNish, who are beginning to open it up over Keith Frazier in the number 7 car. Looking a little bit further back, we have Eric Prepsius and Bill Smith, sandwiched between both him and the 55 of Alan Rothman, also in the Spec Racer 4.
Yeah, we'll have to see as we get our very first lap here under the, on the board as we start to go through. Everybody's going through there. Dominic?
And Brian, we do have, I believe it's John Early down there in turn 1. B-March right now with the local yellow. He's able to get back underway.
Yep, it did look like he was able to do a quick spin and, giving a, get that machine going back as they start to move.
And we have our leaders coming around turn 10. And Jeremy Hoover has closed it up considerably on Marshall Lytle as they cross the stripe. Lytle again puts the foot down and is able to launch out of turn 10, open up about a 4 car length advantage as we and at the moment, looking to our brackets, we have Marshall Lytle, Jeremy Hoover, and then the 3 Spec Racers of Dickerson, Cates, and McNish making up the A4 bracket. Keith Frazier right now by himself in bracket B1. So all these cars at the front are racing both on track and in bracket. They make their way into turn 3, and Marshall Lytle maintains that 3 car length advantage. But we have Cates with Dickerson right on his gearbox, as well as Lee McNish only about a car length back.
All right, so as our drivers are heading down into turn 1, Dom, with John Early having gone off on this last lap over at turns 1 and 2, apparently dragged quite a bit of gravel from the gravel trap back out onto the track with them. So they've got a debris flag being shown down there to all the racers. They're going to hold that for 2 laps or so. Looks like most all of our drivers have been through the incident area at least once now, so they'll kind of know what they're encountering.
Yeah, as we start to go here in 2 laps, under the belts here and get rolling here of this 10-lap race, we've got quite a bit of cars in this A4 bracket right now. I expect to see some of these break out as now here comes our BMW versus our spec race, and we've got Lee McNish who goes off in turn 10, able to keep it straight. Wow, what a ride that was. He's going to lose probably 5, 6, 7 seconds. That's actually going to bring the 7 machine, I believe, of the Keith Frazier up into there, so look for those two to battle. But wow, what a ride to go all the way through.
And just kept the wheel nice and straight, eased the car back out on track. It's almost like he planned it that way. Of course, I think we know better.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a lap or two for him to get everything back underneath. You still got to go through these turns and really make sure you didn't do anything underneath the car. For that. But looks everything's going to be okay. But again, that front 4 now, whereas front 5, that's the BMWs versus Spec Racer Fords. So we're going to have to see how that plays out there, Dominic.
Yeah, we have the E36 BMWs leading the way so far. Although Cates and Dickerson again are working very well together. We saw them, of course, in the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 race yesterday, having a great battle as well. Looking back a little bit further, we had Bill Smith and Eric Prepsius, who are the 2 cars currently running in the B1 bracket, and they were running nose to tail the last time across the stripe. And then Alan Rothman and Stephen Clark first and second in bracket B2.
Well, it seems like the warmer temperatures are bringing out more tire issues and more control issues than I would have expected after a fairly clean morning race as we had the 32 machine of Rick Millenbeck, his Mazda Miata, go around. Millenbeck 17th on the track, fast time for him currently a 136 and change.
Now, our overall leaders here, Dominic, they're going to come back up on this early machine as he kind of somewhat gets out of the way. But now you're going to have the 57 there of Jeremy Hoover and the 38. I believe that may have been Dickerson or Brian Cates. They split the early machine, going 3 wide, coming out of 2 into 3.
Cates just choosing to go to driver's left there in order to get past early. Didn't have quite enough momentum to get alongside Jeremy Hoover this time through turn number 3. As we have, again, looking back a little bit further, Bill Smith, as we mentioned, he and Eric Prepsius in the Spec Racer 4-3 running nose to tail. That margin is now stretched to about 3 seconds, so Bill Smith has the hold right now in that B1 bracket.
Our front 4 racing for the overall lead, they're also racing for that A3 bracket right now of Marshall Lytle, Jeremy Hoover, Brian Cates, and Dave Dickerson. So it is the Spec Racers versus the BMWs. Here they come out of turn 10. Never thought I'd say that, as Spec Racers versus BMWs on the track at the same time. But this is what happens when you get to bracket racing, Dominic. You've got all different types of cars in this class racing. It's almost like our small board where we had 7 different race classes. You've got almost at least 10 different classes here in this group.
And one of the beauties of bracket racing is the opportunity for unique battles, such as the one we're seeing coming out of turn 2, with Marshall Lytle stretching about 5 car lengths advantage over Jeremy Hoover. But again, we have Brian Cates, who's been attached to the back of Dave Dickerson for the past few laps. Dickerson runs just a little bit wide, but Brian Cates right now, about the furthest back he's been since this race has started, 2 car lengths from Dave Dickerson.
All right, and as we are now working lap number 6, we are halfway through this 10-lap race here, and as you mentioned, Marshall Lytle with a heck of an advantage right now over the rest of the A3 bracket, which includes Hoover, Cates, and Dickerson. A little bit further back in bracket A5, we've got Keith Frazier and Bill Smith. That's for the bracket for 123 to 125s. A little bit further back from there, and this was a pretty heavily contested one in our first race, and bracket B5 with Charlie Greenhouse, Stephen Clark, Jeff Liller, and I think Chuck Edmondson as well, and also Steve Martin. And that was a great little battle at the end with Steve Martin coming out of turn 10, trying to take it to Jeff Liller, couldn't get it done. But we'll see how things play out here for the rest of this race. In bracket B5, Liv Willis, Rick Mullenback, who we just talked about having that spin, and then John Early, who had his early issues in his EVSR.
Well, I tell you what, Greg, you look at, our brackets, and we talked about it now. They're racing in the bracket for B3. Again, Charlie Greenhouse, Jeff Lillard, Chuck Edmondson, and Steve Martin. They are right there. Don't count out Bill Windsor. Now, Bill Windsor can turn around and get up into this group as well. They're nose to tail on the track. And as a matter of fact, Windsor was ahead of Steve Martin last time by. Not in the same bracket, so we'll see whether or not he gets that pull or that push off to put him in that bracket.
Yeah.
That could actually move him up into second or third place.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen today where being in the draft is maybe not the best place to be, because sometimes getting caught in the draft will actually put you up 2 brackets, not just 1. Here, as we watch right now, going down the front straight, watching the Ford of Steve Martin, Bill Windsor in his Mazda Miata, and then Chuck Edmondson. And right now, I believe Windsor is actually in a bracket with John Early, but Edmondson is still in that B3 bracket with Steve Martin.
As we look to our racers in A3, Marshall Lytle continues to open that advantage. And the last time through, I believe it was turn 1, Jeremy Hoover got just a little bit wide, got offline, which allowed Marshall to have that margin. However, he is still keeping both Dave Dickerson and Brian Cates behind. Opened up about 2 car length advantage, though. Both Dickerson and Cates doing very well, working together in order to stay behind that BMW.
I tell you what, Dominic, with 3 laps left to go, Brian Cates and Dave Dickerson really having a hard time getting past those BMWs. They can catch those BMWs, just can't get past. So it could be that they're using this 10-lap race, and I said it earlier on, as a test to see where they can and can't work together for maybe later on race, right? And then battle it out. Because obviously in Spec Racer Ford, it's almost like our Spec Miatas and our SSMs, is that you need to you need to work together. And some of our listeners out there, they're actually yelling at their own TVs,
yes.
Watching the cameras on there about trying to get some of these Spec Racer
Alan Olson, of course, he's yelling, "Get off my lawn!" But he's actually he's talking about the relative pace of some of the Spec Racer Fords and how maybe they're not working together. And he believes that the pace should be, but again, I think the stakes are a little bit different here in the bracket racing also.
Yeah, Marshall Lytle's starting to come up on some of the slower traffic now that he's going to get through. Just got through Windsor and Edmondson. Now you've got Windsor and Edmondson, and now you got Jeremy Hoover. Dominic, he went driver's left to make that pass over there. He should be able to get past Windsor, heading down up over the hill, down into turn 5. We'll take a look at that, but pretty good move there to try to get over and try to outbrake and get through Edmondson.
All right, so as we're going to be tracking now, as we have a number of those Spec Racer Fords still together, but if you're watching at home on your screen, if you're yelling at your TV, look for the big orange BMW. That is Marshall Lytle. He is working his final lap here in our bracket race, and I believe he is now making his way through turn 8. He's got Jeremy Hoover about 2.5 car lengths back as they're now on coming up the hill. On the, not the last lap, but they'll get the 1 to go when they pass start finish. Count, you'd think I'd be able to count to 2. Marshall Lytle now followed very closely by Hoover. Hoover is about 6 car lengths back. They cross the stripe. Now we're on the last lap. Then about 10 car lengths back from there are the Spec Racer Fords of David Dickerson and Brian Cates. Of course, Lee McNish had that early off. He is quite a distance back, actually just now passing the start-finish line in the number 22 machine. He's actually your leader in bracket A4 with Keith Frazier. Again, both of those drivers in Spec Racer Fords.
Looking to our A3 races, we do have now a bit of separation between Dickerson and Cates on account of the lap traffic that they've been facing. One of the great battles in one of our brackets a little bit further back on the track is in B3, running 4th and 5th respectively in that bracket. Bill Windsor and Chuck Edmondson have been dicing it up a lot, so shout out to those drivers for a very cleanly contested battle there.
Yeah, again, this is another group there that we talked about, like we did with our SSM, right? You got 38 strong there. You're racing somebody. You're always racing somebody here, whether it's within that bracket or actually on track. in order to get to it. Stephen Clark now comes by the start-finish line. He's going to get his one to go here, so he's going to be able to get another lap. Here comes our overall leader. That's going to be Marshall Lytle. He's going to win the bracket of A3 unless one of the other 3 cars behind him goes faster, and then they will be in a different bracket. Don't believe that's going to be the case, but it looks like Marshall Lytle is going to pick up our win in our A3 bracket and our overall. So we've got some of the other ones coming down across the start-finish line. They're receiving their checkered flag here. We'll give you the bracket here, rundowns, as we've got everybody coming through. I'm going to look for Dominic, as you were talking about, with Bill Windsor and Chuck Edmondson. They were battling, as they have been not only this morning but today, going through. Here comes Bill Smith. Bill Smith's actually going to win the bracket of A5 all by himself. Out there, pretty much running right there the entire race by himself there. Here comes Eric Prespis. He's going to turn around and come across. He's going to win the bracket of B1. And again, we'll give you guys the rundowns here in a minute. Here comes Liv Willis. She is going to be winning her bracket. That's the B5 bracket over Rick Meilenbach. Still waiting for the Edmonston, and that they may have already taken the checker flag, because here comes Stephen Clark. So they may have already taken it. So the Bill Windsor Edmondson race, that is going to be final and official at this point in time.
All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our final bracket race of the weekend, and that's also going to wrap things up for our morning of racing here from Summit Point Raceway. We're going to be taking a little break for lunch. Cars are on course for our next race at 12:45 p.m. So, again, race group number 5, that's our IT group, ITB, ITC, ITS, B-Spec, and as well as our United States Touring Car Championship drivers. You are scheduled to be on course at 12:45 this afternoon. So for Brian Donati, for Dominic Mandale, I'm Greg Ginsberg. We're going to thank some of our sponsors, and then we're going to go to break for about an hour. We'll see you back here at about 12:40, about 5 minutes before that next race. Thanks so much for joining us this morning, and we'll see you in about an hour.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
All right, and welcome back to Summit Point for the October MARRS presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati and Dominic Mandiel. And after a nice long lunch here at the point, we've given the weather some time to stabilize and the temperatures to come up. We are now at 60 degrees. But more importantly, gentlemen, we have 4 more MARRS feature races to go here at Summit Point this weekend. We've got our ITB and ITS drivers. They are on the grid right now, and they're going to be rolling off on their pace lap in about 5 minutes. If we go quickly and take a look back at yesterday's race, our overall winner yesterday, Mark Gibson, driver of the number 13 Datsun 240Z, managed to hold off Cam Gruber in his Mazda MX-5. Margin of victory about 0.2 of a second, but Gruber, my understanding, is probably not the best tires underneath that car yesterday. He might have made a small change going into today's race, but couldn't get good bite out of the corners and use the handling advantage that MX-5 has over Gibson's Datsun 240. Mark Liller, in the same Mazda MX-5 that has been it's been passed around from group to group over the course of the weekend. We're going to see if he made the grid here for this race, but he finished on the last step of the podium. He did not finish on the last step of the podium. That was Steve Muller in the number 49 Mazda MX-5. If we jump over to ITB, Scotty Holman in his Mazda Protege, the taxi, the number 69 car, jumped out to a very early lead on the rest of the ITB field. He spent that very first lap side by side with ITS Datsun driver John Legg, but once they separated, it really gave clear running to the 69 machine. Holman opening up and maintaining, I think, almost a 40-second advantage over John Kinberg, who came in second in his BMW 2002. Patrick Pegues comes home in third. And so as we've got our splitter now up at the top of pit out. Hi there, guys. I'm trying to see who that is. They're waving over here. I didn't see the Mickey Mouse glove, so I don't know if that was Joelle.
That looks like maybe Carolyn down
there.
It
is Carolyn Bearboring. Yep, there we go. Thumbs up.
I can see from afar. I just can't see her when she's up close.
Thank you for the space heater, Carolyn. And There we go. So we're going to have our field roll off here in just a moment. Brian, why don't we run down the starting grid for today's ITB and ITS race?
Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and give the scheduled 12 starters here. Starting in 12th place in ITB, going to be the 3 from Ransom, Virginia. That's going to be Matty Vicola. Starting 11th, again, in ITB from Leesburg, Virginia, the 36 of Patrick Pegues. Starting 10th from Montgomery Village, Maryland, in the 82, that's Carl Fossler. Starting 9th from Woodbridge, Virginia, the 59 of George Ortiz. Starting 8th from Darnestown, Maryland, the 02 of Jonathan Kinberg. Starting 7th from Frederick, Maryland, and your winner yesterday in ITB, and that 69 taxi of Scott Holman. From Woodbine, Maryland, starting in the 6th position, the number 61 of John Legg. Starting in 5th from Winchester, Virginia, the number 7 of Chuck DeHaven. Starting in the 4th position from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, the 49 of Steve Moeller. Starting in the 3rd position from Bowie, Maryland, in that number 127 is going to be Mark Liller. And starting on your front row, starting in the 2nd position from Fairfax, Virginia, the number 13, your winner yesterday in ITS is going to be Mark Gibson. And starting on the pole with a time 125-137 from Winchester, Virginia, the number 5 of Camden Gruber.
All right, there you go. That is your starting field, just as our pace car now leading that field, led by Cam Gruber, onto the track for their pace lap. And look at that. Look at that, Brian.
We are now complete.
There you go. No sweatshirt for him? I'm just kidding. Want to thank Chris Childs for coming on up here and putting the end to Brian's endless whining about not having an Angry Sheep Motorsports shirt. So there you go. Don't get that shrunk too far in the dryer or in the off season. So Tom, what are we looking for in today's race here in ITS and ITB?
So at least at the start of this race, it's going to be a little bit different because yesterday Mark Gibson was on the pole and Cam Gruber was on the outside pole. Today, with Cam Gruber being starting first, we'll see if yesterday we saw that he was able to fall behind Mark Gibson for the entirety of the heat race. Now with him starting first, if he'll be able to create some separation between himself and Mark Gibson, or if they'll do the same thing just in reverse order. That'll be interesting to see.
And I got to tell you what, gentlemen, word on the street is this may be Mark Gibson's last race, right? Last official race. From what I'm hearing, I'm hearing it from a pretty good source.
Eric Krill, Mark Gibson all in 1 week. I don't know what to do with myself.
think this gentleman knows what the truth is. Was able to talk to him. That's what I'm hearing. We'll see. I think if Mark can go out and get this win, I think you're going to see a fantastic finish. But again, we talked about it earlier on. Camden Gruber, a little bit of fresh tires on there, a little bit of fresh rubber. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to hold off Mark Gibson. Mark Gibson yesterday had the move of the race at the start of that 15 laps. I'm telling you what, Brooks Hunt would be fantastically pleased watching that go through 3 wide, getting through there. We talked about it yesterday, Dominic. Mark Gibson, that actually helped propel him to the lead, which he never relinquished.
Yeah, he went right, split the gap with the Mazda MX-5s to his left and to his right, went right down the center after having started on row number 3. Mark Gibson, currently our points leader in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Now, of course, we do have one more event in the series after this weekend. 3rd week of October, we're going to be at the Thunderbolt Circuit at New Jersey Motorsports Park, so there is time to change. But Jeff Lucas currently sitting 2nd in the points, now 310 points back, and John Legg another 200 points back from there. As we've got the lights out on the safety car and the pace car now bringing the field underneath the bridge. It is on the pit lane, and so that is going to turn the field over to Cam Gruber in the number 5 Mazda MX-5 out of Winchester. He is your pole sitter. Mark Gibson right beside him on that front row. Starter is looking over the field, and we have a green flag here at Summit Point Raceway for the last ITS ITB race here at the point this season as they head down towards turn 1, Brian.
I tell you what, Mark Gibson able to get in front of Camden Gruber as they just passed the start-finish line. Now it looks like they're going to try to pull out, but again, Gruber, Mark Gibson, they're going to go nose to tail into turn 1 and turn 2, so give the early lead there to Mark Gibson. Dominic?
And there in the start, Cam Gruber did the smart thing, saw that he didn't have enough speed alongside, decides to tuck right back in. And already both Gibson and Gruber opening up about a 3-car length advantage over third place in ITS and overall. That's going to be Steve Muller. And then we go another 2 car lengths till we get back to the Datsun of, of John Legg. Going back to ITB, we have Scotty Holman, your early leader, with about 2 car lengths over John Kimberg. And then running in third place is Andrew Ortiz, already off to a much better start than he had yesterday.
All right, coming down into turn 5, Brian, side by side, under braking into turn 5 as they came out of the chute was Mark Gibson to the left, Camden Gruber attempting a pass on the outside, perhaps putting a little extra faith in those newer tires that he has on the car today.
Yeah, we'll pick them up out of the carousels. They come up through turn 8. Again, we saw that all day yesterday. Camden Gruber trying to take that Miata line, trying to take that wide exit to get through there, not able to make that stick. Mark Gibson opens up about a car length and a half lead over Camden Gruber early on as they come down out of turn 10 to complete lap 1 here. But Camden Gruber gets one heck of a run out of turn 10. He's right on the back bumper of Mark Gibson as they cross the start-finish line. But another 10, 15 cars back is the 49 of Steve Moeller. That's third place in ITS. Scotty Holman leading your ITB in 6th place overall as he now crosses the start-finish line over Jonathan Kinberg in that 0-2 machine. Dominic?
And as Gruber and Gibson went down to turn 1, they were neck and neck, almost nothing between them. Gruber went to driver's left and Gibson to driver's right, and they continue to run door to door coming out of turn 2. Again, the torque of that Datsun gives Gibson the ability to stay in front as they make their way through turn number 3. Again, running nose to tail, opening up that distance over third place Steve Moore. Looking back to ITB, Scotty Holman, just like yesterday, comes out to the early lead and has about already 10 car lengths over second place John Kimberg in the BMW 2002. But we have running third and fourth, nose to tail, with Andrew Ortiz in the Honda and Carl Fossler in the Porsche.
Tell you what, Camden Gruber pushing the issue early on here, especially when they come down through turn 5. We saw it early on. Again, got that fresh rubber. This was a car, Dominic, they weren't supposed to run this weekend. They had another car in mind. That car just wasn't up to snuff during Friday's practice session. Brett DePedro decided to go ahead and get that car ready to go. Got that car out here. That car's looking pretty strong now as they come through turn 8 right now, or heading up into turn 9. It's still Mark Gibson by about half a car length. I wouldn't even call it a car length at this point. Camden Gruber gets those 2 left side tires out there just the extent of the rumble strips there coming out of 10, Greg. He's still about a half a car length and a half back from Mark Gibson.
Yeah, and as they head down into turn 1, we saw that Gruber did lose a little bit of pace there as he dropped the left wheels in just slightly into the gravel on the exit of 10. He's able to draft right up to the back of the Datsun going into turn 1. But this is where we saw yesterday the Datsun 240Z, a little bit of extra torque, able to dig out of turns 1 and 2, just a little bit better than the MX-5, and now has about a 2.5 car length advantage. Now, yesterday, Dom, what we surmised as we saw Gibson's braking abilities start to dissipate towards the end of that 15-lap race is that if Gruber had the tires underneath the car, he might be able to use the handling advantage that he has over the Datsun to perhaps make a pass towards the end of the race. We'll have to watch that obviously today, but he's already looking a little bit stronger than we saw early on in yesterday's race.
And Greg, something else that we've seen here on the opening laps, coming out of turn 10, Camden Gruber is not leaving any conceivable amount of distance on the exit to basically using every inch of that.
And more.
Yep. Mark Gibson basically using a much tighter line to get through there, but Cam Gruber is able to use that line to stay right behind, and we're going to have them coming under the bridge in around turn 10, Greg.
All right, and here they come out of turn 10 once again. Oh, and Gruber has the rear end of that MX-5 step out on him just a little bit, just past the apex at 10. Is able to get it straightened back up and is locked in the draft with Gibson, who's already running a defensive line down the just to the right of the center of the track. Gruber now is going to move all the way back over driver's left to try and open up that corner as much as possible, maybe do an over-under, and a lot more speed going into turn 1 by Camden Gruber. We'll see if he has enough to power out of it, and as they come out of turn 2, heading down towards turn 3, we've got Gibson again able to motor by the MX-5, Dom.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've also seen coming out of turn 2 with Cam Gruber having the preferred line going into 3, going on driver's left. And it's also the first time that, it's also the first time we were talking about yesterday, how yesterday was Cam Gruber's ITS debut, and also first time really experience with mixed class racing as well.
Right.
And so it's also important to think about how both Mark Gibson and Cam Gruber have not gone wheel to wheel prior to yesterday. So I think still trying to figure out one another's tendencies as far as racecraft.
You know what? I tell you what, Greg, watching Camden Gruber and watching Mark Gibson is being that you and I have instructed here at this racetrack over many of the last couple of years, especially when we get into March for our driver school. Mark Gibson taking that traditional line, coming out of turn 4, letting the car go to the left, taking that inside line, staying real tight through turn 5 to get it. Now as we look coming out of turn 10, Camden Gruber, he's now gotten the lead over Mark Gibson, but I guarantee you Mark Gibson's not going to let that go. Mark Gibson really gets a good run all the way down through the start-finish line and headed into turn 1. Last time by, I saw Camden Gruber's nose on that turn 3 as they started to do, as he got on the brakes ever so slightly, that nose started to get a little loose, starting to lose the front end maybe a little bit. We'll see whether or not Mark Gibson can capitalize on that.
Now here's the advantage, and we see this a couple of times. There are two major advantages that Mark Gibson has. One, it's able to dig out of a slower corner, whether it be turn 2, whether it be turn 5. The other advantage, and it's very clear here, it's not the draft, but when he's going down the front straight, he definitely appears to have some more top end than the MX-5 has. He certainly doesn't have another gear there, but he was able this time to motor right past Cam Gruber about 3/4 of the way down the front straight. Gruber has to rely on the draft if he's in trailing, just to hang on to the back of Mark Gibson's Datsun.
Very similar to that Mark Gibson did the previous lap. Cam Gruber also went center of the track to defend that position. So seeing that Mark Gibson had that straightaway advantage, was trying to protect his territory a little bit as they went into the braking zone of 1.
Yeah, here they come out of turn 8 now. Camden Gruber opened up by about 2.5 car lengths. And you're absolutely right, Dominic. Mark Gibson taking that traditional line into 5, staying real tucked in tight through the apex there. Camden Gruber, the center of the track, trying to widen it out. That could be a thing at the end. Greg?
All right, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Big Bore and ITA. If you could please start making your way up to the grid. Race group number 6, Big Bore and ITA. Please head to the grid for your MARRS feature race. All right, so, gentlemen, this is a bit of a change compared to yesterday. We saw a very tight battle yesterday for 4th in ITS between John Legg and Chuck DeHaven. That race hasn't really developed yet today, as Legg now has about a 2.5 second advantage over the BMW of DeHaven. That last time by, though, running fairly similar lap times. DeHaven actually about 1/10 of a second faster than John Legg. So we'll see here. Legg has had some issues through a good portion of the season where the pace of that car has fallen off considerably towards the ends of races. So we'll see here if DeHaven can move up a little closer. Also, noticing we didn't think that Ortiz was going to make the race, nor Patrick Pegues. Both of those drivers have. However, Matti Vikkula in his BMW 2002, Mark Liller in the Mazda MX-5 did not make the grid today.
Yeah, so here comes our overall leader now. Camden Gruber stretching it out now, Dominic. This has been the biggest lead that he's had over Mark Gibson's 1.45 seconds. So, again, have to figure out whether or not Mark Gibson is just going to lay back, just not use up the tires to try to push the issue as they head down in turn 1 and turn 2, see whether or not he can catch him later on in the run. Still 14 laps left to go.
And Brian, the past 3 circuits around, Camden Gruber has set personal best laps and fastest laps of the race. Last time it was a 124.482 compared to the 125.115. So about 6/10 faster over a lap. The last time was Cam Gruber over Mark Gibson.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see as we get down toward the edge of this, the end of this race, gentlemen. As we go, like I said, you look down into turn 5. They're just now coming through turn 5, heading over to turn 6 and through the carousel there. We'll pick them up coming up out of turn 8. That traditional line that each one of them is taking, it's going to determine really at the end of this race how much of those tires of Camden Gruber has from the fresher ones they had yesterday. How quickly do they go away?
All right, so just quickly to reset the field here, Cam Gruber with 6 laps in the books. When they come around, that will be 7. Cam Gruber is your leader in ITS. Mark Gibson about 1.5 seconds back. Steve Moeller, for the second day in a row, is holding down 3rd position in the class in his Mazda Miata. Then John Legg 4th, Chuck DeHaven 5th. And ITB, Scotty Holman now has opened up a substantial 18-second advantage over Jonathan Kinberg, who's running second. Carl Fossler today running third in class, and he's starting to close things down on Kinberg's BMW 2002. Fossler driving a Porsche 924. Patrick Pegues currently running fourth. George Ortiz in his Honda Civic running fifth.
And this time by the stripe, Gibson was about a tenth quicker than Camden Gruber, but when you have cars, as we saw yesterday and in our race today with Camden Gruber and Mark Gibson being so close, just taking a tenth, just chipping away exponentially out of lead can pay big dividends, especially since we haven't even reached the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, I think when we get to that halfway point, Dominic, just as you said, we're going to see Gibson and Gruber start to run on the back end of this ITB. It's going to determine whether or not Gruber and or Gibson, who can get through that traffic the best and not get stuck in a position that they have to wait on a corner. Hopefully you want to catch them kind of right along the front straightaway here or coming out of turn 2 before you get to turn 3. We'll see. George Ortiz now crossing the start-finish line now. Our leaders should be coming up underneath the bridge here out of turn 10. So within the next 2.5 to 3 laps, our leaders, they're going to catch that George Ortiz machine and the 36 of Patrick Pegues in that ITB class.
Yeah, now taking a look at that battle for fourth in ITS, Chuck DeHaven starting to close things down on John Legg. Last time by ran 1.3 seconds faster than Legg, and as I mentioned, Legg usually starts strong, starts to fade a little bit. That last time by, John Legg was over 1.2 seconds off of his fastest time of the day as our leaders are heading down into turn 3. And we've got a couple other battles starting to heat up a little bit. We'll talk a little bit more about that Fossler and Pegues battle for third for the last step on the podium in ITB in just a few moments.
Yeah, waiting for them to come out of the turn 10, start to head up through there. Our overall leaders are going in through turns 5. There's Jonathan Kinberg. He's coming up out of turn 8. Then it looks like you have the Carl Fossler machine there, and then you throw in the Patrick Pegues coming out of turn 8 along with George Ortiz. So as that starts to develop and get a little bit closer here, when we talk about second for overall in ITB, Greg, just as you said, Carl Fossler starting to run down Jonathan Kinberg. That's the race right now that we should be looking at because Carl Fossler is about pretty much the same time, at 3/100ths of a second faster, but again, starting to close that deal.
Yeah, and on the previous lap was 0.3 of a second faster.
Right.
So, and it looks like he's making up a lot of ground going into one. Now, Dom, I guess probably the one hit on Fossler is he hasn't shown to be the most consistent racer here. That he can put in very fast laps when he needs to, but he's prone to making some mistakes here and there as well. So we'll have to see how he does with the pressure.
And I think one of the big advantages for the Porsche 924 that he's running, probably one of the most aerodynamic cars allowed for the ITB class. So definitely on these straightaways where he's trying to exponentially reel in Jonathan Kinberg in the BMW 2002, really using the aerodynamic package of that Porsche to his advantage in order to reduce that gap.
Hey, real quickly, I just talked about this as our overall leaders with Camden Gruber and Mark Gibson starting to come up on some of the ITB lap traffic. Just came up on George Ortiz. Camden Gruber had to get hard on the brakes going into turn 3 in order to stay on that line to the back end of George Ortiz, was able to move over to driver's lesson, make that pass. Let's see what that time frame is now between Mark Gibson and Camden Gruber as Gibson didn't have to get on the brake as hard.
Right, and so on the previous lap, Gruber had set the fastest lap of the race and had stretched the advantage out to almost 2.8 seconds. So we'll see how that affects him as they now come out of turn 10, right behind that Fossler and Kinberg battle. Gruber still maintaining a rather large advantage as he has gotten around not only Ortiz, but has gotten around Patrick Pegues as well. And at the line now, 3.8 seconds separating our two leaders as we now have a new second-place runner in ITB. If you're watching on our cameras on YouTube, you would have seen Carl Fossler pass Jonathan Kinberg going into turn number 1, but it's not over yet, Dom.
Yep, as they go to turn 3, Carl Fossler has taken over second spot in ITB, but John Kinberg still right there pedaling behind. Cam Gruber is coming up to turn 3, so he'll be trying to make his way around. As Mark Gibson right now is probably about a second and a half to 2 seconds to the rears of Gruber.
All right, so we are now halfway through this 20-lap sprint race as Camden Gruber continues to cement his position as your leader in this race. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Big Bore and ITA. Race group number 6. If you haven't started doing so, come on down to the grid. We'd love to see you. Your race is next.
We take a look at our cameras here. Here comes out of turn 10. Here comes Camden Gruber, and he's really opened up that lead over Mark Gibson. Mark Gibson coming on the back end half of this Carl Fossler, Jonathan Kinberg race here. That is for actually second in ITB. We talked about it earlier. Is that Carl Fossler able to make that pass off Kinberg? You saw that on your cameras going into turn 1 last lap by. Well, now Kinberg's starting to reel Fossler and got a little bit of a pull from the Mark Gibson machine as they head down into turn 1.
Yeah, and as Gruber came out of turn 10 in the lead, looked as though Gibson perhaps playing it a little safe, did not want to get into the middle of that battle in ITB. The trailing car, Kinberg, may have been able to see him coming underneath going into 10, but pretty sure that Fossler wouldn't have been able to see that happen. So, Gibson playing it safe. He followed both cars through to his disadvantage. He lost about another 4 car lengths as he had to match their speeds, then pull out, then go to the inside and get by. And Gruber now up by over 4.3 seconds, so picking up almost another half lap that last time by.
Hey, Greg, another battle that you alluded to just a few laps ago is the ITS battle with John Legg and Chuck DeHaven. DeHaven has reeled in. John Legg is now sitting only about 3 to 4 car lengths as they make their way out of turn number 1, and as they get ready to go into turn 2. It seems as though Chuck DeHaven might have a little bit more as far as top end on the front straightaway here as they make their way into turn 3. That gap stays about consistent at 3 car lengths.
Wow. As Gruber came through turn 10, Gibson, you can tell now, is really starting to push his Datsun 240Z. Rear end just stepped out on the car just past the apex. Had to dial in 2 different corrections. A little bit of correction to keep the rear end from stepping out to his left, and then to keep it from going into a tank slapper in the other direction. Had to correct one more time, but he's lost a lot of ground right now to the MX-5 of Gruber.
Yeah, totally missed that turn, Greg. As you say, got really loose getting into the corner in there, and at that point you miss the apex. The car just wants to wash out to the right there. Basically all he could do to keep it straight. Dominic?
And we did have another position change for ITB. John Kinberg got around Carl Fossler and is now stretching that advantage to about 6 car lengths. For a second, it looked as though Carl Fossler had started to slow a little bit, perhaps maybe put the car in the incorrect gear, but is back underway, but definitely much further off of John Kinberg than the previous lap.
All right, so as now we jump back to that battle for 4th in ITS with John Legg just turning his fastest lap of the race. And as he does, he ends up gaining back about 0.4 of a second over Chuck DeHaven, who had really been picking up ground. But, I'll tell you, probably the biggest recipient of a draft right now is our ITB leader, Scotty Holman, sitting in that 4-door Mazda Protege, the number 69 machine, as he's right back behind the 240Z of Legg, the BMW 325 of DeHaven. He just ran a 129.969. That is almost 4/10, probably not 4/10, but 4 seconds faster than the rest of the ITB field right now.
I tell you what, just a couple laps ago, we were talking about second place there in ITB between Jonathan Kinberg and Carl Fossler. Jonathan Kinberg has now opened up a 3.2-second lead in second place for ITB over Carl Fossler. So Carl Fossler having a little bit of a challenge on the back half of this racetrack, started to open that up, and now got a little bit of a pull as well from our third place in ITS there, Dominic, of Stephen Moeller as they start to head up through turn 3. We're going to have to see whether or not Carl Fossler can reel him in.
And Brian, at this point, as I mentioned from the last lap, Fossler's machine didn't seem to be very healthy coming out of turn 2, but is able to gather it up. Patrick McGee is currently running 4th place in ITB. Still a little bit of ways back on the track, but could factor into the battle as well, as we have John Legg and Chuck DeHaven making their way down into turn number 1.
Starting to look like a little accordion there in that battle between Legg and DeHaven. Last time, by Legg had picked up about 0.2 of a second. This time by DeHaven gains it all back. They've just been kind of going back and forth that way. The gap right now a little bit less than 1 second. If we take a look on track as those drivers head down towards turn 3, it is about 4 car lengths there. So no huge change over the last couple of laps. But again, that is the battle for fourth in ITS.
Here comes our second place battle out of turn 10. Again, Jonathan Kinberg, Carl Fossler. Fossler, dropping back a little bit forward. Let's not count out Patrick Pegues. Patrick Pegues starting to reel in Carl Fossler a little bit. Looking at the last time by, he was 3 seconds faster than Carl Fossler on that last lap. We'll see where he's at now. Again, dropped another half a second back. So Fossler starting to improve there, starting to try to figure out how to reel back in Jonathan Kinberg there, Dominic.
They're making their way out of turn number 2, and as you mentioned, Patrick McGee now is able to see Carl Fossler a lot better than the laps before. But Carl Fossler's mind is going to be about pedaling up to get back to Jonathan Kinberg to make it a 2-car battle for the podium. And John Legg and Chuck DeHaven making their way across the stripe.
Yeah, let's take a look now, because on this last lap, Chuck DeHaven, who just ran his fastest lap of the race, made up about 0.4 of a second on John Legg. They are now nose to tail as they head down into turn number 1. That Datsun 240Z still leading the BMW, but not by very much. But I'll tell you, as I've been watching the view of those cars going into turn 1, it looks as though Legg is able to get the power down a little bit better than Chuck DeHaven. I think Chuck DeHaven, in trying to push that braking zone a little bit deeper, is having a little trouble getting the car turned in, getting it rotated. And Legg, he may be giving up a little bit on the straight. He may be giving up some down in the lower half of the course, but he's able to gain a lot of it back just in that one-turn complex.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Chuck DeHaven says after the race there to his crew about the car and how it was handling. I think, you're looking at it from up here in this angle, looks like in some of these turns he's losing the nose, which will make the rear end feel like it's wanting to slide out, to be a little loose, especially on some left and right, on the right-handers. So we'll have to see what he says. All
right, with 5 laps remaining here in our ITS and ITB race, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. That's ITA and Big Bore. Please make your way to the grid. ITA and Big Bore, please head to the grid.
Let's take a look at that Chuck DeHaven there battle with John Legg. And now, Dominic, as we look at it, as they go down into turn 1, Chuck DeHaven, he's there. He's right on the back bumper of John Legg as they start to head down into turn 1. Legg gets a little bit deeper in the braking zone. We'll see whether or not Chuck DeHaven's going to be able to get a pull out of turn 2 as they head up into turn 3.
Brian, as they motor out of turn 2, again, it's about a car length and a half to 2 car lengths from Legg back to DeHaven. And as you've been alluding to, it looks as though Chuck DeHaven's trying to make up ground under braking. However, John Legg's able to torque his way out of the turn and is able to keep that gap pretty consistent. So Chuck DeHaven's going to have to find a way in order to continue to reduce that margin.
So we've been talking all weekend long about the MARRS championship points as these championships are starting to wind down. Again, we've got today's feature races, which are 300-point races, and then we've got the races at New Jersey in a couple of weeks. In ITB, right now, your points leader is Jonathan Kinberg, and he's earned that lead by the way of consistency. But he comes into today's race with 1,115 points. Scotty Holman only 15 points back from there in second position. Rich Allen, who's not here racing this weekend, at 965. So we could see a new MARRS leader after today's race.
Yeah, very well you could, and it's going to depend on who goes to New Jersey at the end of the year or in a couple weeks. I think it's October 20th through the 22nd up there. But here comes our overall leader, Camden Gruber, putting a lap on this Chuck DeHaven and John Legg battle here. That's 4th and 5th that he's lapping in ITS. Mark Gibson now crossing the start-finish line, so there'll be 3 laps left to go. But again, Camden Gruber already lapping our ITS group for 5th and 4th, respectively.
And Brian, as they come out of 2, Legg and DeHaven are going to go side by side as they make their way up to turn 3. And for the moment, John Legg able to keep Chuck DeHaven behind, but for a moment, Chuck DeHaven did have the preferred line on drivers left going in there, but John Legg able to keep him at bay for the time being.
And I think the interesting thing there is as Gruber was coming down, our leader was coming down into the braking zone, he actually got in line in the braking zone at about the 300-foot mark, right between John Legg and Chuck DeHaven. As they went through and into turn number 1, Gruber came underneath John Legg, and I think John Legg had to let out of the throttle a little bit as that over-under was happening, and that brought Chuck DeHaven as close as he's been all race long. And we saw that little drag race down to turn 3. They're going to be coming up through, they're actually coming out of turn 8 and coming under the bridge right now. Here, let's take a look, as I believe Chuck DeHaven still has a little bit of ground to make up on the 61 machine, but he's right on the bumper coming out of turn 10, Brian.
Yeah, it gets a great run out of turn 10. Last time by, Greg, when you were talking about that through turn 3, John Legg actually forced the issue right in behind Camden Gruber to hold off Chuck DeHaven. If not, Chuck would have been able to make that pass, as we've got 2 laps left to go. This is our battle on the racetrack, and again, this is for 4th and 5th, respectively, in ITS, but what a battle it's been. These guys have gone at it for 2 days now, Dominic, as they come out of turn 2. Chuck DeHaven by about a car length and a half behind John Legg.
And DeHaven this time out of turn 1 and turn 2, not quite able to get the run and carry the momentum. And as they go up to turn number 3, we still have about 2 to 3 car lengths from Legg until you get back to Chuck DeHaven in the BMW.
You have to see whether or not he's going to be able to hold off. Again, as Camden Gruber comes around next time by, he's going to get that 1 to go board, for this race here. But as it looks like here comes Patrick McGee's out of turn 8 now. So it looks like Gruber should be not too far behind there coming out of turn 8 and headed up towards turn 10. As a matter of fact, I believe here he comes now. He should be coming up to turn 10 up underneath the bridge right now, and he will be getting that 1 to go board this time by. So Chuck DeHaven, if he's going to want to make that pass on John Legg, he's going to have to do it this time by, Dominic.
And Brian, another battle that's really been heating up the past 2 laps is for our final spot on the podium in ITB between John Kinberg and Carl Fossler, only about a car length separating them.
All right, so 2 big battles here left at the point with just a single lap to go, as our leader, Cam Gruber, in the number 5 Mazda MX-5 out of Winchester, Virginia, is on his last lap. He has opened up now a 15-second advantage over our MARRS Championship leader, Mark Gibson. Steve Moeller running 3rd in ITS currently. In ITB, Scotty Holman, John Kinberg, Carl Fossler is the order. But again, huge battle right now for that second step on the podium in ITB. Yeah,
it's going to be a great battle, and hopefully that the Camden Gruber doesn't get up to them so that they have one more full, complete lap to go ahead and settle that battle, as it looks like now Camden Gruber going through turn 5, going to head up through the back of the carousel. We'll take a look at this Kinberg and Fossler as they come out of turn 8. So it does look like they're going to be able to get that 1 additional lap that they need to battle that, as well as we've got our battle for 4th and 5th in ITS between DeHaven and John Legg. But here comes Kinberg, here comes Fossler. Again, that's second place in ITB for this. They're getting the 1 to go right now as well. So we should be seeing our leader, Camden Gruber. He's going to take the checker flag coming to the start-finish line now, Greg.
Yeah, Cam Gruber out of turn 10. No cars in front of him. He's going to take the checkered flag. As he does, we've got that battle heating up for second in ITB as John Kinberg gets to the inside, driver's right to defend, holds off the Porsche of Fossler for the moment. But let's jump over now for that battle for 4th in ITB, as we had Steve Muller come home in 3rd, and the battle for 4th in ITS. John Legg holds off Chuck DeHaven at the line. 21/100ths of a second is the gap.
Okay, momentarily we had Kinberg and Fossler go side by side coming out of turn 2. Kinberg looked as though he was able to keep him behind for the time being, but they were very close coming into 3. And as we look at our camera, only about a car length separating them as they make their way down the hill.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at it as they get through the carousel back there with turn 6 and 7, see what they look like coming out of turn 8. But again, it was about a car length and a half of Kinberg over Carl Fossler, as we're waiting for them again to come up out of turn 8. This is the last lap for them. Carl Fossler's been getting a great run out of turn 8. Goes right there with Kinberg. We'll have to look at coming out of underneath the bridge there, Dominic, coming out of turn 10. But I tell you what, if Carl Fossler gets the same run he did last time, this is going to be a battle. Here they come out of turn 10. It's about a car length and a half. Fossler gets that run out of turn 10. in Ken Kinberg hold him off as he starts to go. It looks like he's not going to be able to make that move.
There you go, and John Kinberg holds off Carl Fossler.
And Carl Fossler goes through the grass.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Carl Fossler had such a run on John Kinberg after they crossed the start-finish line, almost gave him the chrome horn, but John Kinberg is going to finish second in ITB, holding off Carl Fossler, who's going to finish in third. Patrick McGee's will finish fourth. George Ortiz will finish in fifth. So that's going to wrap up our ITS and ITB race. Let's do this. I said before that we were going to make the final call to the grid a couple minutes ago for our next group. Let's make one more call because I see the whole front end of the field hasn't shown up yet. So let's make that final call. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid. The final call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Big Bore and ITA. If you are in the Big Bore group, you're in the ITA group, you're in race group 6, you probably want to make your way up to the grid because you're going to be going on track in probably less minutes than I have fingers. All right, so what we're going to do now, we're going to thank some of the great partners of the Sports Car Club of America's Washington, D.C. region and the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and then we'll probably take a little bit of a break as we get ready for our 6th race of the day, our 6th MARRS feature race. But first, let's thank some of our great partners like Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series October MARRS, presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati and Dominic Mandiel, and things are starting to wind down here, gentlemen, as we have just 3 races left. Heading out onto the track right now for their pace lap is our Big Bore and ITA group, and we'll run down where we are in some of the championships in just a few moments. But before we do that, let's run down the starting grid.
Tell you what, let's go ahead and we'll give you the scheduled starting positions. As we know, the first 5 of the first 6 cars did not make the grid. Yeah. Starting in 17th from downtown Pennsylvania, the 113 of Kevin Gaiman. In the 16th position from Alexandria, Virginia, the number 97 of Barry Brown. Starting 15th from Hampstead, Maryland, the 00 of Justin Shepard. Starting 14th from Herndon, Virginia, the number 89 of Jamison Huffman. Starting in the 13th position from Medford, New Jersey, the 59 of Peter Doan. Scheduled to start 12th from Charlestown, West Virginia, the number 40 of Morgan Burkhart. In the 11th position from Lincoln, Delaware, the number 60 of Melvin Miller. Starting in the 10th position from Gainesville, Virginia, the number 1 of Daniel Freeman. Starting 9th from Pittsboro, North Carolina, the number 47 of David Smith. Starting 8th from Harpersville, West Virginia, the 31 of Joel Gambino. Starting 7th from Moyertown, Virginia, the number 9 of Anthony Pacelli. Scheduled to start in the 6th position from East Hampton, Maryland, the number 19 of Mark Wheaton. Starting 5th from Sterling, Virginia, the 69 of Andre Blanc. Scheduled to start 4th in the number 14 from New Ringgold, Pennsylvania, the 14 of James Jost. Scheduled to start 3rd from Quakertown, Pennsylvania, the number 88 of Stephen Ott. And scheduled to start on the front row, the number 3 from Centerville, Virginia, is Marty Graham. And scheduled to start on the pole from Bowie, Maryland, the 119 of Mark Liller.
All right, so taking a look at the cars that drove onto the track, I think we have a very different grid than what you mentioned.
Yes.
This is essentially an ITA race with Andre Blanc in his ITE Chevy Corvette, your pole sitter, and then Anthony Pacelli, who did not race yesterday, in his STU Subaru Impreza WRX. He's going to start on the outside of the front row, and then we start to see our ITA drivers, Joel Gambino, Dan Freeman. We won't see Morgan Burkhart, who had engine issues during yesterday's race, Peter Doan, Jamison Huffman. As we've got the pace car on the pit road now, and Andre Blanc, Anthony Pacelli have the field as they come onto the front straight. Starter looking over the field. And we'll see here. And there we go. We have a green flag, a very late green flag, as we have the Corvette jumping out to an early advantage over the Subaru. Then right behind him in row number 2, still neck and neck, the 2 Mazda Miatas of Gambino and Freeman. Freeman comes right across the nose of Joel Gambino for a moment, then opens up the corner a little bit, and looks as though Freeman might have a bit of an advantage going into turn 2, Dom.
And coming out of turn 2, Andre Blanc is the early leader. And then for a moment, Dan Freeman got ahead of Anthony Pacelli's Subaru. However, Pacelli is on his way up to turn 3 and is able to get back around Dan Freeman to take over second spot overall. Looking back to Joe Gambino and Peter Doan, who are second and third in ITA, running side by side through turn 3. Gambino able to nose ahead of Doan for the time being to take over second spot in class.
Tell you what, as they start to head down through turn 5, it is Andre Blanc. He's got that early lead. You talked about Anthony Pacelli. Didn't get a really good jump. Daniel Freeman started to get that jump going into turns 1 and 2, but now it is Anthony Pacelli sitting in second place overall and first in that STU. As they start to come through the carousel, they head up through turn 8. Andre Blanc opening up a little bit more and more as we go. Here comes Anthony Pacelli in second. Then you've got Daniel Freeman, Joel Gambino, and the rest of the ITA group.
All right, so Andre Blanc, who is our leader coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight, our sole ITE driver here, currently running second in the MARRS Championship, 135 points back from Joseph Hall, who is not here racing today. So this should, assuming Andre Blanc can make it halfway, put him into the championship lead here in the 2022 season of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series.
Yeah, that battle is really going to be for ITA between Freeman and Gambino, Dominic, as they start to head into turn 1 and coming out of turn 2, but don't give it away too quickly. Peter Doan right there catching up back up to them because he's got Justin Shepard, then Jamison Huffman. That's your front 4 in ITA, excuse me.
In our top 4 in ITA, it looks as though with Freeman and Gambino, you have a pair, and then with Doan and Justin Shepard running in fourth, you also have a pair. So our top 4 in ITA basically have two teams of 2 cars working together in order to move their way up.
All right, and so Anthony Pacelli, who's currently running second overall, he is our only STU driver in the field. He's currently running second in the MARRS Championship, and after yesterday's race where he did not start, so did not pick up any points, he comes into the day 15 points back from Scott Luttrell in his Mini, and Luttrell had some issues with that Mini Cooper, that supercharged Mini Cooper over Labor Day weekend. I don't know if we're going to see Luttrell in 2 weeks over at New Jersey Motorsports Park, but today Anthony Pacelli stands a good chance to take over the lead in the MARRS Championship. Mark Liller in his Dodge Neon, who we did see yesterday, did not make today's grid.
Yeah, I tell you what, let's look at this ITA battle for the lead. That is Joel Gambino, Daniel Freeman. Daniel Freeman leading Joel Gambino. And I tell you what, Dominic, last time by, when they went by the start-finish line, I don't think you could put a piece of paper in between the rear bumper of Freeman and the front bumper of Joel Gambino.
Yeah, as they went down into turn 1 and also across the stripe, we had Joel Gambino pushing Dan Freeman all the way down into the braking zone of turn 1. Looking back to third and fourth spot, Peter Doan has stretched that out a little bit over Justin Shepard, now to about 3 car lengths, as we have one of our American Sedan Mustangs. That's going to be Melvin Miller making his way up the field, who started a little bit further back.
Where'd he come from? Yeah, so Melvin Miller now running 7th overall in his Ford Mustang. He's out of Lincoln, Delaware. We also have the GT1 Chevy Corvette. Good to see that car back out here. David Smith in the number 47 car out of Pittsboro, North Carolina. He got caught up in that incident down at turn 1 yesterday when Marty Grand's Honda Civic Type R let go and let the oil go. That Corvette went for a little helicopter spin, I think, over on the front straight. Luckily, didn't hit the banking there, but they got it back dialed up and ready to go here as we are once again watching here this battle for the lead in ITA, coming out of turn 10 right now and going all the way to the edge of the curbing on the outside of turn 10. It is Dan Freeman leading Joel Gambino down into the braking zone. Now, we mentioned that on the last lap we saw Gambino really push Freeman somewhat deep. It's kind of a known thing that Gambino maybe gets to the brakes a little bit earlier than some of the other drivers in the class going down into turn 1, and we could see there where Gambino gets out of the throttle maybe at about the 400-foot mark. It allows Freeman to open up about a car length and a half as they come out of turn 2. But once again, the power of that 1.8 Miata that Gambino has gets them right back up to the bumper of Dan Freeman, our ITA leader.
For the first time, we do see Gambino peeking to the inside. Just took a look for a moment there on our leader Dan Freeman. Looking a little bit further back, we do have also a nice little battle here with the 89 of Jamison Huffman, as well as the 97 of Barry Brown, both, of course, driving those NA Miatas. And as we mentioned at the top, Morgan Burkhardt not taking to the track, but doing his teammate, his friend, a favor by loaning him his Hoosier tires to run on that 89 car. Yeah,
so Jamison Huffman, who's been double dipping between SSM and ITA, and certainly a very underpowered car for ITA, is an SSM prepared machine. But he was also going out on the Toyo tires that are required for the class. So now Jamison Huffman, he's going to get a little taste of the purple crack. and see what it's like. But one thing that we found over the years is when those SSM machines go to the Hoosier tires, it's in many cases much more tire than the soft suspensions of an SSM car can really do well with.
Yeah, and it looks like, guys, real quick, we're going to have a new leader in ITA. We'll get back to the Jamison Huffman and actually the Barry Brown battle going on, but it does look like Joel Gambino has gotten around Daniel Freeman coming out of turn 2 there, Dominic. We made that pass right at the start-finish line.
And Bernard Brown, we're going to see if Dan Freeman, now that he's running in second place and is driving behind, if he's able to maintain the pace of Gambino and be able to stay in that draft. They're making their way up to turn number 3, getting ready to go into 4 with about 2 car lengths between them. We also had Justin Shepard, who was right on the rear bumper of Peter Doan, fell back a little bit. Seems as though he's keeping that consistent at about 3 to 4 car lengths behind Doan in the Torrid MR2.
I tell you what, you talk about the Jamison Huffman and then you talk about the Barry Brown. Barry Brown driving in that number 97, a former Kevin Richlick car prepared by Motorsport Solutions, no longer racing here this year. Kevin going out and doing his own thing. Barry picking up that ride and going, got a great battle with Jamison Huffman in that ITA, and that is actually for 5th and 6th respectively in ITA.
All right, and so as we've talked about some of the MARRS Championship standings coming into the last weekends of the season, as Joel Gambino is going to cross the stripe and complete lap number 5 here in the lead. Joel Gambino currently your points leader with 2,985 points. Dan Freeman, who trails him on track by just about a couple feet. Well, trails him by a little bit more in the points, only 2,295 points. Morgan Burkhardt, as we mentioned, not out racing today, had some more engine issues. He is currently 3rd in the championship, 19,080 points. Peter Doan, only 180 points back from there with 1,800. So good chance that we're going to see Peter Doan move up into the bronze medal position here in the MARRS Championship after today's racing.
Tell you what, Dominic, you and I were both sitting here watching coming out of turn 10 with Jamison Huffman and Barry Brown. Barry Brown got a heck of a run out of turn 10, went down, got to the driver's right of Jamison Huffman going past the start-finish line. Jamison moved over a little bit to try to slow that draft pass down. Wasn't able to do it. Barry Brown gets by Jamison Huffman coming out of turn 2.
Well, what I saw as they came through turn 3 is it looks as though those Hoosiers are allowing Jamison Huffman to carry much more mid-corner speed, and so he was able to, again, close right back in on Barry Brown, who had edged him a little bit coming out of turn 2.
Tell you what, watching turn 5, it looks like, here comes our leaders in ITA right now as they are starting to head out of turn 10, head down towards the start-finish line. Gambino opening it up just a little bit more over Daniel Freeman. That's 1st and 2nd. Peter Doan, Justin Shepard, they're now coming out of turn 10 now. They're on the back bumper there of the Melvin Miller. Good to see Melvin out here running a full race. I know he struggled off and on all year long with that 60 Ford Mustang. So, again, good to see that. Here comes that Barry Brown. Here comes Jamison Huffman. Just as you said, Dominic, Jamison Huffman being able to get those tires in there. Maybe let's see whether or not he's going to be able to make that move, but it does look like Barry Brown's able to get a little deeper into the braking zone of turn 1. So we'll see whether or not he's able to hold off Justin Huffman.
Yeah, and
Jamison Huffman.
I think as we saw there, as they got down towards the braking zone for a moment there, it looked as though Jamison Huffman was thinking about coming to the inside, try to outbrake Barry Brown.
And gentlemen, we have, I think that is Jamison Huffman that just went off in turn 2, so he's back on. But sorry, Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, and he's just gotten the car back underway, and we can see here as he's doing some swerving here, trying to make sure he's got the tires underneath him. And got the word that he did go 4 off over at turn 1. I was going to say that that SSM car, it is outmanned, it is outpowered by an ITA Miata, probably by about 30 horsepower. So, and that is not an insignificant amount here. So when he tries to pull out and sticks in the draft, he basically hits the big wall, and it just cannot get past Richlick. So he's going to have to do it. He's going to have to do it another way. But also, as we saw now with him going off track, he now has about 25 car lengths to make up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's going to be a tough battle to figure out and get back in there. As here comes Peter Doan, here comes Justin Shepard. We talked about early on with that Joel Gambino lead. He's really starting to stretch that out a little bit more. Here comes Barry Brown. Here comes Jamison Huffman. So we'll have to see whether or not he can get that get that car back under power and get that back up through there.
With Joe Gambino, of course, this car previously being powered by both Owen Sheffer and Brent Simonson, definitely noticeably has a very aggressive front splitter in order to help the aerodynamics. So being able to, despite the fact that he was falling behind Dan Freeman for a number of laps, has been able to find a clear track and is starting to open up that advantage.
So Brian, not that I'm a conspiracy theorist or anything, but I always do see black helicopters swirling around over my head. We do have a bright yellow helicopter checking out the action over here by turn number 8. Hopefully they've got a camera that we can use on our views over here.
Well, I think that helicopter is getting ready to land over there on the skid pad, maybe down there. We did see an ambulance go by there. Hopefully it's something not so serious, but our racing here continues as we start to go through. David Smith now catching up and passing Joel Gambino. Again, not for position within class, but for position on the racetrack. That's going to put David Smith in that GT1 Corvette up into third overall, as Andre Blanc has now opened up that gap over 22 seconds over Anthony Pacelli. Again, ITE versus STU with about 12 laps to go here.
That's right. All right. And with 12 laps to go, because I don't think I made a call to the grid a few moments ago, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Spec Miata. That's race group number 7. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata drivers, race group number 7, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Yeah, so it looks like that helicopter's gone down around back behind the trees over here, and we've got Summit Point Raceway, a lot of activities going on. We've got 3 different race tracks here, and a lot of action, and a big training facility as well with Summit Point training facility. So we're not gonna speculate on what the action is over there, but as it stands, we've got a great couple of battles here going on track right here on the main circuit as Joel Gambino now. We have David Smith in that Chevy Corvette, who's gotten himself right between Gambino and Dan Freeman, and Smith has now made his way around Gambino as they come onto the front straight here. But Gambino has really started to stretch things out, Dom and Brian, over Dan Freeman. The gap now is almost 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, so pretty much all our battles that we saw early on, they have started to really stretch out more and more. So, Joel Gambino is really opening it up over Daniel Freeman, and Peter Doan has opened it up over Justin Shepard, although Justin Shepard last lap by just ran his fastest time of the race on lap 9 of a 1:29.568. That is actually 4/10 faster than Peter Doan. So Justin Shepard in that Miata, he's starting to reel in Peter Doan in that Toyota MR2.
And Brian, a few laps ago, of course, we did have the slight off track from Jamison Huffman. At the moment, we'll see if running on a borrowed set of tires and a tire that's new to him, so definitely a learning curve with dealing with a Hoosier rather than a Toyota tire. So we're going to I think something to watch here is if how much confidence as this race goes on Jamison Huffman has to push on those tires in order to try to reconcile and catch back up to Barry Brown running in third.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Like I said, you go off there on the grass and you get a good run coming out of there. Now here comes Melvin Miller, and it looks like that's Melvin Miller coming down the pit road. Actually, that may be Anthony Pacelli.
No, I think that's Anthony Pacelli.
That is Anthony. That is Anthony Pacelli in the Subaru coming down onto pit lane right there. Stopping right there at the first pit shack. We'll see whether or not what type of issue he may have. But, again, Anthony Pacelli looks like his day may be done.
Yeah, pitting in from second place overall. So here's the question was, how is Jamison Huffman dealing with the tires? Well, I'm going to now, it was a little bit cooler this morning when SSM went out on track for their race. They were the third race of the day. But here's an idea right now. Jamison Huffman's fastest lap in the SSM race today, a 1:29 flat. Here with the Hoosier tires for Jamison Huffman, fastest lap a 131.14. So about a second or a little bit more than a second faster for him on the Toyos. But then again, he's got a lot of experience now. He's got a full season underneath his belt on the Toyo tires. The first time he's been out on the Hoosiers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so the car, like you said earlier, that car is going to react totally different from what he had this morning. So again, it gives him another feel to be able to. That's only going to help him progress in the career of racing. He's going to understand what the car needs, what it doesn't need, and what changes his dad and the rest of the crew need to make as they go on. Plus, Greg, it's also probably going to make him a better driver when he gets back into SSM and goes back on those tires.
Yeah, and it sounds like Huffman having a few more problems, went four wheels off over a turn one for a second time today and has rejoined, but that is going to put a much bigger gap between he and Barry Brown.
Well, he's just trying to help Edwin and the group here to trim the grass down there in the back. I know they can't get the tractor down in there, so he wants to help them trim up the grass down there a little bit and try to help them out for the week. Quite a bit of rain here in the last 2 weeks, so again, not able to get down in there cutting. So Jameson's going to find out where to cut it. What do you think, Dom?
Yeah, definitely. And as we have Anthony Pacelli, I was about to mention the fact that Anthony had to rejoin the field, brings the car back onto pit lane. So evidently, and I believe this time, he might be looking to formally retire the car and head back to the paddock, and as well as Jameson Huffman.
Yeah, it looks like
Huffman's
coming down the pit lane as well. And by the way, I did not sell the tires to Morgan Burkhardt. I just want to make that absolutely clear. But we've got Huffman now coming down the pit lane, and he's given the signal that he's heading back to the pits as well.
So keep in mind, Greg, with Anthony Pacelli, right? He is an STU. He's the only STU driver out on the racetrack right now. He only really has to complete halfway in order to pick up that win. So again, why pressure the issue right now with this car? Take care of that car, bring it home. He may be going to New Jersey in 2 weeks to run in another class at some point.
And we're already now past halfway as we only have 8 laps remaining. And with that, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Spec Miata. That is race group number 7. Michael Collins' favorite. Please make your way to the grid. Race group number 7. Spec Miata, please start heading to the grid now.
Again, let's go back and let's check over what the overall lead is in Joel Gambino. Again, we talked about it early on with about 8 laps to go here. Andre Blanc, he's coming to the line. He's going to end up with 7 laps to go as he puts a lap on Barry Brown one more time. So, that lead in ITA, gentlemen, has grown now to almost just a little bit over 9 seconds, where we saw within the first 4 or 5 laps, they were nose to tail. So starting to open that up, Dominic.
Yeah, and we were talking about Jameson Huffman's learning curve on the Hoosier tires. Somebody else who has hopped in a new ride for this year was Justin Shepard, currently ran an RX-7, I believe, with an IT7 type setup on it for a number of seasons. And so moving over to the Miata, just I think going on with the times, the 1.8 liter Miata has been one of the cars to have. Yeah,
I think he ran that last year as well. I know he ran in the Miata a few races, I think, towards the end of last year. So you're right, making that move, still trying to get to the understanding, still trying to understand that car, as they, as he looks to progress, into that Miata, Greg.
All right, so we're going to want to take a look here. Melvin Miller, who's just now crossing the start-finish line, getting some word from a couple of our corner stations that they may be starting to see some oil smoke coming out of the back of that car.
If I can break in, we just had a big spin from our leader, Joe Gambino, in ITA.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, he's currently sitting on the outside of turn number 1, but that is going to allow Dan Freeman to take over the lead, and at the moment, he is still stationary on the outside of turn number 3. I'm not sure if there's an issue with the car, and he does get back underway, but he's going to be well far back from Dan Freeman.
And I wonder if that's based off of what you had just talked about with a little bit of the oil from Melvin Miller.
Yeah.
Because he clearly just went around right there in a spot. We'll have to keep an eye on that on turn 3 with everybody else going through. But that back end of that car just completely came out from underneath Joel Gambino. But that just changes everything there, because now next time by, when we click off on our timing and scoring, you're going to see Daniel Freeman. He's going to be your ITA leader the next time he comes through the start-finish line with 6 laps to go.
Yeah, and that could change things at least slightly here, as Freeman currently running second in the MARRS Championship, as Freeman now comes out of turn 10, and he's got pretty much the entire front straight ahead of him, and he comes across the line. He is now going to take over the lead in ITA, drop Joel Gambino now back into second, as Gambino had gotten that car back up and running, as Dom mentioned, just now crossing the stripe. Margin now 12.2 seconds separating Dan Freeman, your new leader in ITA, from Joel Gambino, now running in second place. Peter Doan comes across the stripe now, and Peter Doan a full 10 seconds out from Gambino in third.
And Joel Gambino, when he rejoined the track, of course, did a great job of being aware of what was around him and entered safely. And also did a great job to not magnify having the off, because despite the fact that it has dried out here with the sun, getting a car stopped when it's spinning through the grass is never an easy thing.
Never an easy thing.
Getting it rode down enough to keep it out of the where you don't want the car to be.
Yeah.
Are you talking from experience around here, Dominic? That you've
If he isn't, I am.
yeah, I was going to say, because I know I am. I've been around a couple of times.
Oh, my gosh. All right, so we now have 5 laps remaining here, and Andre Blanc is your leader in his ITE Chevrolet Corvette. That is I believe that's a C5 Corvette that he is running here. And 2 more races here this afternoon. Of course, our next race, which I'm going to make another call to the grid for here in a second, is Spec Miata. And then we're going to wrap up things this afternoon with Spec Racer 4 Gen 3.
So we're waiting for actually Daniel Freeman just went by the start-finish line. Again, there'll be 5 laps to go. Here comes Joel Gambino. Here comes Melvin Miller. Again, I talked about Melvin Miller. Great to see him out being able to run. I know he has struggled off and on, especially in the last couple of races.
Well, we'll see if that number 60 machine is putting down any oil. That might be the last thing Joel Gambino wants to see.
That may be the last thing anybody wants to see at this point.
In the rearview mirrors, exactly.
As Andre Blanc just now goes by the start-finish line right now, so there'll be 4 laps left to go. Justin Shepard just slightly behind him.
All right. And so, guys, if you like what you see, if you're enjoying the broadcast here today, and I'm going to find my little animation. It's going to take me a while. There we go. If you like what you see, if you like what you hear, please go ahead, give us a big thumbs up on YouTube. Click on that subscribe button, and then click on the notification bell so you can find out about all the times the Washington, D.C. region SCCA goes live here on YouTube. It means a lot to us, and will get the region a lot more visibility. So here, with only 4 laps remaining at Summit Point for our Big Bore and ITA race, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Third and final call to the grid for Spec Miata. Spec Miata drivers, please head to the grid now. Your race is next.
We're looking for our overall leader, Andre Blanc. He should be coming up to getting the 3 laps to go. Here comes Joel Gambino. Again, right now, that is going to be second in ITA. Closed down a little bit there, Dominic. The last 2 laps back to Daniel Freeman, where it was 12 seconds. Now it's only 10 seconds. So again, reeling him in a little bit. I see Daniel Freeman coming through turns 3 right now as he gets off the gas and gets on the brake a little bit puff of smoke there, but he's got the 113 there of Kevin Gaiman as they start to head up and down the hill through turn 5.
But from a driver's mindset, one of the things that, apart from having somebody ahead of you to chase, one thing that fuels drivers especially is after making a mistake, being able to recollect yourself and to try to rebound and do the best you can to catch back up and lost any of the ground that you missed, because and I think that's what separates a lot of drivers. Some drivers, when they make mistakes, they tend to get angry, and then mistakes tend to get compounded. And other times, they keep their wits about them.
Why is everybody looking at me?
As Greg starts to laugh, and we all just turn around here in the booth and look at Greg. So, you're absolutely right, Dominic. The best thing that you can do when you do make that mistake is just calm down, get yourself back up, make sure there's nothing wrong with the car, and then get back after it and just be smooth. That's from a racer and from somebody coming up and coming and doing this. That's one of the first things you need to learn as Daniel Freeman goes by the start-finish line. Again, we should have, unless my timing has not updated, but I think we got 3 laps to go.
3 laps to go, and when Andre Blanc crosses the stripe, it will be 2. And here comes Blanc now out of turn 10. all by himself on the front straight. He's had a very quiet, easy, I don't want to call it easy. He's had a very quiet race. He's had to pick his way through traffic, but not the most populated race course at the moment. It's been a consistent race for him.
Yeah, he's been actually consistent looking here at his lap times all the way through the race, really from lap 1 to lap 18 that he's in. He's in that 123 to 120, low 125 range. So pretty consistent, every single lap. Not really over pushing it, not really trying to get, everything where he could end up going off and damaging the car. This is just a nice, easy, smooth run for him to get through, this 20-lap race. Remember, with a high-powered car like that, you've got to take care of the tires. You've got to take care of the brakes, because what ends up happening is when the fuel starts to unload out of that and starts to go out of this race, these cars start to handle completely different, especially the heavier car.
All right, now coming out of turn 10 is your ITA leader, Dan Freeman. Joel Gambino, he's making up some ground on Freeman, but I think Freeman at this point, he's just in maintenance mode at this point. The last time by, Gambino ran 2.4 seconds faster than Dan Freeman, but he's got a long way to go as Andre Blanc now comes out of turn 10. He's going to get that 1 to go board here. That should give Gambino and Freeman 2 more laps here as they're just now coming out of turn 2, heading down towards turn 3, Dom.
And something that gives you even more motivation is at one point Joe Gambino was too far to see Dan Freeman up the road. Now visually he can see ahead that Dan Freeman is in his sights, and so that's going to give him the extra push to keep pedaling in order to catch up. The last time around he was a little more than 2 seconds quicker. So it's going to be a tall task with this race winding down, but if he can keep pedaling, that there is a possibility that we could have a battle here. Yeah,
we could end up with a battle pretty much on that last lap. Again, it's going to depend on whether or not Andre Blanc's able to get through and catch up to them, which I don't believe he's going to. I think Freeman and Gambino are going to stay in front of him. So the next time they come by, which here comes Freeman now out of turn 8, and now here comes Gambino out of turn 8. So again, we'll have to see what the difference is. Last time by, it was 5.5, so it's dropped from 12 and a half seconds down to 5.5. They've got one more lap to go.
Yeah, and it's about 15 car lengths or so, Brian, so still a long way to go here for just one lap.
Yeah, 3.5 seconds, so he cleared up another 2 seconds. So again.
All right, so Andre Blanc coming out of turn 10, Brian, and he is going to take the checkered flag. He just got underneath the American sedan of Melvin Miller going through turn 10. So that's going to end the race for Miller. He takes the win in American sedan. Peter Doan, who just now crosses the stripe, he locks in third place in ITA. And we'll have to take a look here. I think that's Justin Shepard. Shepard's going to finish just off the podium in ITA. He finishes 4th. So let's take a look and see that battle for the lead in ITA with Dan Freeman and with our championship leader, Joel Gambino. They went through turn 5, Brian, and still a pretty decent-sized gap between the two.
Pretty decent size, but it is starting to close in. Let's take a look at our cameras here and see if we can't see in turn 8 as they come out from the carousel. Here comes Daniel Freeman, and they're pretty much in the same screen. I don't think it's going to be enough for Gambino to reel Daniel Freeman in, but we'll have to see in turn 10. You never know. Sometimes that gets tricky. You just got to get through the turn, and we'll see. But it has definitely closed up the gap, just as Dominic said. When you make that mistake, it's just a matter of being a calm, cool head, and you get it. But, yeah, so Daniel Freeman's going to win your ITA, but really only 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, just coming out of turn 8 up the hill and through turn 10, Joel Gambino made up around 7 car lengths, only 3 car lengths back at the checkered flag, but congratulations to Dan Freeman. So let's go and run down the order here really quickly. As we mentioned, your winner here today in this big bore ITA race, Andre Blanc in the ITE number 69 Chevy Corvette, finishing 2nd. On track today, David Smith in his GT1 Chevy Corvette. Good day for the Corvettes here. That was the number 47 car out of Pittsboro, North Carolina. Finishing 3rd overall, Dan Freeman in the number 1 Mazda Miata. He's out of Gainesville, Virginia. Joel Gambino finishing second, as you mentioned, only 0.8 back. Peter Doan will take the last step on the podium. Justin Shepard finishes fourth. Barry Brown finishes in fifth. And let's not forget Anthony Pacelli, who we think went halfway. We'll call him the winner in STU. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for Big Bore and ITA. We'll make one final call to the grid for our Spec Miata drivers, even though I said we wouldn't. Final call to the grid for Spec Miata, race group number 7. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, Spec Miata. Please make your way to the grid. So with that, we're going to take a quick little break. We'll be back with you in just a few moments for that 20-lap run to the checker by Spec Miata here at Summit Point Motorsports Park. We'll be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301 585.
And we're back here at Summit Point for the October MARRS presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dominic Mandiel and Brian Donati, and we have just 2 MARRS feature races remaining, 2 20-minute races here left at the point this weekend. It'll be the last MARRS outing at Summit Point this season. We do have another event in just a few weeks at the Thunderbolt Raceway at New Jersey Motorsports Park. But next up on the docket is Spec Miata. And of course, we saw SSM a little bit earlier today with all the NA Miatas, a little bit more tightly regulated class than we have here in Spec Miata, where we can have the NA and ND Miatas out here, 1.6 liter, 1.8 liter Miatas, but it is going to be, I think, a very good race. Try to take a look here at how we finished up yesterday's race, Brian, as we're getting ready to go back racing here. And our drivers are under the 5-minute warning, so don't have a lot of time before they run out on track. But Jeremy Butts was your winner yesterday. John Hotz finishing in second. We saw that John Hotz, he helped move from side to side, left to right, up and down, back and forth. It doesn't matter if Jeremy Butts is your leader or Nick Murray.
Yeah, I was going to say, if there's anyone over the last couple of weeks, last couple of events that we've seen that really takes advantage of using the race course, and using the circuit, it is John Hotz.
That's right. So it was Butts and Hotz in top 2. Mike LaMena finished on the 3rd step of the podium. Kip Gaynor finished in 4th position with Glenn Evans, Ted Cahall 5th and 6th. But as we're getting ready now to send our drivers out onto the course for their final pace lap, let's run down the starting grid, Dom.
We have 16 Miata slated to race this afternoon. So we're starting in the 16th spot. We'll have car number 47 from Chesapeake, Virginia. Driving that is starting 15, car number 7 out of Harrisonburg, Virginia. That's Brad Williams. 14th, we'll have car number 41 from Bristolville, Virginia. That's Chris Hubbard. Starting 13th is the 111 car out of Pennsylvania, Jared Hubbard. Starting 12th, we'll have car 02 from Amelia Courthouse, Virginia. That's George Hall. Our 11th starter will be car 81 from Illinois, and that's Larry Cahall. Starting in 10th is car number 6 out of Oakland, New Jersey, and that is Connolly. Starting in 9th, we'll have car 04 from Cherryville, North Carolina. The driver is Steven Figueroa. 8th is car number 0 from Jersey, Illinois, and that is Bob Cahall. 7th spot belongs to car number 34 from Close Neck, New Jersey. That's Thomas Pillen. In 6th, we have car number 44, and that's Joe Rivera. Driving that is Nick Freeman. In 5th spot, we found car number 10 out of Virginia. That's Ron. Our 4th starter is car number 58 out of Oakland, New Jersey. That's Ron. Starting in the 3rd spot, car number 69 out of Youngstown, Maryland. Yesterday's winner, Jeremy Butts. And on our front row, starting 2nd, is car number 78 out of Christiansburg, Virginia. It's Ted Cahall. And on the pole, driving car number 63 from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, it is John Hotz.
Sorry, Greg. I was going to say, remember, we saw in the first, 5, 6, 7 laps yesterday in the sprint race for the 15 laps, Jeremy Butts, John Hotz starting to pull away. Jeremy sticking his left hand out the window saying, hey, let's go, let's stay in line here. Ended up doing that, able to get past John Hotz, and then never look back after that. So.
Yeah, and actually, it was a very quick jump that both of them made. They had opened up almost a 10-second advantage over LaMena, Gaynor, and Evans that early on, and they started to fall back to the rest of the field a little bit later on. But until with about 3 laps to go, they were pretty disciplined. Did not start battling it out. Essentially, did all they could to keep from falling back into the main pack here. As we've got the lights out on the pace car, they're coming through turn 8 now, and as they head underneath the bridge, our pace car now onto the pit lane. And we will be getting underway here in just a moment as our pole sitter has the field. John Hotz in that white number 63 machine. The field being looked over by our starters, and we have a green flag just as the last row comes out of turn 10. And once again today, for the second time in a row, we're seeing a great jump by John Hotz on the inside of the front row. Jeremy Butts following him down, and Ted Cahall for the second time today just not getting a great start. We saw him have issues in the SSM race as well, but today he's now going to fall back into third position with Michael Amena sliding in behind him, and then Glenn Evans, Tom.
And as they come out of turn 2, it is John Hotz, the early leader. Jeremy Butts slots in behind. But we have contesting for third spot is Ted Cahall, as well as Michael Mena in the 88 car. Mike is able to overtake Ted and take over the third spot. Running in fifth to round out the top 5 early is Tom Polino, pursued closely by Glenn Evans in the 10 car.
You know, Greg, you talked about that. Ted Cahall not getting a good run there, starting on the on the driver's left there in that number 2 position. What that does is that stacks up that whole outside line. So as they got down into the middle of headed into turn 1, Michael Amena jumped out of line, got in the middle of them, and was able to get over into the driver's right into that preferred lane and be able to get there and take that third position over Ted Cahall as they went through turns 3. Looks like everybody is through turn 5. Here they come out of turn 8 right now. It is Hotz, Butts, Lamena. Then you got to go about 3-4 car lengths back to Ted Cahall. Then you've got the number 10 of Glenn Evans. That's your front 5.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw at this point Hotz and Butts already out to about a 15 car length advantage. Not so much today, as it is a 3-car battle right now, about a car length and a half separating our top 3. Then another 5 car lengths back to Ted Cahall in that red number 78 machine. Cahall has Thomas Paulino right on his gearbox. Then about 3 car lengths back from there, it's Glenn Evans. Then you get to Robert Cahall, Sean Lamena, and Steve Fagura. They're all lined up just now going into turn 1, but quite a distance back from that second pack, Dom.
They come out of turn 2, and John Hotz continues to run at the point with a car length over Jeremy Butts, with Michael Elena right behind Butts. And then we go back about 3 car lengths till we get to the drafting pair of Ted Cahall and Tom Polino. And then Glenn Evans, as we mentioned, has joined up with them as well. And then, as you mentioned, we have Bob Cahall, Sean Lamena, and Stephen Fagura running in formation as well.
Looks like we got one car. Oh, hard impact into the wall into turn 5.
I believe that was one of our lead cars, Brian.
That actually may be, and it's kind of really hard to see. That does look like that may be the 63 there.
Yep, and indeed, I'm getting the call from the corner station. It was John Hotz. Went a little bit wide going through turn 4, down through the chute. Ended up impacting the tire wall and spinning back across the track. We are going to a full course caution.
Yeah.
Okay, as we have the corner workers attending to that incident. So that is now going to move up into the lead. Now Michael Amena in the number 88 machine, as Jeremy Butts had gone to, as Jeremy Butts in the 69 machine had gone to avoid that incident. Lamena, your new leader. Ted Cahall running second. Tom Paulino running in third. Glenn Evans, Robert Cahall, Jeremy Butts, as we mentioned in the 69 car, drops from the front row all the way down the 6th. Sean Lamena 7th. Steve Fagura, Larry Cahall 9th. Chris Hubbard in 10th, as we have corner workers responding. We've got emergency services teams responding, but we are now, I think for the first time today, under full course caution here at Summit Point Raceway.
Yeah, not sure if there was anything on the racetrack by the time they got over there, regarding that first lap, but pretty good heavy impact there for John. We'll have to see what happens. If you are looking on the camera, you can actually see that right there. So we'll see what happens there. We may end up having to, what they decide and what they need to do. I can tell you that is going to have to be some heavy tire wall repair, to that left side of the track.
Yeah, as we've got the field now filtering down through turn 5, and again have our great emergency teams responding. Now, I think this is as good a time as any, Brian, of course, to thank the many volunteers that help put on these Sports Car Club of America races, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. The SCCA is a member-run organization. It is a club, and it is volunteer-driven. So we want to thank all the great volunteers, whether they be our emergency services teams, whether they be our flagging and communications teams, whether it be our stewards, our folks in the pit lane, on the grid, our registrars. I'm sure there are a number of people that our scrutineers over in tech, and we are getting word that we are going to be going to a black flag all here at Summit Point Raceway, because we do have a bit of tire wall cleanup to take care of here. So what we're going to do, we are going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we'll bring you more of Spec Miata here from Summit Point Motorsports Park. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, as we are currently under black flag conditions here at Summit Point in our Spec Miata race. Going to be down for a little bit. We have some tire wall repair down at turn 5. As soon as we have some information on when we're going to be bringing more action to you, both here at the track and, of course, on YouTube, we will let you know. So, again, everybody, just hold tight. We'll be back here with you in just a few moments, and we'll give you an update as soon as we have it here from Summit Point.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
All right, everybody, just a quick update. We're still undergoing some cleanup and some tire wall repair down at turn number 5 as we're under black flag conditions here at Summit Point Raceway in our Spec Miata race. As soon as we have some more information, we will definitely let you know. But at this point, we don't have an ETA, but we can see our emergency services teams, the great EV teams here from the DC region of the SCCA, going at it, working pretty darn fast down there. So hopefully we'll be back to green flag racing here in Spec Miata very soon.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
All right, so we have a small update as we still have cleanup work ongoing over at Turn 5. We've just received word from Race Control that the race has been red flagged. That effectively stops the clock, and the clock was stopped at 20 minutes. So that means our Spec Miata drivers, they're going to have a 20-minute race to the checkered flag. Of course, this race is based on either laps, 20 laps, or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. And so the clock has now been stopped. We're going to give the drivers 20 minutes to battle it out to the checkered flag here in Spec Miata. As soon as I get an estimate on when we believe we might have things back underway, we'll let you know. We're still doing some repair down over at Turn 5.
$301 585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
All right, everybody. Well, got another update for you. Looks like everything has been cleaned up, or most everything has been cleaned up over at Turn 5. We've got a couple of vehicles still there getting ready to head back, but we're going to be giving the 5-minute warning to our drivers in a few moments. It sounds like not ready to do that yet, but again, when our drivers go on course, they are going to have a 20-minute race to the checkered flag here in Spec Miata. And then we've got one more race to go after that. We've got our Spec Racer Ford race scheduled to start immediately after Spec Miata. And we'll probably be calling start calling our Spec Racer Ford drivers up to the grid in a few minutes here. But again, next, we should be ready to go back to racing here in just a little bit. And I'll give you an update as soon as we have more information.
Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, and EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
right, and we are back here at Summit Point Raceway for the June. Oh my God, what am I thinking here? It is the October MARRS presented by OG Racing. That's what I meant to say. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and also Dominic Mandiel, and we are getting ready to go back to racing after some cleanup over at turn number 5. We have a bit of an update. We're going to be sending our Spec Miata drivers out on track. They are going to have a 20-minute run to the checker. So still a lot of laps to go in this race, gentlemen, here from Summit Point Raceway. And, of course, because of the fact that they came in and they were black flag first, they're going to be going out behind the safety car, but it's going to be a single file restart. And that means Mike LaMena now, who is your leader, he's going to lead the field. He's going to have control of the field coming out of turn 10. And it sounds like there may be some questions as to how to approach this start, Brian.
So he's never been in this position. I was talking to his wife, Stephanie, kind of on the start, and he wasn't 100% sure. And so I just told him, say, look, you control the start once that pace car goes in. That's when the green flag is going to come out. And like you said, Greg, it's going to be single file. Looks like we're getting ready to start these cars rolling back off the pit lane here. They'll follow the pace car around. The pace car will come into pit lane just as we did on a normal start to a race, with the exception of single file. Then it will be up to Mike to determine when he's ready to go. Once that green flag comes out, it's full bore on racing. And again, we're going to go run that full 20 minutes. So we were doing some calculations here as the time is starting to count down now, the minute they roll off of the grid. So 20 minutes. So think about it as another minute and a half, 2 minutes before they come back around. Right. So 18 full minutes of racing at about a minute and 27, minute 26, per lap. They're probably going to get, nine maybe?
Laps?
8, 9 laps maybe. So pretty good sized stint to get this run going.
Okay, so to reset the field here, Michael LaMena is your leader. Ted Cahall in the number 78 machine. He started off second today on the outside of the front row. Didn't have a great start, but with what happened down there at turn 5 with John Hotz going off, with Jeremy Butts falling back to 6th place, he now finds himself back in second position. Thomas Paulino in the number 34 machine out of Colts Neck, New Jersey. He is currently third. Glenn Evans, fourth out of Centerville, Virginia, in the number 10 car. Robert Cahall is now fifth in the 08 car. As we mentioned, Jeremy Butts, who had been up at the front of the field with John Hotz, finds himself in sixth. Shauna LaMena, the daughter of our lead car right now, Mike LaMena, she finds herself in seventh position. Stephen Figura, eighth. Larry Cahall. So we got 3 Cahalls in the top 10. I hope there's not team orders there, but you never know. As Larry Cahall is ninth. Chris Hubbard is 10th. Then we've got George Paul, Brad Williams, and James Hunt rounding out the field. Should mention that Kip Gaynor and Jared Odrick did not make the grid today. So 13 cars remaining here, all on the lead lap, and we'll see what happens as the pace car, probably the safety car, now leading the field through turns 6 and 7. And the lights are out on the pace car.
Yeah, again, we'll wait for them to come out. Like I said, as soon as it gets to the pit road and as soon as it gets off of the racetrack, it is up to Michael LaMena to start with this single file restart. So, we'll be able to see here, as they get going. When does Michael start to do it? Jeremy Butts has been pretty quick. It should be a pretty good run to the end here, Greg, because like I said, Jeremy's been pretty fast all weekend long. Here comes Michael LaMena now, and here comes Ted Cahall. That's second. Waiting for the green. The green flag is out, so they are back to racing again. Shauna LaMena getting a great jump there with Jeremy Butts as they go drivers right, and they're going to make the pass on the 08 there of Robert Cahall.
Yeah, coming up the inside, and honestly, I'm a little surprised that the green flag came out because they were already shaded all the way over drivers right before the green flag, but it is now 3 wide going down into turn 1, Dom.
Yep. And there in the start, you mentioned that Jeremy Butts and Shauna LaMena are pushing together. Shauna looks like down to turn 1, hung out a little bit out to dry. And as now the field comes into getting ready to go into turn 3, it is Michael LaMena leading over Ted Cahall by about a car length. Then we have Tom Polino and Glenn Evans and Jeremy Butts rounding out the top 5. So I believe that Butts was on the restart able to make up a spot.
Yeah, as we go to our camera here, they start to head down in turn 5. Again, LaMena starting to lead over Cahall and Polino. That's your front 3. As everybody looks like they've made it down through turn 4 and through turn 5 one more time, Greg.
All right, so real quick here, as we had that big delay, let's make a first call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. That's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please make your way to the grid. As LaMena leads the field out of turn 8, up under the bridge, and to turn 10, Brian, he's got about a 2-car length advantage right now over the red number 78 of Ted Cahall. Pinned right to the back bumper of Cahall is Tom Paulino in that black with green lettered numbers 34 car. Glenn Evans about 6 car lengths back from there. He's got Jeremy Butts behind him. Now he's got Jeremy Butts going down the inside, and we'll see if Butts can take over 4th position. And I believe, Dom, let's pass it over to you. I believe he does.
The leaders come out of turn 2, and at the front we have Michael Mena and Ted Cahall beginning to have a bit of a separation by about 3 car lengths. But looking back, it looks as though Jeremy Butts still behind Glenn Evans. They're going to go side by side up to turn 3, and Glenn Evans had the preferred line, but Jeremy Butts using a little bit of that momentum to get alongside, so they're going to go side by side down to turn 4.
Tell you what, Jeremy Butts definitely wasn't going to give up that position really easy there with the Glenn Evans machine, as Dominic alluded to. They were side by side heading up out of turn 3. As we look now through the cameras here, going through turn 5, looks like everybody's going to go through turn 5. We'll wait for them to get back through the carousel, and then as they come up through turn 8, again, LaMena going to lead over Ted Cahall by about 0.5 of a second. We'll see as they come up through turn 10 here. It should be right around that same time, right around that same gap. Here he comes, and it looks like it may have stretched out a little bit, gentlemen.
Yeah, indeed. As they come out of turn 10, Mike LaMena now opening up a 3-car length advantage over Ted Cahall. Another 3 back to Tom Paulino. So Paulino not able to keep the pace of the 78 car either. It is then another about 8 car lengths back to Jeremy Butts in the 69 car. Remember, Butts was up as high as 2nd before we had that incident and the black flag. Glenn Evans behind him. Then Robert Cahall, Stephen Figueroa all in line. It is then about 25 car lengths back to Sean LaMena now sitting in 8th with Larry Cahall, Chris Hubert rounding out the top 10.
Jeremy Butts sitting in 4th right now, Dominic. We'll see whether or not he's got the ability to go ahead and get that car moved back up to try to catch Michael LaMena here. We're kind of looking at it's going to be a timed race here, gentlemen. So, again, you've got that time that's going to, benefit a little bit towards Michael LaMena. How fast is Jeremy Butts' car? Because, remember, he had to make that evasive action from that incident down in turn 4 and turn 5.
And Brian, the fact that we are now on the time race means that Jeremy Butts will have even more of an incentive to try to pedal back up to the top 3 because he doesn't have as many laps and as much time to get the job done. So he'll have his eyes set on the top 3 and will be looking to join their Jobson train there.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at this as originally being a 20-lap feature race, which a good distance longer than the 15 that we ran yesterday. What we end up with now is about the exact same length race that we saw yesterday. It is going to be, somewhere along the lines of 12 to 13 laps, maybe even a little bit shorter than yesterday, and it really throws that strategy that drivers may have come in with out the window. But now crossing the stripe, completing what is lap number 8, is Michael LaMena, and he's got about a 4-car length advantage now over Ted Cahall. Paulino has managed to pull right back up to the bumper of Cahall under the draft, and there is Jeremy Butts. Butts now locked in right behind the number 34 car. So we've got the 78, the 34, the 69, all 1, 2, 3 as Jeremy Butts just ran the fastest lap of the race.
He did, Greg. He just ran the fastest lap of the race here and starting to make some ground on the Thomas Paulino and the Ted Cahall. Again, as this is going to come down to a time lap with about 12 and a half minutes left to go. Dominic, is that enough time for Jeremy to get past those 2 cars and then to get up and catch up to Michael LaMena?
And Brian, as the top 4 went into turn 3, we did see that there is about a 2-car length separation. Of course, with the draft that can close up really quickly. Jeremy Butts, however, knows that if he starts to go side by side through turn 3, turn 4, and even turn 5 with these other competitors, that will give Mike just the additional more edge he can to begin to extend that lead. So he'll know that he has to stay within that draft in order to keep it within contention.
All right, so now as our leaders making their way out of turn 8 and starting up the hill, coming underneath the bridge, it is still a 4-car battle for the lead, but Mike LaMena maintains that advantage over the rest of the field, maybe even extends it out just a little bit now to about 6 car lengths over Ted Cahall, who now has to be concerned whether or not Jeremy Butts is going to get a little bit offensive, try to work his way past Paulino and Cahall. And as they go down into turn 1, Cahall's got to get defensive as Jeremy Butts locks up the brakes hard, going down into turn 1, stays all the way to the inside, and manages to scoot on by Ted Cahall. But that also allows Paulino to sneak through as well as they come out of turn 2. Dom, and over to you.
Yep, Jerry Butt's getting on the brakes for all their worth there, down into turn number 1.
And more.
Yep, they make their way into turn 3, and he's now right behind Tom Paulino. That has, however, allowed Michael Maynard to scoot out to about a 5-car length advantage over the rest of the field. We have Ted Cahall in 4th place, sitting back there about 2 car lengths, and then Tom Paulino about 3 back from there.
I tell you what, Greg, Jeremy Butts making that move over to driver's right. At one point, I guarantee you Michael LaMena looked in the rearview mirror thinking that's the best thing I could see. But as Ted Cahall was able to give that up, I think the smoke from Jeremy Butts' tire scared him a little bit. He moved a little bit to driver's left to give Jeremy that room.
And it opened the door for Paulino as well.
Correct. So now you've got to, you got to look at it again. They're coming hard for Michael LaMena. Jeremy Butts right now, looking at the times, he is the fastest car on the racetrack right now. So we should see how long it's going to take before him and Michael LaMena go battle it back and forth.
All right, well, once again now, especially after that battle for second, LaMena now has opened up about a 10-car length advantage over our new second-place runner, Tom Paulino. Paulino has Jeremy Butts right behind him, and then Ted Cahall about 7 car lengths back from there, but Butts already stepping to the inside, driver's right, coming down side by side into the braking zone, and both of those drivers are making up ground on LaMena as they go down into turn 1. We have a new second-place runner, and that is Jeremy Butts.
And as evidenced by the fact that Jeremy's been able to comfortably run in the top 3 throughout this weekend, it seems as though he has enough pace and in his mind has enough speed in order to get back to Michael LaMena. It's about 2 car lengths between LaMena and Butts as they go into turn 3, but Tom Paulino sticking right back there, about a half a car length back. Take out just a little bit further back, about 2 car lengths, and then the rest of our field starting to string out just a little bit as they make their way down to turn 5. All
right, so as we now have less than 10 minutes remaining on the clock, let's make another call to the grid for our next race. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 8, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. This is your second call to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 with less than 9 minutes remaining in this Spec Miata race. Your race is coming up very soon. Please make your way to the grid. All right, so we've got our leaders now coming out of turn number 9 and heading up the hill. And gentlemen, Thomas Paulino and Jeremy Butts, they have really closed things down on our leader, Michael LaMena, as the 88 car leads 4 cars out of turn 10. Jeremy Butts with a run pulls up right alongside the number 88 car. So we've got the black 69, we've got the blue 88, and as they come down, going down into turn 1, side by side, Jeremy Butts noses ahead of the 88 car as they go under braking into turn number 1.
Tell you what, Jeremy Butts can take that untraditional line, Greg, going down the center of the racetrack, getting into turn 1. He's got the power, able to get back up on the power a little bit quicker than Michael LaMena, especially coming out of turn 10. That helps propel him down and make that pass, Dominic, as they head up through turn 3. Michael LaMena just not going away that easy.
And Brian, the side-by-side with Butts and LaMena has as well allowed Ted Cahall to join in. And for a moment, it looked as though Tom Paulino was trying to figure out who he might want to work with down to turn 1. Looked for a moment as if he was going to line up with Jeremy, and then for a second was going to line up with Mike. Decides to go to driver's left, and I think for the moment that was the best decision for him to stay within striking distance.
As they head down in through turn 5, heading up into the carousel, they'll be coming up through turn 8 here momentarily. Again, it's still about a half a car length. Jeremy Butts to Michael LaMena, and then another car length back to the 34 of Thomas Paulino.
All right, here they come through turn 8 and up the hill. Only half a car length separating our 2 leaders, and it is Butts. Then it is LaMena. Paulino only a car length and a half back from there, but this battling has allowed Ted Cahall to get back into this fight as well. He is locked in, and to be perfectly honest, as they continue to battle it out, Glenn Evans is starting to close things down. Evans, for the second lap in a row, runs his fastest lap of the race, as does Robert Cahall. There's still about 15 car lengths off of that lead group of 4, but they are definitely closing things down. And now for the very first time in 3 laps, nobody at the front of the pack attempts to pass into 1, Dom.
They come out of turn 2, and looks as though things are settling out just a bit. We'll see if Ted Cahill, who, Greg, as you mentioned, had caught the tail end of Tom Polino. They make their way up into turn number 3 with about equal distance, half a car between each of those drivers. Jeremy Butts, again, has been running at the front this whole weekend, looks very comfortable at the moment. Out front, we'll see if Mike, Tom, and Ted have anything planned to try to get around.
Tell you what, they head down through turn 5. Jeremy Butts opening up by about a car length now over Michael Amena. Jeremy Butts really in the front half of this racetrack is really one of the fastest cars here.
Yeah.
Really from turn 10 all the way down in through turn 5. But Michael Amena is able to close the gap just ever so slightly from the carousel all the way up through 8, Greg. And as they come up underneath the bridge, that's where Jeremy starts to pull away again.
And here we go as they come now up the hill out of turn number 8. Jeremy Butts with a car length and a half advantage over Michael Amena, so able to stretch things out here as they now come out of turn number 10. And then we take a look a little bit further back. Tom Paulino dropping some wheels into the gravel coming out of turn 10. He now loses about 3 extra car lengths. He's now about 7 car lengths back from our top 2 drivers, and Ted Cahill has to make a decision. He's got the turn signal on like Jim Drago, but he's not going to the inside. He's not going to attempt to pass on Paulino. This might have been the time for Cahill to pounce, and he didn't take the chance.
Yeah, checking the brakes as they went down into the braking zone there, flashing them on. You saw all 4 of our top 4 drivers do the same thing. Again, Dominic coming through turn 3, Michael Amena not going away.
Yep, the lead duo of Butts and Lamena continue to pull just ever so slightly. And just as I say that, Michael Lamena drops right side tires into the gravel at turn number 3. Didn't affect his momentum and his run on Jeremy Butts very much, and they continue to run nose to tail. And Greg, you're right. The fact that Tom Polino had lost momentum coming out of turn number 10 chose to push right. Tehel chose to push right behind in order to keep the roll going.
All right, so just got word that Michael Amena went 4 wheels off over at turn 3. He's going to lose some more ground to Jeremy Butts here as we now have only 4.5 minutes remaining in this Spec Miata race. And with that, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 8, our last group of the day. That is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, please head to the grid. You have less than 5 minutes before this Spec Miata race reaches its conclusion. Here we go, gentlemen. As our leader, Jeremy Butts, crosses the start-finish line, completing lap number 14, and both he and Michael Amena now have opened up about a 6-car length advantage over Tom Paulino and Ted Cahill as they go into turns 1 and 2.
I tell you what, these two have driven against each other in not only in SM but in T4 for the last couple of events here. Not only here but in other tracks as well. These two know each other very well. Michael Amena is going to sit there and try to get Jeremy Butts to make a mistake. That's going to be hard to do, especially here. Both of them drive this track very, very well, Dominic. But I tell you what, the last time by, as Greg mentioned, those 4 wheels off for Michael Amena, that didn't hurt him. That helped him.
And Brian, this last time through, I think another driver who might have dropped wheels between 1 and 2 may have been Ted Cahill, Tom Polino, who is now behind Ted Cahill, where when they were running through, looked as though he had lost a bit of momentum. So give now Ted Cahill that 3rd position.
As we wait for them to come up through turn 8 and come up underneath the bridge into turn 10, we'll see how much of that gap is. But again, as we looked here before, Jeremy Butts, again, still able to get that good run out of turn 10, really up from turn 8 all the way there. As here they come now, but Michael Amena, he's right there. That car's starting to come in a little bit more. He's closing the gap the last 2 laps by. To Jeremy Butts, and they have really started to open it up over Ted Cahill and Thomas Polino.
Yeah, and at this point now, with only with 2.5 minutes left, so just about this lap and probably 2 more here at Summit Point. Time is running out for both Cahill and Paulino there in that battle to get up to the lead. But right now, I think, and we'll probably see this probably next time by, likely going to be a battle now for the last step on the podium between those 2 drivers, as we already now see Ted Cahill getting defensive coming out of turn 2, going into turn 3, Dom, running down the center of the track. And
the reason why Michael Amena is so content to sit back there, because at this point he might feel he has the car and the pace to get by. The only thing is if they start, if Jeremy and Mike start going side by side, that's going to bring Polino and K-Hall right back into the mix. So it's going to be the most paramount for them to continue running nose to tail in order to keep the race just between them.
All right, just got word from race control that the next time our leader, whether it be Jeremy Butts or whether it be Michael Amena, cross the start-finish line, they will get the one to go. So time is definitely running out here as our leaders come through turn 8 and start heading up the hill. Jeremy Butts with a 2-car length advantage coming underneath the bridge on Michael Lamena, but Lamena a little bit later on the brakes covers that and now is within a half a car length as they come onto the front straight, as they are shown that one to go board now with a 15-car length advantage over Ted Cahall and Tom Paulino. They head down to 1, Brian.
I tell you what, this is the closest Michael Lamena has been in the last couple laps. He's going to try to make a move and go driver's right over Jeremy Labutz. He's got the line going in. We'll see whether or not Jeremy's going to be able to do it, Dom, and hold on, but Michael Lamena makes that move. Again, you talk about content. Michael Lamena is not content. He really wants to get through, and I think you're exactly right. I think he sat back there for a little bit till he got that one to go, because now he's pulling away from Jeremy Butts, headed into 3.
Yeah, made that decisive inside overtake go into turn 1, and as it goes into 3, it's about half a car from Mike back to Jeremy. Jeremy, however, rolls a lot of speed through. And then looking back to our final podium battle, we have Cahall and Polina going side by side down to 5.
Tell you what, as they come down through turn 5, it is Michael Lamena by about half a car length now as they start to roll through turn 5. They're going to head up through the carousel, Greg. You'll be seeing those as they come up through turn 8. And Michael Lamena, again, that half a car length, that's where Jeremy Butts has been the fastest.
Yeah, and so we had Cahall and Paulino, as Dom said, going side by side, door to door, down through the chute in the 5. Paulino had position in the number 34 car. He may have been able to overtake Cahall for the 3rd and final spot on the podium, but our leaders now coming up the hill out of turn 8. Only a half a car length separate them, and now side by side through turn 10. We've got Lamena to the inside on driver's right. We've got Butts to the outside, not giving an inch. And as they come to the line, Jeremy Butts is your winner in Spec Miata. The margin of victory, 5/100ths of a second. There you go, Jeremy Butts with the drag race out of 10. He takes the win from Mike Lamena. Thomas Paulino, he does get around Ted Cahall on that last lap. He comes home, takes the last step on the podium. He finishes in 3rd, 2.5 seconds back. Cahall finishes in 4th. Glenn Evans will round out the top 5. Robert Cahall, Stephen Figura, Shauna Lamena, Larry Cahall, and Brad Williams round out the top 10. And so, gentlemen, wow.
I was going to say, I don't think I've ever seen, since coming here, since 2011, especially in a Spec Miata or even an SSM, in a Miata period, an outside pass through turn 10 with drivers left and able to make that stick and hold. I know Michael moved over just a little bit to crowd to block that run, wasn't able to do it. Jeremy picks it up by 5/100ths of a second.
And the key there was that Jeremy had to keep his foot enough in to stay alongside, but also enough to outpower him. And in general, going into turn 10 side by side can be playing with fire at times.
Yes.
So very good by both of them to keep track awareness to avoid any kind of
there was maybe a slight little brush or two between the two cars coming out of 10, going down towards the start-finish line, and Lamena gave Jeremy Butts maybe an inch on the left-hand side at the edge of the track. Butts was just flirting with the grass right over on the edge of the track, almost all the way down to the start-finish line. But the two of them made it work. It was a great finish, great to watch as that race finished up. So we have got one more race remaining, gentlemen. And if it's anything like this, the end of the Spec Miata race, I'm definitely looking forward to it. But let's do this. Let's thank some of the great partners and sponsors of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, the SCCA, that bring us some great safety equipment and maybe provide us some great tires as well. Let's talk about OG Racing and Radial Tire Company.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
All right, so as Jeremy Butts takes his victory lap, and we got the 5-minute warning here on the grid, just wanted to remind everybody before we're going to go to take a quick little break here, but wanted to remind everybody, whoops, wrong calendar, of what we have coming up here very, very soon. We've got one more event coming up on the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing schedule, and that is October 22nd and 23rd at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Raceway. Can't say anything about the guys that'll be announcing the races there, but the racing should be good nonetheless. But we have one more race remaining here from Summit Point Raceway. We're going to take one last little break, and when we come back, we're going to bring you all the action, green to checker, for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Stick with us. Welcome back, everybody, to the Summit Point Motorsports Park, Summit Point Raceway, for the final Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event of the year here at Summit Point. Again, we have one more at New Jersey Motorsports Park in 2 weeks, but this is going to wrap things up for the 2022 season, and what better way to do it than with Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, some great spec class racing, and we are now under 5 minutes, actually a little bit less than 5 minutes to go here with this final race of the day. And so without further ado, let's quickly look back at our heat race yesterday where Brian Cates took the win over let's double check that. I was running down the points order here. In Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, David Dickerson was your winner. Margin of victory 1.3 seconds over Sam Schechter. Brian Cates, who is our points leader currently in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series Championship, finishing third. Jisoo Kim comes home fourth. Joe Blanks rounded out the top 5. And so now let's do this. Let's go and we'll quickly look at the points standings where Brian Cates has a commanding lead over the rest of the field. 2,545 points to Jisoo Kim's 1,510. John Hall not here this weekend, currently third in the championship. Sam Schechter, who finished on the podium, comes home or is currently fourth in the championship. Jason Pintar fifth. Let's do this now. As we've got the pace car up on the leading edge of the grid here, we've got our splitter out there checking over the rest of the field. Let's run down the starting order for today's final race. Starting 13th in the number 55 machine out of Freehold, New Jersey, Alan Rothman. Starting 12th today, driving the number 35 car. He hails from Shepherdstown, West Virginia. It's Jeff Wilson. Eric Prepsius is out of Frederick, Maryland. He's driving the number 51 car. He starts 11th today. Bruce Kerminga out of Millersville, Maryland, starting 10th today, driving the number 31, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. John Mielo out of Pittstown, New Jersey. He's driving the 75 car, and he's going to start 9th today, while Keith Frazier starts 8th. He's driving the number 7 car and hails from Annapolis, Maryland. Sacramento, Pennsylvania, not Sacramento, Cal. See, I looked at this earlier, and I thought Charlie was from Sacramento, California, as he was preparing for that race at Thunder Hill, for the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill. I thought he changed his domicile to Sacramento, California, but no, he's from Sacramento. Don't spit the water on me. He's from Sacramento, Pennsylvania. He's driving the 27 machine, the Doggone Racing machine, and is starting 7th today. Joe Blanks driving the number 74 car. He's out of Chesapeake, Virginia, representing the North Carolina region, and he'll start 6th. Lee McNish representing the New England region. He's out of Southbury, Connecticut, driving the 22 car. He starts 5th today. And your front 2 rows, starting on the outside of row number 2, that's 4th for you and me. From Broad Run, Virginia, it's our points leader in the MARRS series, Brian Cates, driving the number 21 machine, starting next to him. In the number 11 car out of Staunton, Virginia, it's Jisoo Kim. And your front row today, starting on the outside of row number 1, from Boyd's, Maryland, driving the 155 car, it's Sam Schechter. And your pole sitter today, with a fast time over the weekend of a 119.532, representing the South Jersey region and hailing from Wall, New Jersey, it's David Dickerson.
You know what, Greg, and I tell you what, I do believe that 155 of Sam Schechter, that car is for sale. That car just ran in the runoffs here not that long ago, a couple weeks ago, actually a week ago. And I do believe, Dominic, that is for sale. Give Chris Windsor a call at Windsor Custom. They may be able to hook you up there. Who knows, maybe next year you could be out here running in the front and be on the front row in the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 class.
And Brian, something else I wanted to make a quick note of. David Dickerson's 119.532 was underneath the previous Spec Racer for the lap record. We're going to see, however, if they decide to designate a new lap record for the state of transmission, but that was faster than the 117.759 that Bruce Myers did here back in 2018. So we'll have to see how that works out. But a great lap by both Dickerson and Sam Schechter to go underneath that 1:20 barrier here for Spec Racer 4-3.
So we'll have to see whether or not they can get underneath that here in this race as well. As you said, right now they are underneath it. But again, they have to do it here in this race. As here comes our group out of turn 10. We should be looking for the green flag here, gentlemen.
That's right. We've got our starter looking over the field. The field looks very well formed up, or at least it did. Now we see a number of folks shading to driver's right, but we get the green flag anyhow. And locked side to side, we've got our front row of Dickerson. We've got Dickerson and we have Sam Schechter going down into turn number 1. And let's see here, as the field is pretty much 2 by 2 all the way down. It's like Noah's Ark down there, going through the entire field as they come through turn 2. Dom, I'm going to leave it to you to figure this out.
And we have side by side with that's Dickerson and then, Sam Schechter who's on driver's right. Actually, Sam Schechter is the one who gets the jump on the field. He's going to lead up into turn number 3, and Brian Cates gets back to third. Lee McNish on the start in the 22 car had a very big jump starting on the inside, but unfortunately had no drafting help on driver's right and had to slide back into that 5th spot. But one of the drivers who had a very big opening sequence here.
Tell you what, as they go down through turn 5 and make that hard left, 90-degree left-hander, Sam Schechter still leading Dave Dickerson and then Brian Cates as they start to head up through the carousel. They'll be coming up through turn 8 here momentarily and then up onto the bridge and get to turn 10, and then we'll complete lap 1.
All right, here, and as the field is coming out of turn 8 right now and starting up the hill towards the bridge, got word from race control, as we saw on the start there, a couple of drivers had faded over to the right. They had noted that driver of the number 7 car, Keith Frazier, pretty much from right out of turn 10, had moved all the way over. We'll see how the stewards decide to deal with that. As Sam Schechter, driver of the number 155 machine out of Boyds, Maryland, is your leader as we complete lap 1. David Dickerson locked right underneath the ducktail of that car, right up against the gearbox. He is running second. Brian Cates, our championship leader, about 3 car lengths back from there with Joe Blanks. Big brake lock up from Lee McNish, the number 22 machine, as they went down into turn 1 as they come to you now, Dom.
And that was a great start from Joe Blanks, who started 7th and now up to 4th. Our top 3 of Schechter, Dickerson, and Cates making their way through turn number 3, running nose to gearbox all the way through, about 2 car lengths back. And then we have a spin here with the 75 of John Mielo in the blue machine, a little bit past the trees. I'm not sure if he was able to continue. He'll be looking for the corner workers' signal to rejoin safely.
All right, and as soon as we hear word from them, we'll know. Fortunately, just a little bit out of our line of view here. Have not heard a call in from the corner as of yet. Well, now it's coming, and no flag condition there, so I'm expecting that Mr. Mielo was able to continue, or maybe he just disappeared. All right. And matter of fact, he's going down into turn 5 all by himself, so I think we can verify that. But now coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight, it is a 3-car battle for the lead. It is Schechter in the 155 car, the black number 155. It is then the blue number 38 of Dave Dickerson, and then the red, white, and blue number 21 machine of Brian Cates, who's just run the fastest lap of the race. You jump back about 15 car lengths back from there, and we've got Lee McNish and Joe Blanks side by side going down the front straight, also going into turn 1, and it looks like Blanks has managed to keep his nose up ahead of Lee McNish as Jisoo Kim tried to use that draft and carry the momentum down into 1. Here they come to you now, Dom.
An elite trio goes through turn number 3, and I'm not sure if Sam Schechter just got a bad run, but David Dickerson with ease was able to get by. So Dickerson now is your new leader, and Cates and Schechter are going to go side by side down the hill.
Yeah, as we look at turn 5 here, it's going to be Dickerson, then Cates, then Schechter, still in that order as they made that pass earlier on, coming up through turns 3 and down and through turns 4. That's still your front 3. Then you got to drop back a little bit further to the Blanks, McNish, and Jisoo Kim battle as they get through turn 5, head through the carousel, and should be coming up through turn 8 here.
All right, and now our leader coming up out of turn number 8 towards the bridge, and there you go. It is David Dickerson in that blue number 38 machine, your new leader, as he brings Brian Cates along with him, who is our new second-place runner, as Sam Schechter, a lap ago, our leader, now in third place as they cross the stripe to complete lap number 3. Then about 20 car lengths back from there, it is Lee McNish in the orange number 22 machine. He is your new fourth-place runner. Jisoo Kim moves up into 5th. Joe Blanks, who had that great start, Dom, had started 7th, had worked his way up to 4th. He now finds himself back in 6th.
Tell you what, this afternoon the temperature's getting a little bit hotter, still in the 60-degree mark, but again, this track's got a lot of temperature into it. This track has got a lot of rubber into it, Dominic, so trying to get to that 120 mark, as we were talking about beforehand, that's going to be a little bit difficult, especially in race conditions right now.
Absolutely, and with our top 3 of Dickerson, Cates, and Schechter. Schechter, of course, had taken the lead on the opening lap and then got shuffled back, I believe with just a little bit of a mistake, had some lost momentum into 3, but is now in 3rd, so he'll be looking to work together with both Dickerson and Cates, and we're going to see if they choose to work together, try to dispatch David Dickerson in the next few laps here.
Yeah, let's see whether or not those two, meaning Brian Cates and Sam Schechter, can team up a little bit and try to make that pass. They've got to stay close. Here they come out of turn 10 right now. Dickerson by about half a car length over Brian Cates, then a car length back to Sam Schechter as they cross the start-finish line. We'll check the times. That one may have seemed a little bit faster, and there it is, Dave Dickerson with that 120.9 lap time, but then Brian Cates and Sam Schechter go a little bit faster there, Dominic.
And also going a little bit faster down into turn 1 is Brian Cates. Sticks the car down the inside, no brake lockup, and I believe we have a new leader.
We do indeed. The 21 of Cates makes the move to go to the front, and that's going to put David Dickerson back to second, and Sam Schechter maintains that hold on third spot. Looking a little further back to fourth, fifth, and sixth, it's McNish, Kim, and then Joe Blanks all running in the line. Blanks, they got shuffled back 2 spots, and then we have Keith Frazier and Bruce Kaminga also drafting together into turn 3.
Tell you what, you can't even put a piece of paper in between all three of Dickerson, Cates, and Schechter as they head down through turn 5, heading up through the carousel to be coming up through turns 8. I tell you what, all three of these cars perfectly matched, running the same lap times. It's going to be hard. You've got to find the most prolific spot in order to make that pass, Dominic, as we start to wind down this race. Again, still early on, but as we start to wind down, things are going to change. Tires are going to get used up. Brakes are going to get used up. How much is Cates and Dickerson saving? How much is Schechter saving as they cross the start-finish line now?
And as our leaders come across the stripe this time, the Brian Cates resets the fast lap of the race at 1 minute 26:24. So these cars keep getting faster as the race goes on. They make their way into turn 1, still running line astern, and they've separated themselves probably by a good 20 car lengths from 4th through 6th place of McNish, Kim, and and Joe Blanks. As they make their way to turn 3, Brian Cates still leading Dickerson and Schechter. Schechter falling back by about half a car length as they make their way through turn 3, getting ready to go down the hill.
Yeah, as they head down through 1 and 2 and then up into 3, Dominic, just as you mentioned there, Cates and Dickerson a little bit faster than Schechter. Schechter able to close the door a little bit on those front 2 by about a half a car length as they enter 5. So Sam Schechter getting through really turns 3, 4, and 5 a lot better than our leaders as they head up to through the carousel and up through turn 8. That's where Brian Cates and Dave Dickerson, they're able to pull away from that Sam Schechter machine.
And as I believe as this race goes on, as you alluded to, these 3 may now have the mindset that now that they've broken away from the rest of the field, they can battle out amongst themselves. As they come out of turn 10, again, using all of the pavement out there in the curbing as they make their way across the stripe. And now we have Dave Dickerson tucked underneath the back of Brian Cates' machine, and that allows them to continue to open up the advantage over Sam Schechter in 3rd place as they make their way into turn 1. And unless both Cates and Dickerson hold each other up, Sam Schechter might find himself getting a little bit left behind. But at the moment, he's able to stick right with them in the draft as they make their way up to turn 3. Cates and Dickerson have about a car length advantage over Schechter.
I tell you what, Sam Schechter runs a 120.316. That's still not good enough, Dominic, as Brian Cates just ran 120.253. Again, that's still not fast enough, as Dave Dickerson just ran 120.219. As this race starts to go on, and as they start to get a feel for this racetrack and start to get a little bit faster, we could end up possibly seeing that 119 mark between these 2 cars as they work together as they come out of turn 8 all the way through down into turn 1.
And what Brian Cates is going to have to do is make sure that if David Dickerson continues to push, then that's obviously going to be ideal for them breaking away from Sam Schechter. However, if both Dickerson and Schechter decide to play offense, then he's going to have to defend from that. They make their way around turn 10, and again, Dickerson tucked right underneath the back of Cates' machine, and as they make their way across the stripe, we'll see if, and this time, it's Sam Schechter, despite the fact that he's about half a car length back, sets the fast lap of the race thus far at a 1 minute 20.195, and both Dickerson and Cates within a few tenths of that. And we also have a move for 4th here down to turn 1. That's going to be Jisoo Kim taking over 4th spot from Lee McNish. Going back to our top 3, it is going to be Cates and now Dickerson, and then Sam Schechter, again, who ran the fastest lap of the race this last time through, still hanging back there about a car length. And now Jisoo Kim, your new 4th place runner over Lee McNish, they've distanced themselves by about 3 car lengths over Joe Blanks.
Tell you,
I
go
was
ahead,
going to
Greg.
say real quick, gentlemen, we have the 51 car. That's Eric Prepsius, who's had some issues with this car a good portion of the weekend. He is on the pit lane. He is now done. And I believe we also had Jeff Wilson, the 35 machine, go around over coming out of turn 5, going into turn 6. He has continued as well.
I'll tell you what, last time by I was watching Keith Frazier and Bruce Kuminga. That's 7th and 8th. They were side by side as they went down into turn 1. Bruce Kuminga is going to be able to make that pass for 7th position as we wait for our leaders to come out of turn 10, Dominic. And here they come. Now it's Brian Cates, Dave Dickerson. Cates opening up by about half a car length. But here comes Sam Schechter. He's not going away easy, and he's not going away. So right now it's going to be Schechter and Dickerson. They're going to pull out, see whether or not they are able to put Dickerson in the lead. But Schechter now, he's going to try to do a 2-for-1 there, Dominic.
Yeah, just for a moment, we had briefly thought 3 wide between Cates, Dickerson, and Schechter. As they come out of turn 2, we'll have to see who is able to nose ahead into the lead. And right now, it is going to be side by side. That's going to be Sam Schechter and Brian Cates. However, Dave Dickerson has his nose on driver's left and slots back into second place. So Brian Cates, who is leading coming out of turn 10, gets shuffled back to third in just the span of about 2 corners.
Sam Schechter fastest on that lap, getting even faster by about 4/10 over those front 2. That actually helped him propel down into turn 1. He did get that 2-for-1, Dominic, at a 120.107. So again, we're getting closer, and I think Sam Schechter right now, with 12 laps to go, he's the fastest car on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, another great battle, as you mentioned, Brian, was between Keith Frazier and Bruce Kuminga, who will be running nose to gearbox for the last few laps. They're making their way into turn 3. They're running 7th and 8th, respectively.
Yeah, pretty good battle going on right there. But I tell you what, as we wait for our leaders to come out of turn 10, here they come. They're going to come up on the back of the 55 of Alan Rothman here within the next lap or 2. Let's see what Schechter can run. Let's see what Dickerson can run. Because, Dominic, as we look out our front window here, they're starting to pull away a little bit from Brian Cates. That lap nowhere near what they were running earlier, but Dickerson, Schechter starting to pull away ever so slightly.
And it's just because this time through, both Dickerson and Schechter are doing to Cates what Cates and Dickerson were doing to Schechter just a lap ago. So the dynamics with the draft can change things up here pretty quickly as they make their way into turn 3. And it's Dickerson who's pushing Schechter to about a 3-car length advantage now over Brian Cates as they make their way through turn 3, getting ready to go down the hill. So Brian Cates not only is dropping back, beginning to lose the draft advantage that he's getting from the top 2. We'll see if that now is going to allow Kim, McNish, and Blanks to join back up, or if Brian Cates has enough raw speed to join them once again.
Tell you what, just as you say that, Sam Schechter, Dave Dickerson had to get on the brakes just a little bit harder because of that Alan Rothman. They had to set it up in order to try to get through there, through the carousel, so that they didn't get bound up. Brian Cates was able to get a little bit deeper in there on the braking zone. He closed up some of that room to Schechter and Dickerson as they head up through turn 8 and underneath the bridge. We'll look for them again, but here comes Sam Schechter. And guys, this is the biggest lead that any one of those 3 has had so far, and it's about a car length and a half, and that's it.
That's it as they come down the front straight now. Again, only a car length and a half, and that is going to disappear under the draft as Dickerson comes right up to the gearbox of our leader, Sam Schechter. Brian Cates, though, about 2.5 car lengths back, able to close things down a little bit under braking as he is obviously getting into the brakes about 30 feet later than our 2 leaders. But Jisoo Kim kind of sitting out on an island all by himself. Another big battle, though, going on right now, and it's the battle for 5th. Joe Blanks battling Lee McNish as they go down into 1. Dom, over to you.
And as you mentioned, there was a compression to turn 1 with Schechter and Dickerson, who again opened up about a 2-car length advantage over Brian Cates. And then this battle for 4th and 5th with both Jisoo Kim and Lee McNish continues to be tight as well. And Joe Blanks hanging right back there in 5th, about 2 car lengths in the rear.
Yeah, I tell you what, that car that was sitting out there on an island, that's Alan Rothman. He's a lap down. Here comes Jisoo Kim. Here comes Lee McNish. There's a lot of pressure there. Let's not count out Joe Blanks. He's starting to reel those 2 in as they start to head through 5. Our leaders now should be coming through the carousel and should be getting ready to come up through turn 8 when they come underneath the bridge. And the next time by, they'll have 9 laps to go to settle this. I think Dave Dickerson is actually kind of content to sit right there behind Sam Schechter right now.
And by now that we are at the halfway point of this race, this is when I think the drivers are going to start thinking more strategically about how they're going to make their way to the front. And with these spec classes and when the cars are so similarly prepped, a lot of times it's just about being there at the end. You don't necessarily have to lead all the laps leading up to the last lap. You just have to, the most important lap to lead is the final one when you see the checker flag. As our leaders come out of turn 2, they continue to run in lockstep, Schechter, Dickerson, and then Brian Cates. This time Cates able to close up just a little bit, but for the last few laps, both Schechter and Dickerson able to carry great speed through turn 3 and able to open that up just a little bit. Looking back to 4th and 5th with Jisoo Kim and Lee McNish, Kim has opened that up to about a car length, beginning to drop Joe Blanks in 5th by just a little bit.
Yeah, as they head down through turn 5, still no change there with our top 3 of Sam Schechter, Dave Dickerson, and Brian Cates. And I tell you what, as they start to settle in, now it seems like they're just riding because the lap times have increased a little bit more, almost to that 120.6, which is what they had at the very beginning, not in the middle of this race where we were running the 120.1s in there. So, again, these guys saving their equipment, the tire degradation is going to start to go away. Even though it's only 60 degrees out here, this track will build heat and temperature, and these tires will go away as they're getting ready to come up on the 35 of Jeffrey Wilson. Yep. So it looks like Schechter and Dickerson. Now Dickerson's going to pull out. Let's Sam Schechter pull out with them.
Oh, you see, that would have been the great opportunity there to use that 35 car as a pick, and instead tries to keep that lead car back in the battle, lets him through as they head down in the one dom, and let's see how they come out.
And Greg, what it looked like was that Schechter was trying to stay behind Wilson for conceivably as long as he could in order to stay in the draft while still keeping David Dickerson at bay, and he was able to do just that. They go into turn 3, still running nose to gearbox. Brian Cates about 3 car lengths back from there. And then Kim and the Kim and McNish battle has stabilized a little bit, about a car length between them, and then Joe Blanks about 4 to 5 car lengths back from there.
Tell you what, they head down through turn 5, and it's only a car length back to Brian Cates. All 3 of those cars have been there together, nose to tail, battling between each one of them. Each one of them, I believe, has had the lead at some point in time during these 12 laps. Next time by, they're going to have 7 to go as they get through the carousel. They'll be coming up through turn 8. Let's see who is the leader at this point. Again, it's been very, very close the entire race.
As they make their way out of turn 10, Schechter, Dickerson, and Cates again has closed up on the back of Dickerson's machine and is starting to get that drafting advantage again. But we see that Dickerson has tucked himself underneath the back of Schechter's machine, and even still, Brian Cates able to get a great run out of 10 and is now right there, and he's going to try to make the inside, go to the inside in turn 1. And going very deep on the brakes, for the moment was able to take over second place. We'll see if he has enough momentum to keep David Dickerson behind. And in fact, as they go out of turn 2, Brian Cates doesn't have enough momentum to hold on to second spot.
He went so deep in the turn 1 that just could not carry the speed through and past the apex. Cates having just set the fastest lap of the race, Brian. We were talking a few moments ago at how the drivers had gone in their pace had fallen to the low 121 range, almost a full second off of their fastest laps. But that last time by, Cates at a 120 flat, Dickerson at a 120.2, Schechter at a 120.3, and Cates just carrying a head of steam there. Couldn't get the car woed up as he went late on the brakes in the 1.
Yeah, had to wait on it before he really got back on the throttle hard, so that enabled Dickerson to get back around him for that second spot. But here comes our leaders now. Schechter leading Dickerson and Cates. They come out of turn 10, and this is where Cates has been able to reel them back in, even though Dickerson is right underneath the gearbox of Sam Schechter as they go back across the start-finish line, Dominic.
And this time, Dave Dickerson takes a look to the inside on Schechter and looks to have a nose ahead as they go onto the brakes. And this time through, Dickerson looks as though, it seems a similar scenario. David Dickerson had to go in deep in order to make that move, so Schechter still might have the momentum to stay ahead. We'll see as they come out. They're going to go side by side on the run up to turn 3, and it's Schechter to driver's left, Dickerson to driver's right. Sam Schechter holds onto the spot for now. However, he had to shallow his exit, and Dave Dickerson got a great run. And looks as though for a moment they're going to try to go side by side down 4.
All right, so a little bit further back in the pack, the battle for fourth right now, just off the podium. Jisoo Kim, Lee McNish, about a half second separating about 3 car lengths as they came out of turn 10. Jisoo Kim got very loose, lost a lot of momentum, but McNish at the time was about 8 car lengths back, so he's been able to close things down just a bit, but there are some other great battles going on right now. This is much further back in the battle for 7th right now. Keith Frazier and Bruce Kreminga, they are going down into turns 1 and 2 right now. Kreminga in that green number 31 machine. Frazier, and we'll have to see what happens to Keith Frazier, because again, there was that call that he had been shading over on the start, but as they go down through turn 3 right now, he's got about a car length and a half advantage over the 31 machine. That's the battle for 7th.
And we have a new second place runner. That is Brian Cates in that number 21 machine. But here comes Dickerson. He's given him a little bit of a push down the front stretch over Sam Schechter. Again, Schechter got the preferred line. We'll see whether or not Cates is going to be able to hold it, or is he going to have to wait to get on the throttle, Dominic, as they come out in the middle. And we got one car that may have gone 2 off. We'll see. We've got 3 of them in. 2 of them have come out. That may be the Sam Schechter machine that did not make it turn through there. Or is that the Dickerson? That looks like that is the Schechter machine. So he's going to drop back by about 6 car lengths.
He had that issue yesterday as well. It dropped wheels coming through turn 1 as well. And getting word now that there was contact between Schechter and Brian Cates as Cates continued and Schechter was off the driver's left. And he went for a bit of a ride, and apparently they did consider to change in position. So we'll see how that plays out in the steward's room after this race as well.
Yeah, 2 guys battling around. Let's go back and look at this Frazier and Kreminga. They're going down in through turns 1 right now. 2, Dominic. They're coming through. Those guys have been battling the entire race. They're side by side coming out of turn 2. Keith Frazier, Bruce Kreminga. They're going to go in through turn 3. It's going to be Keith Frazier. He's sitting in 7th right now. That battle's not done. Here comes our leader now, coming across the start-finish line. There'll be 4 laps to go. Brian Cates, Dave Dickerson, and now it's 1.4 seconds back to Sam Schechter. So again, as they go side by side into 1, meaning Dickerson and Cates, we'll see if Schechter can close back up, Dominic.
And this time through turn 1, Cates really opens up the turn in order to get a run. Has to slot in behind. Has to slot in behind David Dickerson for the time being, but they've now opened up about a 5 to 6 car length lead over Sam Schechter running third. However, David Dickerson runs just a little bit wide. Might give Brian Cates enough momentum to try to get on the side. Looking back to 4th and 5th, McNish and Kim go side by side momentarily. Kim able to hold Lee McNish off for the time being. They're going to run nose to tail going up to 3.
Here comes that battle, Greg, with Kreminga and Keith Frazier. They start to head down the start-finish line. That's been the biggest gap of those two the entire race, with Bruce Kreminga in 7th.
Exactly. Kreminga getting around Keith Frazier. John Miello in the 75 machine starting to close things down as well. He's about 3.5 seconds back. But we should also continue to watch that battle for 4th. Jisoo Kim in the number 11. Lee McNish in the number 22 machine. Last time by, McNish had closed things down to about 2 car lengths. Have that distance. We'll see them coming out of 10 in a few moments. But first, let's watch our leaders as David Dickerson now takes over the lead from Brian Cates. So once again, nobody seems to want to lead more than a lap here in Spec Racer Ford. Cates is running 2nd. And Sam Schechter, he's closing up ground now. He's only about 4 car lengths back from our lead pair as they go down into 2.
Yeah, a little bit faster there for Schechter over Brian Cates, so he's going to close in on that. Dave Dickerson was the fastest on that lap going by, so you can see, Dominic, as they start to open up, Sam Schechter just not going away, trying to hang on to the back gearbox there of Brian Cates.
And with David Dickerson and Brian Cates taking looks at each other, again, if they go side by side through a lot of these corners as we have 3 laps to go, Sam Schechter could find himself right back in that battle. Looking back to both Kim and McNish, once again go momentarily side by side. McNish been pursuing Kim this entire race, trying to find anything he can in order to find an opportunity by.
All right, just got word that Alan Rothman went off at turn 5, spun the car. He has now managed to continue as we now watch coming up the hill out of turn 8, our lead trio, and it is now a 4 car length separation between our top 3 cars, as now dropping wheels into the dirt coming out of turn 10 is David Dickerson. He's going to lose a lot of momentum there to Brian Cates as they come across the stripe now with only 2 laps remaining here at Summit Point, the last MARRS race of the year, as they now come down under braking going into turn 1. A little bit further back, nose to tail now the battle for fourth. Jisoo Kim and Lee McNish as they come out of turn 10 to cross the stripe. 2 laps remaining for them, gentlemen.
I tell you what, now as we start to get in that 2 laps, Dominic, and I'll let you pick up our leaders here, the snake starts to happen. They start to try to figure out how to break the draft between the car behind them in order to not get that run.
I was going to say using the Marcus Ericsson method from the Indy 500 this year on the closing laps in order to break the draft there. But again, looking back to fourth and fifth with Kim and McNish, as you were alluding to, Greg, continuing to run nose to tail. McNish might be waiting until the last possible moment to try to make a move. He seems to comfortably be able to hang with Kim throughout this race. Might just be looking for the opportunity where Kim can't respond and make that move.
All right, a little bit further back of the field, we've got that battle between Keith Frazier, Bruce Kreminga, and John Mielo. Mielo has knocked another 2 seconds off of that battle for 7th position, but Keith Frazier has gotten right back around Bruce Kreminga. Now, our leaders coming out of turn 10, it is, look at this, David Dickerson might be our leader with 1 lap remaining. Indeed, he is. Brian Cates in second. He's 75 hundredths of a second back. That translates to about 4 car lengths. Then we've got Sam Schechter. He's another 5 back from Cates in 3rd place as they go down into turn 1, Dom.
And as they make their way through, about equal distance between each car, about a car length as they come out of turn 2. Looking back to our 4th and 5th place battle, we've been talking about with Jisoo Kim and Lee McNish. They're making their way into turn 1, running nose to tail. As mentioned before, McNish has been content just to stay behind Dickerson for the entirety of this run. As they come out of turn 2, we'll see if, for the first time, McNish goes side by side with Kim. Does have the preferred line, however, does not have a nose ahead. We'll see as they make their way into, and it looks like Kim moves over just a little bit just to kind of dissuade McNish from making any kind of move, able to hold on to that 4th spot.
That was actually pretty close going through there. McNish had to really get on the brakes kind of hard in order to do it. Here, let's take a look at our Keith Frazier, Bruce Kreminga. Guys, I don't see Frazier, but I see Mielo and I see Bruce Kreminga there. Here comes Frazier now to turn 10, so may have had a little bit of an off. And right behind that, here comes Alan Rothman, and here comes our leaders.
Here we go.
Here comes Dave Dickerson. Here comes Brian Cates, then Sam Schechter. Looks like Dickerson's going to be able to hold that duo off and pick up the win.
There you go as they pass the 55 car, taking the win in the final race of our weekend here. It is David Dickerson, Brian Cates finishing second. Sam Schechter turns in the fastest lap of the race on the very last lap, closes things down to within 7/10. That's about 5 car lengths, but not close enough. He comes home with the last step on the podium. And then Jisoo Kim. Where is Jisoo Kim? Because finishing now in 4th, just off the podium, Lee McNish, driver of the number 22 machine, and Jisoo Kim, here comes in the number 11 car. He had a little bit of an off coming out of turn 8 on the very last lap. He's going to bring the car home behind Joe Blanks. Joe Blanks moves up to 5th. Jisoo Kim will finish in 6th. Now let's take a look. It is going to be Bruce Kreminga in the number 31 machine, I believe. I'm going to watch to see they're now coming out of turn 8, coming up the hill. No, it looks like Bruce Kreminga may have given up 7th position to John Mielo in the 75 machine. And as they come out of turn number 10, it is indeed the 75 car. He is going to come home in 7th position, drop Kreminga now down to 8th as he crosses the line. Then we've got the blue and white number 7 machine of Keith Frazier. He's going to come home in 9th, and that leaves the number 35 car, who's already crossed the finish line, of Jeff Wilson, rounding out your top 10. So there you go, gentlemen. 8 feature races, 2 sprint bracket races today to round out the final Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event here at Summit Point. Again, looking at the schedule coming up, we do have the final Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series races at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit. That is going to be August 22nd.
October.
Pardon me. Yeah, did I say August? Oh, my gosh.
We're going backwards.
Yeah. Show up in 2023. We'll have races over there. October 22nd and 23rd at Thunderbolt. So if you have a chance to head up there and watch some races, or if you have a chance to, dig around and find some audio streams somewhere on the internet somehow, be my guest. You can watch those. You can listen to those races too. But before we go, we've got a lot of people to thank here because it's been a great Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. And I want to thank some of the great volunteers that brought you this event and bring you all of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series events. You know, as we mentioned, this is a volunteer organization. We have folks from all around the country, even Canada, coming down to work these events. They're volunteers not just of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, not just the South Jersey region of the SCCA, but from all around the country. So first off, let me thank our Chief Steward here this weekend. That was Chris Current, Chairman of the SOM, Steve Cadle. Bob Crawford was your race chair. Our Chief Registrar, Betty Harrison. Our MARRS administrator is Bob Crawford as well. We'll probably mention his name like 65 times before we get down to the end of the list here. But want to thank our Director of Road Racing, Bob Crawford. This sounds like an In Living Color skit where you work 3,500 jobs, but such is the life of volunteers and a club. That's just how it works out. Our assistant directors of road racing, Elizabeth Miller, Paul Anderson, Kevin Richlick, Mark Liller, want to thank them as well. Tom Broering, our chief instructor for our driver's school, thank you to him. Janet Muscati, our emergency services chief, flagging communications chief, Greg McDermott, our chief of grid, Shirley Thompson, our licensing and novice permit chief, Beth Mills, our MARRS points keeper, Mark Liller, Graham Taylor, who is our chief of pace cars, Valerie Foray, national award winner, both she and her sister Vanessa, workers of the year in grid and pit. Want to thank both of them as well. We talked about Betty Harrison, our chief of registration, Jim Rose, who's always sitting out, spends the whole weekend by himself trackside checking to make sure that nobody breaks 103 decibels. He is your chief of sound control. Our start chief, that is Dave Sterling. Thank you to him. Our stewards representative, Kathy McLeod. Steve Pence, our assistant stewards representative. Our chief of tech, Joe Manowski. Thank you so much to him. Jeff Hutzelman taking over as our chief of timing and scoring. Thank you to him. Bruce Shelton, who makes sure that all of our drivers that finish on the podium get wonderful trophies. Thank you to him. Scott Hank, who we talk about all of the different group chiefs and all the specialty chiefs, but Scott Hank on a race weekend supports them all. We want to thank him for running around like a chicken with his head cut off to make sure that every one of the volunteers is made to make sure that they come back the next time. Then we've got our drivers reps for all the different classes. Want to thank all the many ones there. We want to thank, of course, Jack Burrows, who's our Area 2 director on the National Board of Directors, and Marion Lyons, who is the national points keeper. So I've thanked all those people. I want to thank you all. I want to thank Dom. I want to thank Brian. I know I'm pointing to the wrong people with my hands here. I want to thank you all for joining us as we got underway here. Big changes in the announce booth here at Summit Point after a number of years, and I want to thank you all for making it easy for me.
Well, I tell you what, Gary, it's such easy when you get, not only all these volunteers, but it's just family. This is just one big region of family. Dominic's been in it longer than I have. I think Dominic was in it probably by the time you were 3-4 years old and kind of grown up in it. So, again, another great season. We saw a lot of great racing. Great down to the end of the season, right? All the way down to our last race of the year here at Summit Point for the MARRS Road Racing Series. I can't wait to see what's going to happen when they go to New Jersey to turn around and see where the points championship ends up in all the different ones, in all the different classes. Again, a lot of classes, a lot of championships up for grab. It's going to be great to either hear it or to go see what's going to happen up there.
And Brian, to be specific, I was talking to my dad. I believe it was 11 months old was my my first trip to one of these events, so pretty close.
I was going to say the only one I know is closer, Morgan Burkhardt, who we had up here a little while. It helped us out over Labor Day. Was up here. He was a member on day one, literally out of the womb, was a member. But such is life. We have so many folks here that are not just first generation, but second and sometimes third generation club members. it is a big family. So now that we've said that, we've gushed over all of the great members. Let's do this. We're going to wrap things up by thanking some of the great sponsors that have brought you the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series here at Summit Point all weekend long. Radial Tire Company, EVSR, and our title sponsor this weekend, OG Racing. Hold tight. We're going to play you some spots, and we will see you next spring for the April MARRS. Thank you, everybody, for listening. And again, I don't have the graphic up there, but if you like what you saw today, please give us a thumbs up. And most importantly, go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA's YouTube channel and click on that notification bell, because we have some big plans in the region for going and broadcasting a lot of our events, not just the road racing, but many of the other specialties, and bringing all of our motorsports enthusiasts more motorsports action. So let's thank our sponsors, and we'll see you next year.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.